before we are physically born, and we choose what family we're going to be born into. And that's what determines our future as well, because I mean, you got to think like, how are you going to be raised? How many siblings are you going to have? There's so many factors. But then at the same time, you're going to be your own self, and what time you're going to be born into as well. So maybe the free will, the free choice is you deciding what mother you're going to have and when you're going to be born. I don't know. What do you guys think?
That's the thing. I don't know what's before or behind. You know what I mean? What's after or before? Like you're living in the moment. Like your consciousness is here, and you only have your own memories, right? Like what's
I don't
before
know.
that?
Do
I
we?
don't know. Well, I'm talking about the memories that I've like my past experiences from when I consciously could
That's
remember to now. You know what I mean? That's I can remember that point. That's I know that existed, right? So prior to that, and what's gonna happen ahead of that, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. What's odd, I find, is that, like, as a child, I always thought that, like, we traveled a lot as a family, all over the world. And I thought, even as a child, I was like, this is really weird that I have to have, like, papers and a passport to travel a world where I was born into. I mean, I'm sure you guys know what I mean. And
Yeah,
so,
it's
I
I
mean,
was
where does that come from? You
when I was
know?
when I was young, we traveled a lot too. Like from Kazakhstan, we were like refugees, right? Pretty much, because when the Soviet Union was collapsing, we had to get the fuck out. So we got into the car. So let's say from Kazakhstan, we drove all the way into Europe. Yeah, I think for the first place we visited was Germany. Like stayed at, like because my dad knew some people.
when I was young, I
Okay, cool.
learned.
Thanks for interrupting my fucking story here. Okay, go ahead,
Helio!
bud. Go ahead,
Helio!
bud.
I know, my bad.
go
Go
back
ahead.
to sleep.
Jesus
No,
fucking
go ahead,
Christ,
Vlad. No,
man.
but
Go.
I actually
It's
have
okay. I don't
something to
want
say
to
about
fucking
that.
talk,
Go
bro.
ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Vlad.
you're
Go
cool.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, my story's not important. I talk too much, anyways. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, when I was young, I learned that people, when they procreate, they create men and women, boys and girls. I don't see how humanity
Hey,
how
hey, is this a
humanity
story
can
on your story?
continue
Tell us about the
without
cabinets. Tell us
procreation.
about
So
the
anyway,
cabinets.
I literally spit my bear out.
Here, I want to hear
Because
an
I
hour.
people get
Yeah. Come
all
on,
right.
man.
So anyway, Vlad, continue your story.
Oh,
Bud.
Well,
nowadays,
it's like people are very confused about this these days.
Oh,
So
what
anyway,
is
so
it
continue.
men and women?
Yeah,
Yeah,
men and women, boys and girls. Yeah, I mean, it's a very fascinating concept, right? But anyway,
Yeah,
continue.
if you're a liberal, it's a hard concept.
Yeah, that's the only reason I
Okay,
interrupted you,
anyway, so I
Vlad.
was just saying,
Continue,
like,
brother.
because she said she traveled a lot, and I'm like, yeah, I get that because I traveled a lot, but I'm talking about a lot. Like, so I'm talking about all of Europe pretty much, and this is all in a car. Apart from when we landed in Spain, we got actually permanent residency in Spain, and I don't know for some reason my parents got, and I was like maybe 5 years old the whole time, and I had nothing to like those papers. I didn't know what the fuck papers were. So when you were talking about papers, I was like, I don't know nothing about that. All I was doing was like just following like two big people that told me what to do. You know what I mean? So that was my thing. But I've seen a lot at a young age, and and that's why I'm very sedentary now. Like I really hate moving. I don't want to move at all. But that's because at a younger age, I was probably traumatized from all the moving. I hate moving. And this is the kind of predetermined destiny that happens, kind of, sort of, you know what I mean? And your characteristics build on that. And I'm talking about everything is connected. We're talking everything is connected. It's crazy. From the
oh, so
metaphysical to the
you
physical.
killed the gypsy spirit inside you.
Oh, yeah, I don't have a gypsy speak. I was never a gypsy, bro. Come on, man.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you're talking 100% Siberian Russian guy. My blood is
Siberian Rush.
100% Russian. Yeah, man. My parents were like not my parents, my eight great grandparents had like land and they were like dukes and shit, before the fall. We were written no, my family, and that's even it's written in my horoscope. I lost a lot of treasure. No, man, taken away from me a lot of my riches, bro. I would have been a fucking king or
Yeah,
some shit. It was nuts.
we all
Wow.
lost.
So,
All
You
I
know
can
what's
say
interesting
is,
is go ahead.
all I could say is I told my doctor, full disclosure, alcoholics don't run in my family, but they do stumble around and break stuff.
Get off.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know what's
are you
interesting is
saying that they're
that
just clumsy?
Go
yes,
ahead, go
that's
ahead.
an alcoholic
Cool.
joke.
No, they're drunks.
So what's interesting is that I kind of had the opposite experience as you, Vlad, because I had, as a child, a good experience traveling. Because when I was 3 years old, um, we went to Taiwan, and my dad worked for the government, and so we were taken care of. And so, I mean, it's not like, the best story or whatever, and I can't control what my parents did. But it's interesting because I had a good experience traveling, and so now I love traveling. And now I see traveling and wanting to go visit all these beautiful places on earth as a wonderful opportunity. And because, we can't go to all these places without a passport, without papers, or without security and all this bullshit, uh, it just really makes me confused, honestly. And so I guess I am grateful for the experience I had as a child because we were able to travel and we were taken care of. But I also do realize that other people had like a total 180 experience from me, because I've been able to talk to people like you online, or I've traveled and been able to talk to people and, like been versatile in just in life, really. And what's weird is that with all this traveling and everything, is that it's almost like I intrinsically knew that the earth was flat. Not like, flat as a pancake, but no measurable curvature, you know? Because
Well,
as a
okay,
child,
hold
I
on
don't
right there really quick. Hold on right there really
go
quick.
go ahead.
Right, that experience, right? That whole looking out. I remember that so vividly. I was 5 years, and that's the only time that I was on a plane, right? And I looked out, and I remember thinking to myself, "What the fuck is that?" Like because at that moment, nobody ever taught me it was a globe or not, right? So when my parents were from the Soviet Union, right, and the bringing up in the Soviet Union was completely different, right? Like my mom, like they were like she was a religious person. She read the Bible, and we're talking about the Orthodox Bible, and it was like in the good old Russian style, which is like some serious like literature, right? And she's my mom's a very religious person, like crazy religious, right? So but she was a Glober. My mom was a Glober up until fucking recent when I explained to her how it's flat, right? So even then, I'm looking out that window, that little when at the plane, and I didn't know it was a globe. Nobody told me it was a globe. I know nothing about what the shape of the world is, right? I'm like, what the hell? And I remember thinking to myself, this thing just keeps going and going and going and going. And when you're young, you have amazing eyes, right? I used to never wear glasses when I was younger. My eyes were crazy good, and I could just see that horizon perfectly flat. Like I'd even make sure. I remember I'd press my face up against the glass to make sure, because I knew the glass was distorting. Even at that age, I was a very smart kid. I knew that the glass was distorting the image, kind of, sort of. So I really pressed my face up against the glass to make sure it was that's I'm seeing a fucking flat line, and it was. I was like, "What the hell?" I remember thinking, I just didn't realize that didn't even click. Nothing clicked in, and after that moment, I forgot about that. Up until the whole flat Earth experience started happening like 7 years ago or some shit. Then it clicked. I'm like, "Yeah, it's fucking nuts." Yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, no need to apologize. No, I completely agree. I mean, we were on freaking 13-hour flights, and we were able to just like run up and down the aisles and they wouldn't have an issue, like a 4-year-old can't stay in a seat for 13 hours. Like nobody expects a 4-year-old to do that, you know what I mean? And I never once felt the constant tilt of what needed to be the curve. You know what I mean? It was straight. I mean, we never, other than turbulence, everything was straight. You know what I mean? And if you've ever been in a plane, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like you can feel every little up, down, left, right in a plane.
Yeah, it gets shaky
And I mean,
sometimes. It gets
13
crazy shaky.
hours is a long time.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What did you say?
But I said, yeah, it gets shaky in a plane, like, and it's the crazy, scary type of shaky sometimes, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
What I
Vlad,
find really interesting about this is that I where is never mind. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking this. I've been watching this TV show where there's like some Masonic influence or whatever, like airplane
They put a
flight.
spell on you.
Yeah, it's like why is this even a thing? It's like boom, this. Like they said, this flight is going to go this way, and here's this, and here, why is this even a thing? And yeah, I've been watching this television show that has a lot to do with airplane flights, and that's really strange that this actually came
Predictive
along.
programming, bro. That they're trying to predict
No,
program people.
yeah, I'm quite sure of that. So it's on you because I didn't bring it up. You motherfuckers brought this shit up. I'm just listening to you guys talk about this, and I was like, I might as well go back to watching my freaking TV show that I was watching because it's weird because they all have like these weird ass freaking strange things that happen when they follow these flight paths and shit. It's weird, man.
They trying to secretly tell you that it's flat, bro?
It's obviously flat. I mean that's
Are you
what
sure?
we're here for. Yeah. Earth is a level stationary plane. Yeah, I'm quite sure of that.
I'm double checking. Maybe
But
even
it's
triple
just
checking.
weird that
Yeah.
it's like I'm just listening to you guys and you're talking about flights and
Let's just talking
this.
about experience when we
It's
were
just
kids, bro. That's all we're talking about. Like the plane thing was just a
I know
thing.
that's
Yeah.
it's just like for me it's kind of weird. It's like why is this coming up? Because planes just I mean it's like here's the scenario. I mean, people are like giving details about what they experienced during flight. Here, which I mean, I just got done watching, and I have been watching this show for several a couple of weeks now, and it's a pretty decent show, and it has to do with these airplane flights and anomalies and shit. So that's the reason I'm asking.
Very informative. Thank you.
I
Sure,
wanted to
it's
ask,
called Manifest. I mean, the show I've been watching is called Manifest. If you're curious, by the way.
that's cool. I wanted to ask the panel, since Vlad thinks that you can have both, I disagree. I don't think that you can have destiny, predetermined destiny, and I can't even.
Simultaneously, I think.
Simultaneously.
I love it. I love you. I love you.
Simultaneously. Yeah.
Simultaneously
Yes.
have
You
pure
got it.
free will. So the question is to the panel, which is it? Because if everything is destined, then if Vlad decides to go to this kitchen and get a snack, he is not choosing to get a snack. It is already determined he's going to get a snack.
Yes, but in my
Or
mind I chose.
it's
No,
all
but at the
free
same time I
will.
chose to do it. No, but here's you gotta understand that at the same time I chose to do it, but it was predetermined I was gonna do it anyways.
Then you don't have free will. No, it's
No,
either
you
one or the
do.
other. You
You
can't have
do.
both.
That doesn't mean he doesn't have free will.
You do have free will.
It
How
just
do you
means
have
it was
free will?
predetermined that he had free will.
Yeah.
Well, he can choose to starve himself or not, right?
Well, he can't choose.
Let me give
He's
it
not
to you
actually
how-
choosing.
Let me give it to you how I was told it might work, okay, from a really religious guy that I kind of respected for quite a while and still do. So anyway, his idea was like, it is predetermined in a way, but it's not, because the creator can see the beginning from the end. But it's like those books when you're in like junior high. I don't remember if you remember the books where it had, you got through the first chapter and then it asked you to make a choice at the end, and you could choose pathway 1 or 2, and it would tell you to go which
That's
page
choose your own
to go
adventure,
to.
right? They call them
So
choose your own
yeah, and
adventure.
you would
right?
still have choice in everything. And depending on what path you chose, that's your ending. So there would be multiple endings that you could have, but it was known, all those endings were known, but you were still allowed to make the choice. I don't know. That was just the way it was described to me, that you could have both at the same time.
Well, and I'm sure the creator somehow, even though we can't understand how he could know each choice,
That's
he can.
fractaling timelines. That's what that is. Like if your timelines are correct,
Wait, hold on. I
only he can
disagree.
do it.
The ending.
Don't you think the creator can know that you're
he
going to
can.
choose one path or the other?
He knows
Yes, he is.
everything.
He is.
Yeah, of course. I mean, come on.
But but this is the thing. It's like, if you, in that scenario, you're picking the ending to the story. So the ending is not actually predetermined because you get to choose your ending.
No, but God already knows. Remember what I keep saying. God
I'm not
knows.
saying God. I'm not talking about God. I'm saying you as the individual
Right
now.
but he gave you the free will to do
are
it,
you
but
gonna
he
be a
already
millionaire?
knows.
Vlad, are you going to be a millionaire?
Well, I know I'm
going to
be 100%.
Yeah, I'm
No doubt
gonna
in my
defend
mind.
the hey, check this out, Vlad. Whether or not you choose whatever right path or wrong path that God had predestined for you, it's still going to work out the same way. So you're,
not necessarily.
It could or could not, because there's going to be more paths to choose in the future. So anyway,
I mean, it's a little bit like it's very hard because you got to understand, like, you're going into a space
I'm
where
curious. I'm curious about what she wanted.
what I'm saying is like nobody knows. I'm saying that's what I'm saying. This type of thought experiment is hard to. You don't have an answer for this, right? But
yeah,
like if
that's
you
kind of what I'm getting
because
at.
I don't think destiny is predetermined.
What comes first, the chicken or the egg type of situation here? You know what I mean? But you got to understand that both are there. You know what I mean?
No, they can't actually. No, but they actually can't be both there. That's what I'm trying to show you. Is my future? It cannot be set in stone.
They are.
If
how do you
I
say
have free will.
Okay,
Vlad, let her finish her statement.
I'm letting her finish. Does
No,
God
you're
know?
not. No, you're not.
You're interrupting. I'm having a conversation. You're interrupting.
I'm interrupting you because you're interrupting.
No, she's fine. She would tell me if I was interrupting, bro. Relax.
All right.
It's okay, Helio. Thank you, though.
Yeah, you can do it herself, man. What's wrong with you, bro?
Because you're an asshole.
Listen, what I'm saying is, God knows, and you can't eliminate that factor, right?
Not talking about God, though.
It's there, right? But that point is there because that is already determined. That's already there. You cannot remove that. If you don't know, you as a human, you're insignificant to God, right? I'm talking about the whole picture here. Your whole life path is already predetermined. You do have free will in there, right? But God already knows what you're gonna do. It's already done. Lay
I'm
down.
not talking about God though. I'm talking about me as the individual. I'm talking about
Yeah, but you'll
me as
never
the
know.
individual.
But you'll never
No.
know.
Yeah,
Well, you're saying one way. You're saying one. So me as the individual, do I get to actually have a choice in my future, or is my future already going to happen no matter what I choose?
Exactly.
There
Well, what do
are
you practice
two
every
I,
day?
let me say this, and I'll shut up.
For example,
I
that's a
call
good.
I call all of the past a mystery, and you can choose either. You know, it could be 1, 2, 3. Boom, all of them are mysteries.
Well, that determines on what you practice every day, doesn't it?
But okay, listen, irrelevant. You can still get hit by a fucking car. For example, you get outside, you still do your daily routine. No matter what you do, you still do the same thing, and you're the safest person in life. Boom, you're dead because a car hits you. That's predetermined. You have no choice.
But maybe if you chose to wake up 5 minutes later, you wouldn't have been hit by the car.
But it doesn't matter. That path was predetermined. You still got hit by the fucking car. Though.
How do you know though? Because I think that
Well, who knows? Well, that's what God knows. That's the thing. That's your answer.
I'm not
God
talking
knows.
about God. Why are we
The answer
talking
to
about
the
God?
question is
That's the answer to this whole problem.
the answer to the question is whether you're in Christ or not, because in Christ is the choice, and the choice of Christ, that's the only choice that matters. All the other choices are these choices, but the real
No,
choice
we're not
is
going
whether
down
you're
this
in
Christ
Christ
rabbit hole right
or
now.
not
This
in,
has nothing to
not in
do with
Christ.
what I'm talking about. This has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
You know,
It's
I
called
mean,
knowledge.
you know what's
The subject
No,
of
no, no, no.
curious. I mean, we're not going to
You
do it,
guys,
but
you guys,
study that subject of
can
yeah.
can someone even question anything like this that doesn't have free will or free choice? I mean, can we verify that? I mean, let's take it back to the scientific method, right? I mean, that's why we're here, right? The scientific method. Can we verify
It's the free will of
any
being
of
put
this?
into Christ.
Well,
That's
check
the free
this
will
out,
of
man.
being
To be honest, hold
If you
on.
bring up
free will.
Christ Trinity, I'm gonna mute your ass because
Hey,
this has
check this
nothing.
out.
I have no
Yeah,
problem
we're
with
not.
Christ, but this is not the time.
Check this out,
Christ.
man. Let's talk about. Hey, I have.
It's for horses, Helio. Come on, man.
I was.
Sorry.
I
Go ahead.
was. No, I was. I was about to say there's a scenario. Say you and a friend are in a car, and right before the car had an accident, you know, just like in the movies, just like a slow mo thing, and I think you're talking more about time dilation. I don't know. Maybe you're not. Like a situation.
You guys are both wrong.
Okay, so what are we wrong?
I'm
about?
wrong.
Yeah, there's like a fate, like a destiny, right? And then there's free will choice. So they both exist. You're choosing free will. You're making your choice, and that becomes the destiny.
Well,
So
shit,
they're
I
intertwined.
already know you're wrong about that. So
Predestined.
anyway,
Predestined is like
I can throw that shit out the window. Right?
It's not that it's predestined; it just will happen in the future.
Yeah,
So it's a
well,
different.
but according to Vlad, though, everything is already tiered up. So, like, if somebody's born and the mom says, "Oh, he's destined to be an Olympic athlete," it's written in stone. Then at that point, if you're going to make that argument that your future is written in stone, you're destined for something, then your free will doesn't actually have an impact because you have no control over the matter. I personally am on the stance of everything is free will, nothing is set in stone. So if the Olympic athlete
if it's
decided
destined for me to burn in
judge,
hell, am I going to be burning in hell then?
if you're destined to burn in hell, are you going to burn in hell?
Well,
No, because you have free will. You don't have to end up in hell.
Agreed.
Hold
Agreed
on.
with that. Absolutely. Absolutely.
How do I have free will?
Someone
if you're
destined
saying it's
to be a
predestined for me to
skier.
burn in hell.
Hold
Okay,
on.
Helio, you're rumpusing the conversation, dude.
I know because someone's saying that.
Yeah, but let's all talk at once. I'll be quiet. You be quiet. Let the other guy talk.
Hurry up and do it because this is retarded. That's a retarded argument. Anyway, go ahead.
She,
who's
I
talking?
mean, if I'm destined to burn in hell, and I know that I'm gonna be burning in hell because the devil told me I was gonna burn in hell, and how am I gonna change that destiny?
Did the devil tell you were going to burn in hell?
No, the devil told me I was burning in hell.
Who?
Well,
when?
then,
Holy
well, then,
shit! The devil never told me anything like that. Go
well,
ahead.
there's two options, Enoch. It's either that you're destined to burn in hell and there's nothing you can do, or option two, nothing is destined. You have free will. And that's my stance. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with Mrs. Musk here.
Just
So because
who's the
I'm
devil?
destined to
That we're
burn in
taught
hell,
he's the
that's
father
gonna
of
be
all
my that's
lies.
what's gonna
First
happen
of
when I
all,
die.
Well,
Are you a Calvinist? Or is this what you're getting at?
No, I'm just questioning, like, so you're saying that whatever I'm here to do on earth is not gonna count or help me, like, to help turn people towards God?
what?
if
And
people
I'm
think
just
that free
predestined to
will
burn in
doesn't
hell.
exist.
I'm just destined to burn in hell because the devil told me I was burning in hell, but now I'm back on earth
Are you?
to tell
Why,
everybody
if
about it.
that's true, why would you listen to the devil? I mean, everybody else on the earth is saying, "Hey, don't listen to the devil."
Enoch, do you have free
That's not what
will?
I'm saying.
Enoch, do
I'm
you have
not
free
listening
will?
to the devil. What I'm saying is that I'm like fighting against the devil because I know he's telling me that I came from hell. I know I came from hell because I had killed myself. I committed suicide. My choices in my life put me in hell. And now that I'm like I realize this and I'm on earth and I'm like, okay, now how do I share with you guys that Jesus was my Lord is my Lord and Savior, and I'm still here because I'm an angel of God, and I'm trying to let you guys know that heaven is real.
Enoch, do you have free will?
Is that a trick question? Because I have
No.
Tourette syndrome. What?
No. No. It's a real question. Do you have free will? Because
Yeah, it sounds like yes or no question. Yes or no.
yeah, sorry, that was not meant to be offensive.
Of course, we have free will. We have
Okay,
we have
perfect.
free will
Thank you.
to
Then
make
you're
choices
not
in our
destined
lives,
to go
right?
to hell. Then you're not destined to go to hell. You have control. So I think personally what the creator thinks, like for example, you're at the roulette table and the dice or the ball can go in any number, right? There's an infinite amount of choices. The
Well,
creator knows all
you're
the
gambling,
choices.
right?
I'm just giving an analogy. Or even
Yeah,
rolling
just let her
I
go with
understand.
it. Yeah, let her go with it.
or rolling the dice, right? You can have 3 dice in your hand. You can roll the dice. There's 1,000 different possibilities. The creator knows every possible outcome. However, in that moment, though, it is the dice's free will to decide what numbers to be. So that's how I feel
God
we are
the
here.
outcome's gonna be though. Doesn't matter how you roll it. He will, before even those dice fall and land, he will call it, and it's gonna be exactly what that is. That's what God is.
I'm not talking, I'm just
But
telling
that's what
you
I'm
as the
saying. You
individual,
were talking
though.
about God just now. So hey, what would you say? You said you were talking about God, no?
Well, I was
You
trying to
brought it
say
to
that
God.
God is going to know. God is going to know everything. But you as
Yeah.
the individual, you are not
But who's
going to have a certain future if you don't work for it. You're not going to be you're not going to be fit.
No. There's some people that work all their life really, 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 really hard, and they want to be super, super successful. They end up being bums on the street. And there's some people that did nothing all their life in the lazy fat slobs, and all of a sudden they have billions and millions of dollars, and just because they were born into something like that, you know what I mean? This type of stuff.
So nobody has
exists.
control. So I don't have control if I gain weight or not.
Well, technically, yes and no.
No, it's one or the other. It's like talking to a Glover right now, bro. It's either yes or no.
because you can try and it's because you can try and gain weight. Like for me, example, I'm a person that always tries and gains weight. Right? Like I eat crazy amounts of food, and I'm getting I try and get. I cannot for the life of me gain any fucking weight. Like you don't understand. My metabolism is to levels of but then again, I'm 6'5", and I'm the thing is being 6'5" at 186-pound average. That's like I'm averaging all my life
Okay,
at 186
I gave a
pounds.
wrong example then.
I cannot for the life of me. And I'm
You
talking about
guys,
I
that's
eat
both
fucking
wrong.
I'm trying to fucking like cram all kinds of shit. You know what I mean? But then I realized okay there's some weight that you shouldn't gain, and it's like the fat carb. You shouldn't gain that kind of weight. So I kind of
You guys
started.
are both wrong.
Yeah, dude,
You know what I
maybe
mean?
you're cramming the wrong shit in your
No,
mouth.
it doesn't matter. Like I mean, all my life, no, I'm eat
Sorry.
most of my life is beef. Most of my life I eat beef. That's all I do.
Okay, what do you want to say, Godric? What do you want to say?
That will
Okay,
change.
so we have free will, right? So we can make choices, but our free will is limited to our capacities. For example, if we have proclivity to gamble or do drugs when we shouldn't, then we can't we're weak, so we can't control ourselves. So our free will is limited in that case. If you have free will,
You're getting
let's say
complicated. You're into semantics
I go
here,
around the
bro. You're just
corner
getting
and
it's like
I
nitpicky.
scare you, you're just gonna get scared. You can't choose not to.
That's
Like
what it's like.
if there's an old lady who falls on your feet at a restaurant and says, "Help me, help me up," you can't not help her up because you're compelled morally to help an old lady up, unless you were like it's just sadistic something. You're compelled to do it. You have no free will because you're compelled to do it.
Well,
So
there's
you
one
have
thing
free will to a
you want to think
point.
about, right? There's something that's called karma, and then everything also you're talking about as well, like as far as gambling, like you're talking about things that were done in history, like playing cards. Those were tarot cards, dice rolling. Those were the origin of dice. The history of where those came from were with knuckle bones and made out of like stones and with
Maybe drugs are a
engravings.
better example
Hey,
because you're like
no. Karma by definition cannot affect you in your specific lifetime.
So you're saying like when we go gambling and go to those like those things, casinos, you don't think like those are messing with what we just put colors and numbers in there and make it look beautiful?
Karma is like the case against you when you go to your judgment.
let's use like
I'm
drug
just
addiction.
saying, like those are just things that's messing with spirits, bro.
Look, if you're a crack addict,
I just
Like if
and
you can disagree with me or yes or no, but like you can look
I've
at
been to
the
it.
history. You look at the history of where it comes from, because if you look at the history, like it's no lie of where it comes from. You can paint the colors in a casino and make it look like whatever, pretty colors, but in the behind, like the history of it, if you knew the origin of where it came from, like soccer, right? Like where did the origin of soccer come from?
Football.
Exactly, right. Cutting off the heads of their enemies and kicking it around,
where
right?
is this coming from?
I'm just saying the origin of these games that are being played.
Okay, here's my point.
Hey,
Like
can I interrupt?
if you're a crack addict, right, and you're trying to
Hank,
get
Well,
away,
I'm
interrupt.
okay.
Yeah,
and
please
I
do.
hand you crack, you're 99.999%. You're not going to be able to,
You have free will though. That 1%,
but
that
you can't control
0.001%
yourself though.
chance
But you
is
can't
your free will.
overcome it. You
Free
have free
Well,
will,
what
but
will.
about
you
drug
have
addicts? People can
you're
come
weak.
over. People can overcome drug addictions. It's a choice,
Yeah.
though. It's honestly, it's a choice. That's why you have free will. It's that
There's a
0.0001%
physical
chance.
Yeah,
aspect to it.
100% agree with you. Absolutely.
Absolutely correct. I agree.
And that's why I think we're 100% free will, and that's why Satan, to tie into Enoch, you're right, Enoch, our whole world is a satanic circus. And that is because the devil knows that we actually do have complete control over our future. If we didn't, then none of this would be going on. If we were destined to go to heaven or destined to go to hell, none of this circus would be going on because it wouldn't matter.
Yeah.
But it does.
100%. Can I just like absolutely support what you just said? And when I was on my truth seeking, like 100% dedicated to just learning the truth, I was with this woman and she was doing weird like emotional release, and I don't
Reiki.
agree with that right now, but at the time, it was like that, yes.
It had to
At the
deal
time
with your
it did
it had
help
to deal
me,
with energy
and
work, right?
it did, absolutely. It was on what I saw. She took me to what was literally a globe as a yo-yo, and this just evil character as, you know, Shaitan, whatever you want to call him, and it was yo-yoing, you know, playing the globe as a toy, and this figure was in control, absolutely, of this ideology of the globe, of this yo-yo. It was crazy, you guys. It was super crazy. And at that point, I just like snapped out of this weird dream state I was in, and ever since then, I mean, when you see something like that, you cannot turn back and just be like, "Oh, that was like some weird, you know, dream I had." No, I was fully aware, I was fully cognizant, and at that point, you're just like, "Okay, well, what else is the truth?" You know what I mean? And at that point, what is free will? What is free choice? As it says in the Bible, free will is the love of the Father, because the Father loved us so much that he created life from this earth. He created beings to want to choose either between an adversary or choose between death and life. I mean, that's my, you know, I mean, you want to live for a really long time and be with a magnificent being that is like so brilliant that you can't even conceive what it's like. You know, like look at the sun. You can't even look at the sun when it's at its full brilliance. Like, look at the sun and then try to conceive what the Father is like.
What
And
when you
it's like 1 billion times that.
when you were
Okay, go
talking
ahead.
about
I'm
the
done.
yo-yo,
Thank you.
when you were talking about the yo-yo, like the origin of the yo-yo too, like when you go look, when you think about it, the queen. I think back. Wait, hold on. I think I was looking at the wrong one, but it was a woman that was using it, and she would use it to kill. Oh my goodness, man! I don't know.
So yeah,
That's crazy though.
It was used as an assassin weapon.
What was?
The yo-yo.
Oh yeah, you get some really good spins on. Oh yeah. Plus you could choke people. Mm-hmm. I can see that.
Man, those yo-yos are
Precisely.
So I wanted to say something about the whole karma thing. Karma is basically, you know, the old saying that you reap what you sow. Like if you plant corn, you're gonna get corn, right?
So shall
And
you reap.
yeah. So it's loosely veiled cause and effect, right? So the problem is that we can't perceive all the impossible cause and effect relationships that ripple outside of our ability to perceive. And we might think, okay, I'm doing good, I'm doing good, I'm doing good. Man, why did my car just break down? I gotta tell you something. You doing good? You gonna get tested, right? So it doesn't matter how many good karma that you put out there. You plant some good seeds. That's the very time that you're doing the right thing that you're gonna get the most flack. So the whole karma thing that said, well, this person been doing good their whole life. He dedicated his life. You know, he's a Mother Teresa or whatever, right? Well, he still had some hard times, right? Because it's not fair for everyone. And because it's not fair for everyone, that's what makes it fair. But the important thing is that the whole cause and effect relationship, yes, you do have freedom of choice, but you don't know how them choices are going to come back around and boomerang you in the back of the head, and you didn't see it coming. So,
And what you're saying is because we don't know, that's why we make up bullshit like past lives?
I wasn't making up any past life stuff.
No, I'm saying, is that what you're saying? Like, because we don't
No,
actually
what I'm saying
understand.
is it's more. I thought about it at first like black and white, and then I thought about it like it's more nuanced than that, because you have freedom of choice, but you don't have freedom from consequence. So because of that, that limits your choice, right? Because you can't foresee all the consequences that are going to come out of your choices. So you have the right to choose, the freedom of choice, but you don't have freedom from the consequence. That's all I can say.
True. That's true. No. Like anybody at any time could decide to go kill somebody. But you're not free. But once you make that choice, you don't get to decide if you go to jail or not. But you have the free will to make that choice. Now, nobody hopefully will ever do that. But my point I was trying to make is just you're not I don't think anything is actually guaranteed or destined.
You've got
Yes,
the free
it
will to
is.
make whatever choices you want, but you're not exempt from God's laws.
Yeah, yeah. You have accountability. So if your life sucks, unfortunately, you have to take accountability for that. It's not because you were destined to have a shitty life, you know. And that's what I feel like the media is trying to push now with a lot of people. I feel like they try to say like that certain people are destined to be oppressed, or certain people are just destined to not have as much opportunity or whatever. And that is so deceitful, because then everyone has free will, even if you're not given the same running start.
I'm talking more like, let's say, for example, this would be a better example. Let's say you meet the love of your life, right? Would you think that would be random, or would be that destiny?
Well, it's again free will
I
though,
got you
because you
there.
might not. What if I'm dating somebody else when I meet the love of my life?
No, but you still
Yeah,
meet that person.
good question.
But doesn't matter whether you're dating or not. Trust me, women cheat all the fucking time. It's not a big fucking deal. Women will do what they got to do.
Well, I don't know what kind of woman you're hanging out with, Vlad. If
Listen,
Yeah,
love of my
yeah.
life,
what are
I'm
you
not
talking
cheating
about?
on his
You can
ass.
defend women all you
Okay.
want, man. I know what women do. Yeah, listen, I grew up with women. Trust me, I know what women do. Oh my
Try-
No,
god,
try
but
you
the
to-
don't have
question,
to lie to
no,
me.
the real question is, what do you describe as your actual, true love, your soul partner? I mean,
Yeah,
at that point in
I
your life, maybe
know
they
what that
are.
is.
5 years down the road, maybe they aren't. You
See,
know
that's
what I
the thing.
mean?
I don't know what that is, because I never felt it, right? I met plenty of people. I've been with a lot of women, and trust me, I never felt what I gotta feel. You know what I mean? That's why all the women I've ever been with, I would never consider them my girlfriends, even. You know what I mean? And even my baby mama, I
Uh,
never really considered her my girlfriend. You know, that's the crazy part about me. You know what I mean?
are you saying you're a man whore?
No,
I'm just joking.
no, but I just no, but no, I have.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'm in my
Go
I'm
ahead.
in
Go
my
ahead.
fucking early 20s here. I'm like my mid 30s almost, I think. You know what I mean? So I've been
Oh
with
my gosh.
plenty
Well,
of
you know
women.
what? You're gonna stay single forever, Vlad, if
Man,
you
trust me,
don't.
and me, women love me. I don't know what it is about
You're
me.
the
They
one
just
who's
throw
like, I
themselves
just
at me.
kind love of
I'm
my
about to.
life. I
If I
can't
tell a
find
male
my
friend too,
girlfriend.
I can only tell you stories that these girls go crazy. I mean, they cry in front of me saying, "What I love you." I'm like,
Only
"Oh
a
my
man
god."
whore in the same
I think
sentence
you're
is
really
gonna
full
say
of
he's all
yourself right
alone
now,
and has
bro.
I'm not really full of my
so many
Betty.
bitches at the same time.
I talk like trust me. People
Yeah.
know me here. They know me and they've seen me. I love. I'll give you my Instagram. You want to look at me? Trust me. I'm not an ugly dude. And on top of that, I'm 6'5" and I'm fit. Like it's just the natural women like me. You
It's
know
one
what I
of
mean?
those guys.
Women love tall guys. They just can't stop staring at me. Trust. I don't know
Shut
what
the
it is.
server down, guys. Vlad is
Shut it down.
6'5".
6'5", that's it. You know. Yeah, hey,
Shut the
hey,
server down.
6'5"
You
and
gotta
a
go
half.
home.
You know, I'm not even six. I'm a little
Oh,
bit higher. I
fuck.
just have to cut that half off because I don't need it. You know what I mean? It's
I think I
okay.
have
Oh
kids.
my
It is
god,
I
we
what
got
it
a
didn't
is.
know when I was
6'5"
eating my
guy in the
donut.
building.
But you gotta understand that, right? It's the top
I
one
knew she was gonna
percent.
find that
No, but
funny.
it's the top 1% of males. You know that there's a big difference. Like there's generic normal type of like living of how dudes live, right? And then there's like being a person like me. You know what I mean? I'm not like some celebrity or some shit. It's just having like being tall and big, men around you right away like they don't even look you straight in your face. Like they have a fear or some shit to even look into your eyes. You know, they look away. Especially let's say if I'm walking down the street, like downtown, especially downtown, this happens to me, and there's a guy and a girl together, that it becomes extremely fucking awkward because the dude starts acting all fucking weird, like it's either they try to overdo it, like they try to show off or some shit, or they start quivering and they try to like kind of avoid me. You know what I mean? And the girl starts being fucking weird at that point, and she's trying to look the other way, completely trying to pretend that I don't even fucking exist. That's the
Vladimir.
kind of situations that happen. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. What's up?
Vladimir.
Yeah,
Vladimir.
yeah. What's
Bro,
up?
I'm
Do
a
you have a
midget
beard?
compared to you.
Do you have facial hair?
Well, now I do because I haven't shaven for a while. But no, most of the time I'm clean cut. Like usually
Interesting.
usually I'm like short hair, really short hair. Now I have long hair. Like all of this lockdown time, I didn't fucking shave, cut my hair. I didn't gotta go nowhere. I'm just fucking chilling. I have really long hair now.
Interesting. Okay, so do more women look at you now, or did they look at you more when you had short hair? Can you
You
tell
know
a
what?
difference or no?
It's a preference of the woman essentially because all women have different preferences, right? Some girls would look at me when I'm like
True.
clean cut and I'm looking proper. There's a certain type of girl that looks at me, right? And when I'm all scruffy and shit, there's another type of girl that just can't help herself. You know what I mean?
Riveting flat Earth talk here,
Can't help
guys.
herself.
Bro, I eat donuts and
Hey,
Wow.
oh
this helps
man.
me
I'm just
listen, build your
teasing you,
confidence. I
bro.
don't know, man. I talk like this in real life, like in front of people. Like people love when I talk like that. I don't know what it is. It's crazy. It's the confidence. It is what it is. It's true. I
Bro,
can't.
I'm about to
It's
shit myself.
true though. I can't. Well, you guys are laughing, but it's so fucking true.
Send me your Instagram, bro. I want to see. Let
Great.
me take a
Yeah,
look at you, bro.
Oh
it's
shit.
Ruski underscore Witcher. RUSKI_.
Send it to me in
I,
personal message, man.
dude, I spam it on live stream all the time, bro. Here, I'll give it to you on live stream. Give me a sec. Let me type it
He
out.
does. He does.
I know.
He's a gamer.
I love myself, bro.
Wait, how
Instagram.
do you spell it? Okay, I'm gonna look it up. How do you spell it?
Ruski
I
Witcher.
love myself.
I know. We have the most humble man in the building. Okay,
Right.
spell it.
Hold on. I think I'll give you the link. Hold on. There you go.
Okay.
There I am. Control C.
You gonna flex this hard, man? You
But
know,
I always do.
you
But
know,
the thing
in
is,
my
I
day,
do.
I've been hanging
I'm
out with some fucking
doing that.
NBA,
I should have been.
NFL,
If my parents were smart, if my
NHL,
parents were smart, I should have been.
actors,
I'm a point guard in the
rappers,
NBA. I
bruh.
played basketball all my life. All my
Um.
life. I grew up in a hood. I literally all my friends were black when and literally my whole from 12 years old Up until it was college and we all broke up, I was in the park around the blocks and we were playing basketball all my life. All my life. It was crazy. I should have been in the NBA. I'm really good.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, no, it's because I grew up in Montreal.
All
Said every
my
dude ever.
life,
They didn't scout
I've been
Montreal first of all.
dreaming
They don't scout Montreal number one. But Montreal, they don't scout. That's one thing. Montreal, nobody goes to Montreal to scout for NBA players because it's all hockey. It's hockey town, right? And number two,
Montreal sounds like Canada, dude. Nobody wants Canadian players. They're too nice.
no,
I'm
but
so
Sorry, that was a joke.
I'm a Russian.
That's a
That's
joke.
why
Sorry.
I play basketball good
Bro,
because
I'm trying hard not to laugh. Look, I'm sorry,
Come
man.
on.
Hey, you got a cute puppy though.
Oh, you like my dog, eh? That is a good
I
dog.
Dude, you
mean,
look
it's a
you look
wiener dog.
exactly like you sound, man. Exactly the
That's it.
same.
Thank you.
Dude, he looks exactly how he sounds.
That's right.
Exactly.
As
Woo-wee.
fuck. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Hey, listen, there's videos there. I have a commercial, right? That was when I was working for this mafia guy when we opened up a pizza joint. I made a commercial. I don't know.
How
I
tall
think
are
it's
you?
it's there's a it's a black square. I think it's me tossing pizzas and shit. I'm like a master chef pizza guy. Like then there's like this robot that I built when I did my engineering school. I did electrical engineering. There's a video of my robot I built. Like I don't know how else to explain it. I did so much shit in my life, you know. I'm an extremely talented dude, and I'm not. It's not bragging. It's because I had such a hard life, and
What?
the way it's like destined, and it's like I thank God all the fucking time for the gifts He gives me because it is I know other people don't have what I have. It is fucking insane. You know, you don't
Vlad,
understand what it is. What's
when
up?
did you work out the Earth wasn't a spinning ball, bro?
When did I figure out the Earth was flat?
Yeah,
That was like I was one of the first ones. It was a long time. It was like 7 years now.
yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
You would have been a 2014, bro.
Yeah, man, I was a flat earther. Like, no, man, and the thing is, the whole space cosmology that they were feeding us, I never kind of like bought it. You know what I mean? And when my sergeant friend, like he's a military guy, right? Like sergeant in the Canadian Armed Forces, fucking 20 something years, a big fucking pretty powerful dude, right? And he tells me it's flat. I'm like, you know, I kind of got stunned because me and him are smoking weed in his car. And we're just chilling. And he says it's flat, and I'm like, "What the fuck do you mean?" Because when you're a glober, right? When back in the day, you can't even picture what the fuck is flat. You know what I mean? It's just such a fucking brick wall you hit when somebody says it's flat. So I understand what that means when somebody like hits that wall. That's why it's when I tell people like I'm good with people when it comes to like unlocking their heads because I have a little step-by-step procedure because I understand I was there, you know what I mean? And I
So
figured out how to do it.
you break down space being fake first before you talk about the shape of the Earth.
No, I bring up the whole I bring up the math right away. The curvature rate. And this is the most simple fucking thing you can ever bring up. But the thing is the way I lay it down, I make sure that they go do the work. I don't say because the thing is, a lot of people would just sit here and just listen to whatever, blah blah blah, and a lot of shit will go past their ears. But when you force them to go like on Google, do this, do that, like do the math, and like force their brain to like make the connections right in front of you, that's
Let
when
them,
the shit hits them.
yeah,
You know
let
what I
them
mean?
feel like they're discovering it themselves with their own research. Because if they're just listening to you, they're not going to accept it.
Well, that's
Can I
it.
say something real quick
What's up?
about the whole destiny free will thing? Because I mean, but obviously, like everyone else, I've been thinking about that for a while. So the way I believe it is like this: you've got absolute free will. However, I think of it like a train track. You can make decisions while you're on a track, but where the track is going, because you cannot see it due to your decisions, it's unknown. So you can't control the destiny of the tracks because you can't fucking control that. But you can control your micro decisions between, like you got no control over your sleep. Like you can fight it for a couple days, but then you'll crash. You know what I mean? Like you have free will, but it is sort of limited and sort of not at the same time. Like, you know what I mean? Like the example Vlad brought up, all right, if you meet like the love of your life, and I'm not sure who replied, and like she said, what if you're dating someone else? that's on you. That's your mistake. You see, because you couldn't be lonely or alone or whatever. So you chose to date somebody else. So when you actually met your soulmate, you walked away. That's your fault.
You got it, man.
Yeah, because the train track took you there anyways, even with your wrong choices. But because like I suffer from this, right? You know what I mean? Like I don't want to just bring any girl into my bed. Just that's me. You know what I mean? I want my soulmate. Why? Because I know one day, due to karma, I'll meet her down the road while I have somebody else in bed. You know, and I don't want that for her either. So it's like, okay, you know, so it's this whole destiny thing is funky because I think regardless of your choices, some things will always appear no matter what. And like I see stuff in my dreams or whatnot, so I could kind of speak on that, but like I don't want to disclose that stuff right now. But you know, there's also weirdness to life, other aspects, you know. Anyways, I'm at
You get it.
I'm at the
You get
gym,
it.
so I'm not sure if am I coming through okay? Because I'm
No,
echoey. I'm sure I'm at the
you're
gym.
good. You get it very well. See, you
Cool.
get what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, 100%. Vlad.
Yeah, I kind of see it the same way, sort of, where it's almost like think
The
about
people
a
would. You guys
movie,
would. I know
how
you
it's
guys would. You guys would. I knew that for
Yes,
sure.
yeah,
You would.
for
I
sure.
guarantee both of you
then
guys. You guys,
the
yeah,
actors.
100%.
Can you guys hear me? Hello.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, you're
Kyle, I
coming
hear
in.
you.
Okay. So you got like your movie actors and whatnot. They have a script that they're doing for the movie. There's certain scenes that have to happen, right? But then they have improv, which is free will to like add in their own little touch to the scene, you know?
Yep. I'm with you.
And sometimes if you get too far off with your free will, you start getting repercussions from the director.
Yes, the director can always press the reset button, or you know, or toss a rock your way, or whatever it is, man. But it's funny. I like the reply because that's like the common reply. It's like, what if you're dating somebody else when you meet that person? That is 100% your fault. 100%. You made the wrong choice in the wrong person, male or female. That is your problem, not Destiny's issues. You see? That's your issue. You made the wrong choice. And when you're confronted with now you have to make change, you stuck with the old choice. You see? That happens all the time because I think with like partnership, for women, it's a lot harsher, this whole destiny thing. Because past 40, you know, like I want children. I don't have any children. I'm getting old. You know, I just hit 30. Because I want children, I cannot look for women that are around 40 because I want children, you see? So I have to look at, like, I have more time, so to speak, to find my soulmate, you know, quote unquote, right? But for women, you got to figure out before 40. You have to, actually before 30, you know? So it's another problem. And like I see a bunch of single women in their 50s, they still have boyfriends or whatnot. 100% they made the wrong choice. 100%. It's like, of course, because they're in their 50s, 60s or whatnot, and you know they're still doing this whole dating thing, like wrong choice after wrong choice after wrong choice after wrong choice, and at some point you were confronted with the right choice, you made the wrong choice again, and it's a tough thing to solve, I guess.
You know, what's interesting is that it kind of circles around to free will and free choice. I mean, it really does because I love my husband. I love my children. Okay, but my husband I serve the one I am. He's here on Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth. And guess what? I mean, we have normal issues and everything. But it's almost like we were predestined to be together to ultimately procreate, to create these children. It's really weird. It's super trippy, right?
Yeah,
Because
it is trippy.
yeah, Absolutely. I mean, ultimately, when it comes down to it, we have the basic beliefs, the core basic beliefs in, you know, the Heavenly Father, Messiah, such, etc. I'm not going to go over all of it, but when we had our children, they are our property. We do not have birth certificates. Okay, they don't have a social security number, and I think that's the beginning of helping other people around us realize that, you know what, we don't have to literally buy into the system, buy into everything that we have been taught to just have a free life. It goes so deep, and you guys know it. The inalienable rights of just being born, and I don't even know the implications that our children will have to deal with, but I sure as fuck am trying to help them, deal with reality on a base level. And it's hard, you guys. It's weird that we have this, intrinsic feeling to procreate, right? But when we procreate, it's not that we want to have these children pass our seed on so that, this government or etc. will continue. It's so that this new idea, this free idea, will continue. And honestly, it's actually really
I'm not sure who clipped out.
most people don't think. Shit. Am I roboting?
No, I think it's me. I think it's me.
Okay. I'm just not sure that, most people understand the implications of having children, having birth certificates and social security numbers, and just all of this shit. It's like, what are we gonna do? Fuck! You know what I mean?
You'll be all right. It's all good.
Yeah, maybe I'm projecting a little bit right now for my children, and I'm sure they'll be fine. I just like to hear all y'all's opinions, and anyway.
She
I
said,
can't
fuck.
say anything. Yeah, I can't say anything about your children. They're yours. Sorry if I'm breathing heavy. I'm just working out.
What you pressing, man?
What am I pressing? I'm actually doing back day. I'm doing pull-ups. I don't,
Oh,
I don't.
nice.
Yeah, I'm not pressing today.
How much do you weigh?
A little fat ass right now. 196. Which is a little heavy, but not too terrible, not too fat.
Shit, I feel fat.
You feel fat. Are you fat or you're not? It's really,
Oh, I'm 6 foot and I weigh 132.
Oh, you're skinny as fuck. That's crazy.
Bro, you need to eat.
Yeah.
You need to eat.
Dude. Yeah,
Yeah.
seriously.
Yeah. Eat,
I
man.
used to box. I was a boxing instructor. What?
Yeah, we know the story
I'm
already.
actually at fighting weight.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. This guy, he's a pretty cool kid. This guy, he's an Aquarius, all kinds of shit. Anyways, serious. How tall are
Oh,
you?
Aquarius. I like
Yeah,
Aquarius. Oh, dude, I'm short, man. I'm 5'8".
you're
Oh,
5'8".
I'm an Aquarius too.
Yeah.
February 8th.
No way. I
Look
like
at
fucking
this
Aquariuses. I
crazy,
like
crazy
Aquarius chicks.
Aquariuses.
You and dudes, chicks and dudes. I get along with Aquariuses pretty fucking good, I would
Well,
say.
what are you serious then?
Pisces.
Are you? Yeah, you
Pisces.
should. Yeah, because they're right next to you. That's why.
They are exactly.
Yeah, that's why.
You know what kind of chicks I don't fucking like, Vlad? And it's been like consistent in my life.
Virgos.
Consistent.
You hate Virgos.
No, Leos. Leos,
Leos.
bro.
Really?
Leo chicks. For some odd reason. I could nail Leos like right away. It's like, are you a Leo? Like, yes. It's like, aha.
Okay,
Yep.
so tell me, you hate Kai? Like, for example, Kai's the Leo. Do you hate Kai?
Who's
Kai's
Kai?
Kai. Kai in the sky. The girl that was here like a minute ago. She just left.
Oh no, well, I don't think we've. I don't
Mrs.
think I
Musk.
talked to her.
The girl, the Mrs. Musk. You don't know? You never talked to her?
Oh yeah, no, never, man. I've been gone for a bit, dude.
Okay. How about Jen? You know Jen? Jennifer?
Yeah, I know Jen. She's a Leo.
She's a Leo.
Okay.
Okay. How about Mary Mom? Mary Mom, she's a Leo.
Oh wow, interesting.
Yeah.
Cyrus, when is your
Interesting.
birthday?
Wow.
When is your birthday? I'm also Pisces. I'm 15 March.
No, February 26th.
Okay, so you're early Pisces. All right.
Earlier, yeah.
Yeah, I'm 15 March 1986.
Okay.
1986.
How about the Leos in person though?
You're the tiger. No way.
I never whatchamacallit, like in person, that's where I discovered like I get along beautifully as like friendship wise. However, relationship wise, no way. They're too they like, I call it, they like to drive. They like to drive. They like to find men that they can drive. And I don't mind being driven, but however, it's my will. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'll play along. Like, okay, you can take the steering wheel, and I'm letting you know that, hey, I'm giving you the fucking steering wheel. However, you think you can just take the steering wheel? No, it's not gonna happen. All day long. Fuck you. That's the. So we get along quite well as friends and best friends or whatnot. But relationship wise, no way in hell.
I married a Taurus. Oh my god, that's difficult.
Yeah.
Pisces Taurus, that's fine. That works. Hey, listen, dear man. Since you're the year of the Tiger Pisces, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you play music?
No, but I'm pretty sporty and I do enjoy music. I wish I was musical. I can play a little bit of guitar. That's about it.
So you can play the guitar a little bit at least.
Yeah.
Okay, good. No, it's just because I know this one guy. Well, he tried to become a rock star, but he's a failed rock star. But he played music pretty well. He was a lead singer in a band. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, and he was the year of the tiger. And I know a lot of Pisces people are very musical people. They like music for some fucking reason.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
know,
everybody,
right?
everybody
Dude.
I
They
mean,
love drugs.
everybody likes music, right? But Pisces get a little bit more technical with it, I think, man. Like I love music too. I get technical with it too. But like I got the music thing from like a Pisces guy, you know, so I was got really deep into it, like try to make it and shit, like from a Pisces dude. And then I met a lot of Pisces people that were music producers. Like, okay, that's interesting. A lot of Pisces.
That's
are
what they
music
say in
producers.
astrology books. They say they're musical, which I don't play any instruments. So I'm one of those oddball Pisces, by the way, where I am an introvert. But however, in public, you would never fucking think so. You would never think that I'm introverted in public. You'd be like, "What the fuck, dude?"
Yeah,
you know, I talk
that's
to
something
I talk to everybody.
I've realized
However, I don't want to.
Yeah, I used to be. I just wanted people around me, and the older I got, it's like more introverted I became, and I think that's starting to make sense. I used to be very extroverted, but no longer. People are starting to piss me off in the world. Yeah, dude.
Oh, okay, so you're going the other way around.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm a
people
water
are
baby,
trying to
though.
piss me off, man.
Yeah, it's really easy to get caught in that loop. You know, it happens when you're like, okay, like I'm gonna try, I'm gonna be social, and then like you do or say something odd, right? And then everybody kind of creeps out, and it like backfires on you, and you're like, well, I didn't want to fucking be social anyway. Watch me not be social a whole lot more because of that now, right? And
Dude,
you
it's
get
when
caught in
people let you
this
down.
loop. Go ahead, bro.
I was saying this when people let you down, and yeah, fuck it, it's just really it's bad. And previously, I was so extroverted, I didn't give a shit. It's like, okay, cool, no, next guy. And then yeah, it's just so bad now that I don't even want to be around people. Obviously, I'm around people, but it's I'd rather be home. There's no place like home.
Yeah, I feel you on that, man.
I think
However,
you
home
should.
is kind of like wasting my life. Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
I think you should find out what your weaknesses are and work on those and try to be more balanced and mature. Because I went through that not that long ago, feeling the same way you did, the apathy for my fellow mankind.
Balance is
No,
key. Yes,
I don't give a
balance
fuck
is very
anymore.
key.
Balance is key, right? And that's what I did, Hank. Like, I've been trying to, like make my weaknesses stronger, so to speak. And that was one of my weaknesses is being introverted, which I'm not socially awkward, but I am introverted for sure. Like, I don't like parties, but I don't go to them, but I can, and I'll be fine, but I don't like them.
I enjoy cookouts and things like that with my mates. I prefer it when
Hello?
they come to meet. Yo.
Yep. Small group of friends, very close. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I prefer that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the difference between like a party of like 10 and like a party of like 6. Yeah, that's a
where's the
party.
lighter?
Oh, and by the way, Vlad, your little Daxi. I went to go check your Instagram out. I started following you as well. I missed my little one. He passed away 2 years ago, but I got him tattooed on my arm. So your one's beautiful. Damn, is it a girl or a boy?
She's my baby girl, bro.
Uh huh.
I love her so much. You don't even know. She's sitting on my
Dude,
lap as we speak. Yeah.
oh man, I missed that so much. But I got my little one tattooed on my forearm, and then my main vein that goes through my arm goes through his heart to keep him alive.
Oh, shit, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't even want to think about that. She's 2 years old now, man. I don't even want to think about that stuff.
Yeah.
I love her so much. Like, I mean, I love this dog. Like, I know what love is. Got this dog. You know what I mean? I got this dog. I'm like, fuck, that is love.
Your
Oh,
mic
man.
was going all weird.
My mic was going what?
All weird. It was like.
My bad. But anyways, all I said is I love my dog a lot. Very much so.
Mhm.
Like, you don't even know.
Yeah,
Who's the other
beautiful.
Pisces? What's your name, man? Because I got my phone in my pocket.
Beer man.
Beer man.
Beer man. Okay, cool. Gotcha.
Yeah. Pisces
How many
are
pets?
cool as long as they don't drink, you know?
Man, it's been 10 years since last time I had a drink, man. It's
You learned your lessons. That's good.
yes. I've yes, 100%.
A
Like,
lot of Pisces don't. They continue drinking.
no, man, that was the one. I knew it like right away. Like that shit is gonna wreck my life. And
Oh yeah.
I owe it to a best friend of mine, man. I was hanging out with him, and I was sober, and we were just chilling on the beach, and he was only like 3 beers in, man. 3 beers in, and like the dude just started like becoming just straight up fucking retarded. And I was like, damn. I was like, oh my god, the same thing happens to me, doesn't it? And that's it. I just let it go. I was like, yeah, I don't, it's not for me, man.
Right. And
Because
you don't even know you're retarded. That's the thing about alcohol.
that's the problem, exactly.
You think everything is perfectly normal and stuff, but like people that are like
fucking
looking
retarded.
from the outside at you, yeah, you look like you're fucking retarded. It's a crazy thing.
It doesn't
Alcohol, right?
take much, man.
No.
And that was the crazy part. Like he was just, man, he was like 3 beers in, man. I was like, what the fuck? He's not even tipsy, and his intelligence like goes down. Like, okay, I always play chess with that guy, and he would beat me about, I would say, 7 games out of 10, maybe 6 games out of 10, right? So he's the better player. But yeah, let's go. Like 2 beers in, let's see. I'll smash him like 8 games out of 10. You know, so it was very clear. It's like, oh shit.
That's right.
Okay,
That's exactly what alcohol does to you, bro. It makes you stupid. It's crazy, and they don't even see it. That's the problem.
that's the problem, man.
Yeah.
But it's fun. I get it. I get it.
No, I get why you
I
do
get
it.
it.
No, I used to be an
Yeah.
alcoholic too. I get it, right? It's just
Yeah.
it's you try and help people that are alcohol because I've been there, right? And I try and pull them out, try and
Yeah.
help them out with the best I can. My methods are a little bit more brutal than most because it's like the blunt truth right to your
You have to
fucking
be.
face. You
You
know what I
have
mean?
to, I
And
think.
if you don't,
I don't
because
think you can sugarcoat that one.
you can't. You have to
Man.
fucking like smash them with the answers, But a lot of them try to because they know, like when they're listening, I know they know they're listening to me very carefully. And they try to, and they agree, but they still keep drinking. They're like, fuck it,
When
it
are you
doesn't matter.
considered an alcoholic?
Yeah.
Obviously, my name says a lot.
Pardon?
When are you considered an alcoholic? Because my name says a lot.
I think if you drink more than 3 times a week, I think is the official
No,
metric.
well, no. Let's say it depends on which, like in Canada, I think it's like if you have more than one glass, if you have more than one glass every 2 weeks, I think that's alcoholism.
What?
Yeah.
Well, that's crazy.
No, but no,
That's
because
crazy.
that's what it's considered out because you're consistently consuming alcohol. Alcohol isn't meant to be consumed like that. So because you guys don't understand, like as an alcoholic, I can tell you guys, alcohol is a poison. It's just they that's why it used to be forbidden, and that's why it was outlawed, right? But then for some reason they brought it back. It's the worst thing they do. It deteriorates like the society. It really fucks up. It's just like any like cocaine or other. Yeah,
Damn,
it's terrible.
Vlad.
Alcohol fucks everything up.
I never knew that I agree with your thoughts that much. Holy shit, dude. That's
Well, most people
I
do. I'm always on the
100%
right.
agree,
I'm
man.
always on the right side of things.
Subjective though, you know what I'm saying? Like I might agree with you. I do agree with you. Others won't. You know what I'm saying? Some people won't. But
Well,
you're right,
wasn't
man.
alcohol prohibition to eliminate people making their own fuel?
Stuff like yeah, but it doesn't
Yeah.
really matter. Alcohol still fucks up the society too. It's like you shouldn't be drinking that stuff. Use it as fuel, yeah. But it's like, are you gonna go to a gas station and
That's
fucking
fuel.
start drinking the fucking gasoline? Like, come on, man.
No,
Good one.
Ah, but if it's fuel, it's fuel. Yeah, I agree with you. It's fuel. Sure, use it as fuel. Don't fucking drink the shit.
no, but
And let me tell you,
if you still like corn mash and whatnot, you get corn alcohol, and you can
Yeah,
use that
ethanol.
to run.
Yeah,
You can
oh,
use
yeah.
that to run your vehicles.
I would love for that to happen because that's a very clean way of burning it. It's like
My
clean
grandparents
energy.
used to use their own fuel to run their tractors on the farm.
Nice.
And it's not that hard. All you need is a still, right? And you don't even
Yeah.
need corn specifically. Anything will do that has sugars, right? And then you just still
Yeah.
it.
Shitty sugar.
And then you still it. You can multiple stilling process, right? You make it concentrated hard, nice and potent. You can test it with a lighter, Put it on a spoon and light it and see if it lights. If it lights, boom, you got it. Or you can do it or there's meters you can check the proof. My dad used to do moonshining in the kitchen. I saw all that shit.
Those fucking Russians, man. They
Yeah, man.
love their booze,
I
man.
know how to make moonshine. Yeah, man. Not a problem.
Yeah.
Easy. It's a very easy process.
It's funny that you're Russian and you're not an alcoholic. That's crazy.
Well, no, I used to be. That's what I'm saying. I
Yeah.
used to drink heavy. No, like I used to drink like way beyond alcoholism. It was bad. It was bad.
Okay.
I could drink a bottle a day, no problem. Like a bottle of let's say vodka and shit. Easily polish a vodka bottle by
Damn,
myself. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why you know the
Anybody can
bad side
polish
of it.
a Mickey of vodka, Vlad.
Not a Mickey, like a 750, bro.
No, you just said a bottle. You didn't specify.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, a bottle usually is the standard you go for the bottle. You're
One of
not
those
going.
little
You're
vodka
not.
bottles you get when you go in a hotel.
1.4, you're not going for the fucking 1.14 there, bud. We don't want to get too plastered. But although this one New Year's Eve, let me tell you what. I literally, if I count all of the alcohol put together, I literally probably drank like 3 bottles of liquor that night. I couldn't get up for 2 days. I fucking
Damn, dude, you're
poisoned
fucked.
my dude. I literally no. Listen, this is what happened. I have such crazy tolerance to alcohol, and when I drink it, my personality, I have really strong personality, so it doesn't really change. People don't even can't tell whether I'm drunk or not, you know. And I drank and drove for like 7 years, and nobody ever caught me. It was crazy. Like I was that's some there's people like this out there that are alcoholics that it becomes regular to them, right? And
Yep.
so, but I don't do that now, and I don't promote this type of shit. Um, so I woke up. It's New Year's. My mom already has a bottle in the freezer for me. She knows it's New Year's Eve. We're right. We gotta have a fucking. That's my bottle. I grab it right away. I take it. And I start drinking it. That's like 12 noon. I wake up at noon. You know. By the time like it's like 1:30, I already like pretty much half of it's done easily. I already polished half of it for sure. And then my buddy came and then we polished off the rest, just me and him. And that's already 3/4 of a bottle I already drank by myself. And then me and him we drive to the liquor store again and he buys a bigger one. He buys the doubler. He buys the 1.14 liter one. Right? And this is just we're starting just as me and him. Wait till the other people get involved.
Fuck, man.
Right? So by like 6 p.m., me and him are already pretty fucking good because that bottle's already pretty much gone between me and him, right? And people start showing up at my house. It's my sister's friends and like my older sister, she has all kinds of fucking girls, right? So she brings a bunch of girls there. My friends come over, like I have guy and girlfriends, so my house is fucking full of people. And we're drinking shit. I'm just drinking whatever's fucking because everybody brought liquor at that point. But the party didn't stop there. It didn't party stop. By the time it was like after the 12 o'clock hit, blah blah blah. Hey, okay, everybody fucking went their separate ways, and everybody went somewhere else. And somebody took me to a house that was down the street. It was a buddy of mine, and there's a big, and this was like a Russian feast. We're talking about like a massive table, and it's just fucking food, all kinds of shit on the table. Just eat whatever you want, you know. And then there's liquor involved. But by that time, I probably already drank 2 bottles to myself already. And then now this is like we're continuing there, and I'm just getting shots, and it's continuing shots. Then if and I'm cool. I'm not even fucking like I'm hammered. I feel tipsy, but I'm like waving the peak. You guys know when you guys get hammered, like there's a point where you get too drunk where you're about to vomit, but then there's a point where you're like you everything is buzzing. Like you literally see fucking the whole fucking world's vibrating. It's
You're
nuts.
peaking.
And you're
Yeah,
peaking, right?
You're peaking. Yeah,
And
yeah.
the amount of drinking and just I'm waving that. I'm peaking. I continue that buzz like the whole fucking time. It was nuts, right? I managed to walk home, no problem. I get home, I fall asleep. Middle of the night, obviously, all fucking came out of me. I was just right next to my bed, just fucking, just raw. Like we're talking fucking. I just remembering this. It makes me nauseous remembering this. Is nuts. Woo! And I couldn't. I fully dehydrated myself. I couldn't move, and there was nobody in my house. And I was like, fuck.
Oh,
And
wow.
I was trying to scream out for anybody. Like, and I have dry throat, and I can't move. No, I literally like knock. It was nuts. I couldn't move. It was fucked. I poisoned myself. I know, and I'm like, fuck. Am I gonna die right now? It's fucking. I'm dehydrated. I can't even lift my muscles. I'm like, fuck. And I vomited everything. Like it was nuts. All the liquid out of me, just fucking pure dehydration. I'm lying there. I'm like, somebody water. I'm fucking trying to all my best, and I can't even fucking scream. Like, fuck. Finally, I think like, and I keep passing out. Like that's how I keep like fucking. I'm like I get nauseous again, and I'm like, okay, the only thing I can do is like I breathe and I focus, and I just pass out. I just fucking keep falling asleep. That's the one thing that keeps me kind of like feeling better. You get because you get nauseous as soon as you wake up and you get conscious again. You get really bad nausea, right? So you just fucking. I keep passing back out just to feel better. And then you wake up again and you vomit it out and then you pass out again. It's fucked up, but it was a bad one. And then finally, I'm on fucking like the next night, I scream. I'm like, I've already hear somebody in the living room, somebody on the TV. I'm like, somebody, please finally give some water. Finally, my little sister opens the fucking door. I'm like, give me some fucking water, please. She's like, holy shit. I just fucking passed out with fucking tons of water next to me. It's fucking disgusting in my room. I'm like, oh my God. She finally,
Booze,
it
man.
was nuts. No, after that one glass of water, I passed out again. You know what I mean? And then I vomited again. It's just, and then I had to drink more water. It was insane. I lived, that's alcohol poisoning near death. That's fucked.
It's bad.
Yeah, man. Well, I can tell you all kinds of shit I've been through.
You're reminding me of my LSD near. Well, I don't call it overdose at all, but thank God I was by myself. That's all I'll say to that. Because I'm sure they would have called the ambulance on me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I guess
Someone wanted to say something. Didn't mean to cut you off.
Gonna get going. Sorry, guys. But yeah, it was great chatting. Maybe I'll be back later. I was gonna drop off
See you, man.
shipments and shit.
See you, buddy.
See you, man. Have a good one, dude. Later, Spearman.
Yeah, I can only tell you about my LSD trips, man. I had some pretty fucked up ones too. But I mean,
Yes.
I do them alone
it
most
was.
of the time. I can't do them in public.
I've done. I think except for how many trips? I think except for 2 trips in my life, all the other trips were alone. And like I think last November, I do like a month, almost a month straight on acid. Now I've done that twice in my life, 2 years apart. The last one was last November, and then 2 years before
Crazy.
that.
That's crazy. A month straight, that's a lot.
Yeah, well, I'll take a day off for tolerance break. So a day off, then so every other day, pretty much. Sometimes I would do two in a row.
How much are you doing? Like full 150 micro hits?
See, the problem
Or are you doing
is like
micro
the
doses?
dosing, right?
You're micro
No, so I microdose some, but I would do a moderate dose where we
Like
can. I
half?
mean, yeah, half. But once I need to go more than half, is where I take a break, right? Where I need a full tab, right? Then I take a break. However, that one time I did 2 tabs.
Are you riding the glow? You're saying you're just riding a glow the whole time?
Riding a glow.
Like you know what I mean? Like, cause see, when if you don't do like a full hit, you're not peaking like to the max, right? It just feels like nice. You know, it's like glowing. Everything's brighter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it'd be more than that. You get streakers and you know,
you get a little
yeah.
higher. Okay.
For
I was
higher than
thinking
that. Higher than that.
Yeah, because that'd be
Higher than that.
microdosing at that point. Because you know, when you're microdosing, all it is just you see brighter colors, right? And then everything
Correct.
feels better. Right.
Yep, and I spotted like a piece of glitter on the floor. I remember at like Planet Fitness across the entire fucking gym, and it was correct. I was right. There was a piece of glitter. Dude, it was insane. That was like a quarter of a tab. That's like less than a quarter of a tab on a microdose. I looked at myself in the mirror afterwards because I knew. I was like, how the fuck did I see that? That little sparkle of light from so far away. And what do you know? I walk up to the mirror, look at my pupils, they're wide as fuck. I was like, yes.
You get when you're peaking on acid, you get some crazy enhancements. Like I feel extremely strong when I'm on acid, like peaking. Like it's insane, like how I feel strong.
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
insane.
that's true. I've tested that
You do feel
microdosing.
stronger. It's nuts.
You are.
Yeah.
Grip strength for sure. I've noticed. Like I tested it at the gym. Like I would microdose and go work out at midnight. So I'd be by myself and I did some testing and I've noticed grip strength is what really went up. I was like, holy fuck! Like grip strength and grip stamina.
You can push yourself further. No, you can do more reps.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. No, for sure. It's because your mind. It's like mind over matter type of situation at that point, and you're like your mind is on fire at that point, right?
On fire. Yep.
On fire. So that's what I'm
dude.
saying. You can do things like and then like Trust me, because when I started, I was like, no fucking way. I feel, and when I play basketball, buddy, I'm shooting threes from fucking half court. You know what I mean?
Wow, I've never tried that.
Yeah, I'm just
Next time.
fucking
Next
just
time.
I'm feeling great, and my shots are just fucking lacing. Even I actually took out the ball like yesterday out. You know, I played some basketball, and I still have my shot. I was like, yeah, I'm doing my fadeaways and shit, getting some threes. I'm like, fuck yeah. You know, I should start playing more basketball. I love
I got my
basketball,
ball.
man.
I got my
That's my
ball in my
favorite
bag right now,
pastime.
man. Just to kind of do a little cardio, basketball cardio. I like it.
No, basketball cardio by yourself even, like it's really good. Like I
Yeah,
sweat. As soon as I
it's
just
tiring as
go,
fuck.
just do basketball on the court by yourself. Just run for
Yep,
your own rebound, shoot the
that's it.
three, get the layup, run
Get the
for the
rebound. Yep.
rebound, and
Oh,
then
it's a
yeah,
lot,
you
man.
get so much cardio right there, man.
Yep. Yeah, I'm
It's
trying
all
to shed some body fat right now. A tad bit too heavy.
yeah, man. If I work on my legs a little bit more, I should be able to start dunking again. Cause I have a knee problem though. Like fuck.
Yeah, you're 35, bro. Just the
Well,
Duncan era is gone.
no, but like yeah,
Do
no, but
some squats, bro.
I used to dunk, man. No, I used to fly, bro. I used to dunk that shit like crazy. I'm telling you, I used to play with like I grew up with black people. Like my all my group of friends, it was all
Oh,
black people.
yeah.
Yeah, man, it was nuts. We just and they're hardcore ballers, all of them. Like, we were fucking competitive as fuck, and it was street ball. It wasn't like fancy fucking courts and shit. No, we were outside in the park on the street. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, playing with
I
people
feel
straight
like
from
you're like
jail.
describing me, bro.
Oh, bro. Anyways, yeah, no, because there's a lot of hoods. I'm not surprised, bro. There's a lot of hoods everywhere. Everybody has their own
Sure
hood
is.
they come from, you know. It is what it is. And then yeah, and then like people straight from jail. I remember this one guy. This guy was a monster. Like he's straight out of jail. He's like nearing his 40s, but you can see all he did was pump in jail and play
Yeah,
basketball because that
that's it.
motherfucker
That's it.
was insane. No, he was vicious though. He was playing not street ball, he was playing jail ball. Like he was like tackling people and fucking viciously swiping.
Fuck.
And we're like 15, 16, 17-year olds, right? And this guy is a
Yeah.
40-year-old man from jail fucking around. What the hell?
Damn.
No, but we had a lot of crazy people come from our to our court. No, because yeah, it's but like basketball, like there's a lot of good people that don't make it to the NBA. That's the one thing I gotta say. There's a
For
lot of
sure.
people that are very, very good, but it's just they never were given the opportunity, right? So
That's the
they're
same thing for boxing as well.
exactly. It's a lot of sports are like that, man.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that have crazy potential. It's just they just don't have any support or anywhere to go or anybody to fucking point them to the right direction, and so yeah, they lose it. It's fucked.
Yeah. It's like, um, I remember I had a neighbor chick that lived across from me, and her ex-husband is like literally brilliant. He calls himself 6'11" and a half, but the dude is 7 feet, right? Anyways, so
Yeah.
long story short, he went like he was like stationed overseas and whatnot. And I was like, he's fucking 7 feet, and his parents didn't put a basketball in his hands when he was like 12 or 10. I was like, what a
They
fucking
should have.
what a waste of fucking height. He would have made millions just fucking chilling. He doesn't have to be coordinated. Just if you're fucking 7 feet, dude, you know, like just get
Put it in
coordinated,
the fucking
motherfucker.
net. Yeah, no, it's easy for these guys.
Yeah,
Like
just
Yao Ming
it's so
style.
easy.
Yao
Just put
Ming
your
was
arm up.
shit.
Yeah, you
I
shit.
mean,
Yep, exactly. Yao Ming.
there's so many of these guys that are just garbage and they're like 7'2", 7'3", and it's just all they do is just get money for standing in a fucking zone.
That's
Nuts.
all you got to do, man. And crazy how you just it's like, well, damn, man, you just wasted all your height. You could have
Right.
made easy money. You could have made easy money.
Yeah, with like being 6'5", I'm not tall. Like I don't consider. I mean, like I'm tall to compared to average
That's
people, but
pretty
I'm
tall.
not. No, I'm a point guard in the NBA, man. I'll be running point guard.
Yeah.
I always
Yeah.
practice my 3-point shots, and I would always do like a drive, but I'm not a center. Like that's the problem
Right.
though. When I was growing up, I was a tall dude, and they would always try and put me center. I'm like, fuck, but I want to. If I was gonna play professional, I would never be center, guys. Why are you guys doing this to me, man? Let me
All right.
practice my fucking dribbles. Let me practice my driving, and let me practice my shots. I'm a point guard. I want to fucking shoot, you know. But no, you're 6'5". You gotta be fucking power
Play
forward.
center, man. Yep.
Power forward's okay though. I could play power forward, but I mean, it's power forwards for bigger dudes though. I could be like a small forward point guard position.
How much you weigh? You said
I'm
you're 180 pounds?
186. No, I can cut even more. My lowest,
Wow,
like
bro, you're
that.
fucking skinny, man.
No,
Oh,
no,
sorry, I was doing. Oh,
but I'm fit. Like I'm fit, skinny. I'm not like,
you're fit, yeah.
yeah, I train.
Not
Like
fat, yeah,
I
okay.
can I can do some serious amounts of pull-ups. You know what I mean? So
Okay.
yeah, so
Hey, you
I'm
should be at least 200 pounds.
buddy. I was
You're
220 at one point. I used to be 220.
yeah.
No, I cut pretty hard, man. I think at this one point when I just started, I got to 220. I'm like, fuck it, calisthenics, just pure calisthenics, nonstop from that point on. And from 220, I got
Mhm.
down to 175. Just pure
Wow.
calisthenics, yeah.
Wow.
But I have a lot. No, because I was all my life I was trained. If I didn't wake up and do 100 sit-ups and 100 push-ups every fucking day, every morning, my dad would come and fucking beat my shit. Motherfucker would. I'm telling you, no, I'm serious. If I did not wake
That's
up,
good, man.
do 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups every fucking morning, I get my ass kicked. It's fucked up. And then there was extra shit too that I don't even fucking like go downstairs and fucking start boxing and shit. But he started training me like since such a young fucking age. You don't want to do that because you
Yeah,
push
you
somebody
end up
to
not
a
liking it.
point you hate it, right?
Yeah, yep.
To the point, like, I mean, I do this still because I know it's good for me and it's like I want to be strong. I don't want to be some pussy. So that's why
Right.
I maintain my strength. I always maintain my strength. I have to, right? So I know how to do it, but I do it like either through work, like even when I go to pizza, like I love making pizza. You know why? Because a lot of physical exercise. Just for 12 straight hours of pizza working, you'll understand your arms are working the whole time. Have you ever tried stretching though with your hands?
No, I have not. No, I have
No?
not.
Yeah,
It's a
well,
lot of work, yeah?
buddy,
If the
yeah, go
dough's not
stretching.
perfectly proofed, it's even worse. But if it's perfectly proofed, it's not that hard. But there is a
Right,
lot of physical activity involved.
right. Like for example, like loading pizza in the oven, out the oven, just using one hand, although you're
Right.
not using two hands. And I mean, like, but the thing is,
You're really active, yeah.
when you're running the kitchen, right? The ocean of the motion has to flow, bro. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but once I'm in the kitchen, like, it's like a perfectly timed clock. You know what I mean? I get my order, and then even let's say if the chef is there, they're listening to me because I always run the fucking kitchens. Like I get to the point where everybody has no choice but to fucking listen to me. I come in, I don't know nobody. Within 2 weeks, pretty much, I'm only talking to the owner of the fucking store, and then by the end, I'm fucking pretty much running everything my way. You know what I mean? And if there was like a guy that was above me, yeah, he can suck my dick, pretty much. That's what happens all the time. And it's true. It's how I run shit. But it's I'm a perfectionist when it comes to the kitchen though. It's like I get really fucking like a clean freak and all that shit. But the kitchen flow also like when it comes to the service, I'm like a machine. I get the printout, buddy. I pump out pizzas. I've made like my maximum to myself, like my most I've ever made in one day in pizza sales, meaning I made the pizzas all by myself. This one Sunday I was working all by myself. I made $7,500 worth of pizzas the whole day. If you guys can count how much that is, $7,500. And you divide that in like how much? What's the
What's
average? What's the
what's
average?
the average order?
What's the average? No, what's the average order of a pizza? It's like $30 a pizza, maybe. And you divide
Something
that
like that, right?
into yeah. So that's how much pizza is the whole day. You know what I mean? That was a
That's a
lot
lot
of
of
work.
pizzas, man.
Yeah,
It's a
buddy.
lot of pizzas,
What
dude.
I'm telling you, I worked with famous chefs sometimes, side by side. Literally,
Nice.
motherfucker's still on TV. You guys heard of Matty Matheson? He still is like he still runs shows. He does podcasts and shit. He was on Joe Rogan's show like fucking recently. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was like, what the fuck are they on? What the fuck does he have any good input? This guy's a fucking cokehead moron. I couldn't believe my shit. Oh my god. Like, why is this go what on Joe Rogan? Well, I understand Joe Rogan's like
Guys,
gay.
can you
What's
hear
up?
me?
Yes, what's up?
Yep. I need to find out if there's a mod somewhere. We've got a guy that was allowed to come on by Helio, was given permission for his first time, and he's trying to access the
access to what?
He accessed the chat, the live chat, and unmute him. He's actually in the stream
What's his
somewhere
name?
here. He is Flatter Day Saints.
He's right here. He's inside here.
Yeah, for some reason
Flatter Day Saints.
he can't get
Yeah.
anything to work.
Oh,
Yeah, we can hear you.
oh, my bad, my bad. Okay.
Now he's working. All right.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, guys, just don't hot mic. You were hot micing before.
What does that mean?
Meaning like your mute button is unmuted, so whenever you do stuff, we can hear your background noise when you're not talking.
Oh, my bad. Okay. Sorry.
It's open. So you
He's
can
brand new, guys, so give him a
That's okay, I know.
and help him out.
I'm trying
He's
to
so new.
Okay, so he doesn't know what Discord is at all?
Yeah, this is his first go around with any of these things. So help him out. And he's actually a creator on YouTube, has a pretty good channel. He was actually recommended to me by, I think, somebody on Globebusters, and I know Nathan, somebody said something about him, but he has a pretty good little channel. So this is first time here, so treat him well. He is a
Welcome.
Flat Earth creator, channel creator.
Amazing. I like your little profile. I saw it before and I was like, yeah, that's funny. At first I didn't get it, but then I saw her devil horns, and then I got
Yeah.
COVID-19. I was like, yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's my fan of all the characters at NASA. She's my favorite.
So, Flatter Day Saints, you have a YouTube channel. Can you link it in chat? You know how that works?
No.
Copy and paste the URL of your YouTube channel and then paste it in the live stream chat.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows where this. Damsel, do you have his live stream channel?
I do actually think I have it. I could probably post it for him.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
If it's too
Oh, thank
difficult
you.
for him, then okay.
I appreciate it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
If I hot mic too
I just
bad,
barely got
feel
these
free to
things,
mute
you know?
me.
So you guys want to hear a joke?
Depends on the joke.
Okay, so this flat earther walks barefoot into a bar, right? Get it?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Barefoot. Never mind.
Okay. So so what's do you guys ever heard of the new dance that the kids are doing down in LA?
No, because I don't live in LA.
They're doing crip walks, but you have to have a blood clot.
That's pretty good, actually.
The Crips and Bloods, yeah.
Well, because they got blood clots, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You guys know the difference between your right arm and a refrigerator?
No, what is it?
The refrigerator didn't get the shot. Get it? Magnet, you know?
Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
So, the other day, Craig from Fight the Flat Earth asked me to christen his kid. And I said for $7,000.
Are you like a stand-up comedian, bro?
No, I usually sit down when I tell jokes.
That wasn't bad.
Are you sitting down right now?
Actually, I just got up.
Funny guy.
Nah, but I just try to make
a good time out of everything, you know?
What else? What else can you do?
Um, I make memes. I'm a professional meme maker. I consider myself a memstress.
Ah, memestress.
Yeah, I make memes.
You're a very punny guy. You're not just punny. You're
Yes.
very funny. Your puns are out of this world, bro.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I think
So,
you guys could enjoy.
yeah, I haven't worn a pair of shoes in a long time. It's been a couple years, I think.
Why, man?
Come
Do you
on.
like earthing? Is that what you do?
Yeah, I actually just saw the movie the other day, and I was like, I told my girlfriend, I was like, dude, I told you about all this. I knew this stuff could work because I had never seen the actual movie on it, but I wasn't surprised at all because I've been doing that.
Ground yourself more when you earth, you know? So it's good for
Oh
you.
yeah, for sure.
Very
I
healthy.
I have an EMF reader. I go do readings at people's houses. I've actually gone to people's houses and they ask me like about their parent. They say their parent's sick or whatever, and I'll go in there and I can give them a list in like a half hour time of everything they need to do for their parent or to get better within like a month. Because I'll go in there with an EMF reader and see where all the Wi-Fi signals are the strongest, like the EMF, and basically what all they really need to do is just go outside for like an hour a day barefoot in the dirt or grass and then eliminate the EMF, possibly eliminate some meats or something out of their diet, you know, and so out of the three
Oh, that's
times I've gone twice they didn't take my advice and their parent died within a month.
damn, man. That's all I eat is red meat around the clock.
Yeah.
Ground beef. Yeah.
Just try to go
Why is it
barefoot.
bad? I should, right?
I would
Maybe
say
tomorrow.
that I would say it's bad because of the stuff they're injecting the animals with, and because the animals are eating from open fields where they heavily spray Morgellons from the airplanes. The nanofibers get in the food. Those
But
nanofibers are no
then,
joke.
well, the veggies get sprayed too. That's
Yeah, but
that's the other problem.
I think these things can live inside meat better than in vegetables. From what I've
The what?
seen,
I'm sorry, what you say?
they can get inside the meat and like stay in there easier. It's more it's more like it's like less
Concentrated, or
organic for them. Yeah, it's less organic. You know, these things. I think these things are 1/3 nano, 1/3 metal, and 1/3 organic. So it's an amazing feat that the government pulled off. I got to give credit to them. They've created something that can virtually stay dormant for months at a time and just be reactivated back almost into life, so to speak, once they receive some type of heat, moisture, or water on them. Just for like the heat, the warmth of your body temperature next to them will get them from out of that like dormant state back into the doing the things that they need to do. You know. Hello.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
listen.
I'm
Yeah.
here.
Well, sometimes
I'm just
I talk about the nanofibers and people a lot. Sometimes people are like, "Yeah, right," you know. So I don't know. I don't know how some people receive it. Like I don't. To me, it's worth. Like I don't think of as people like laughing or saying I'm crazy. To me, that's just like one of the consequences that comes from the result in which I'm trying to get, which is to try to at least like wake a couple people up, you know? Because a lot of people, the main thing is like, they're like, if the earth is round or flat, what difference does it make? I'm like, dude, I'm not
oh,
going to say this
thanks.
again. The earth is
That's
round
it.
and flat, bro. Earth is round and flat like a disc. But oftentimes they don't realize, they don't say the word spherical or globe. They'll just say it's round or flat. That's another way to get them. But I think that's a real important distinction to make, though. And I think the words are important. You know, they can empower a lot of things. They're like a rudder, you know. So um, just when I'm talking to people about that, and they say like, "What difference?" Because a lot of the people that are young nowadays that are into like TikTok and I don't know what face page or whatever the other apps are and stuff. Seriously, they're
Face paint.
gone. There's almost no
Get
I
them.
hope
like
for this
that.
generation. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah. No,
there
they're
it
gone.
is. It's
Skew, man.
scary.
I like that face page.
Yeah. So I tell people the it matters if the Earth is a globe or if it's flat. It's literally the most important thing on Earth.
Is
It
Earth?
really, yeah, it's the most important. the shape of the Earth is the most important thing on Earth. You know.
Jack Black said it
100%.
best in a movie known as Bongwater. How do you know where you're going if you don't know where you are?
Right. True. Mm-hmm.
Look up at the stars, right? Then you'll find out your location and your trajectory.
Yeah, I think that talent that people had a long time ago when people were a lot smarter is gone. I don't think
Well, of
that
course,
talent
I
even is in anyone anymore.
I got Google Maps, man. Why would I look up at the stars, dude?
Right.
So consequently, I don't know shit about stars or astronomy. You know,
You go
which
down to
is
Hollywood and
not good.
go down to Hollywood and Highland, and people are looking down at the stars. That's all they're doing. They're walking and looking down at the stars on the boulevard.
You're a funny
It's
guy, man.
crazy.
Yeah.
They're that mall right there on Hollywood and Highland is like getting renovated. How they're doing infrastructure everywhere, but they're doing it like really nicely and low key right there because it's a rich area, a rich mall. But on the doors of the elevators and like the signs that they say, like in a normal mall would be like, excuse our. They'd have some type of dumb like catchy slogan like "excuse our mess" or something. And this one it says "pardon the stardust," and then they showed a map, like a binary map of how the mall is gonna look, and they laid it out like constellations in the sky. It's really creepy. I don't know if any of you guys have ever been down to Hollywood Boulevard, but
I have not. Are you from Cali?
Never
yeah,
been.
I live in Ventura.
Is that a good place to live?
Seriously, like as far as the Illuminati symbolism and occult
No. I
practice
mean,
and
money.
shit like that,
Like,
I'm
is
saying
it
like,
affordable? How's the neighborhood? That sort of thing.
oh, no, it's kind of expensive. This is kind of an expensive place comparatively to other places in the United States, like on average,
Oh, of course. How
Yeah.
much do you pay if you don't mind me
Right
asking?
now, like I live in the hood, so
Okay.
right now I'm paying like $700 to rent a room in a house.
And that's in the
But
hood. Fuck.
yeah, that's in the hood. Like in the
Damn.
regular areas, it would be like to rent a room somewhere, it'd be like $2,200 probably.
What?
Yeah, it's expensive. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Oprah Winfrey.
What? How do you pay? I mean, how much do you guys
Nah,
make over there? Pay all that shit.
never heard of Oprah. Never heard of
Yeah,
Oprah.
that's Michelle. That's
Never.
Michelle Obama's husband.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Oprah Winfrey's Michelle Obama's husband.
Is
That was a bit
Michael
of a rhetorical
Obama?
question there, bud.
Oh, it was Michael Obama. Michael. Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, but you guys ever heard of the Montecito mudslide?
Mm,
No.
what about?
No.
It was just one of their ceremonial rituals they did. It was on the Oprah Winfrey show and the Ellen show because the mud went in their backyard.
No, I missed that one.
Yeah. They've had there's a lot of occultic practices down here that are really significant. I don't know if you guys ever heard of the campfire where they destroyed paradise.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know about that with the dew and all that. Yep.
Yeah. You gotta love that Mountain Dew, you know what I mean? 3 times the caffeine. So the campfire took place on November 8th, 2018. And that was where paradise was destroyed or lost, right?
I remember it.
Yeah,
Right.
so that was the city of paradise. Would you agree that paradise was lost that day?
Yeah, you're talking like the book.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Paradise Lost, the book by John Milton, right?
Yeah, I get it, man.
Yeah. So it happened November 8th, 2018. John Milton died November 8th, 1674.
They do love their numbers and dates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do. Well, when they get the numbers, then they go out on dates. Speaking of mandates, so I went into the Bristol Farms the other day, and they, they wanted to know why I didn't have 2 masks on or a face shield. They said it was a mandate, I guess, that I wear a mask, and I didn't understand what she meant. I've always been told that a mandate is when 2 men go to the movies together and get some popcorn.
Oh, yes.
Mhm. So yeah, I told him that that's what I thought a mandate was. And anyways, a lot of these kids nowadays, when they got this, because they got part of their superhero costume, they got their face mask. Sometimes they double it up for that extra protection. You know what I mean? Some of them got that face shield. Some of them even have the battle scars to prove they wore a face shield, which is like a downward concave bruising that appears on your chest, and that's from looking down too quick when you're wearing your face shield. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
Do I have to mansplain what a mandate is to you?
Right?
If you do, you get canceled.
Right? Yeah. So these kids are in these stores acting like superheroes, trying to tell me, what to wear in the store and everything. So what I do is I try to give them a couple extra reasons to kick me out, not just the mask thing. You know what I mean? Because these kids, they've never really had any type of real authority or persuasion over anybody for anything, and they got a little taste of that authority that they could pull on the majority of the people. They just put on their mask instantly. By the end of the day, those kids who work at that stores who ask people to wear their mask are thinking, I didn't even have to do anything. I didn't even have to say anything. You know what I mean? So their power, their little superhero powers start building up in their head. You know what I mean? Little visions of grandeur type stuff. And so when I go in there and I don't acknowledge their, because they'll try to come up to me sometimes, and I'll be walking like doing a screenshot video and try to get them in the background behind my head, so I can say like peep the worker over my head. Anyway, they get really mad. I'll just ignore them and everything. It's getting really funny. I was kind of sad that I guess apparently the mask mandate is over. They're not going to ask people to wear masks anymore. I was like, damn, that's going to cut down a lot of the content that I put on my channel. You know what I mean? Because I have a good time doing that kind of stuff. It's never been funner to live in California. But this is actually a good time to live anywhere in the United States right now. We're we're witnessing history. I almost feel like a flag's gonna unfurl behind my head right now, and I'm gonna put my hand over my heart. And start singing that song.
Are you on drugs right now? Tripping balls?
Clearly, oh my god.
Am I on drugs? No, drugs are on me. Yeah. Anybody want a cup of Chardonnay? No,
Good on, man.
I don't do drugs.
He's always like this.
Yeah, I don't do drugs. I drink a lot of coffee though, a lot of espresso, bro. Quite a bit. That's one of the things that, I have to. I go to actually a meeting 3 times a week for my espresso habit. I almost got in a fight with some guys who actually, on a real note, I almost got in a fight with some guys who, there was about 200 of them, and every Sunday they go down to the beach at Pierpont to have their AA meeting or whatever. And I went down there to run with my dogs and pass out some flat earth flyers. And those are, out of all the people to flat smack, those are like one of the hardest groups to try to get through. Because they've been to the gutter and they think they're on top of everything now because they go in the same room and read the same chapter out of the same book for 10 years straight and then eat a cake over. It's just like basically you can't tell those people anything. They have their whole lives figured out, and it's all those couple words in that book. And so they're harder to talk to than even when I run up on like Latter-day Saints or Jehovah's Witnesses or something. These people are really hard to talk to, though. They almost want to get violent with it, though. It's pretty crazy.
I gotta love Jehovah's Witness when they come up to your door to give out pamphlets.
They actually, the Jehovah's Witnesses and then Latter-day Saints in my neighborhood don't even come on my block. They used to cross the street coming by my house. but they won't go on my block anymore because if I see them, I park the car and run at them until I get to them, and I'll sit there and talk to
Do you
them
flat,
until
do you
they have
flat smack them?
Oh yeah, I'll talk to them for
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I've talked to them up to like 20 minutes, and they're like, "We gotta go, man. I'm sorry, we gotta go." And then I'll follow them down the street and be like, "This is where you guys have to go. You guys are just walking away." You know?
The old house that I used to live in, there was actually a Jehovah's Witness just down the block, and they'd come up every Sunday to come ask, and then my dad came, and he tuned them, and they never came back again.
All you have to do is talk about flat Earth to those guys, and they don't show up again. That's what I did, and they never showed up again. They're like, "Oh
No,
yeah,
they won't.
we're coming by next week," and no, they didn't, because I was like, "Oh yeah, do you know that in the Bible it says the Earth is flat?" And of course, I hop on Discord real quick and I pull up the list of verses from the Bible, and I just give it to them. Here we go. What do
Yeah.
you? I was like, study this and let me know what you think next time. They never showed up.
Yeah.
They don't show up.
Yeah,
It's
they
too bad.
don't.
No.
Yeah, they avoid me though. I got a couple videos on my channel of me running up on them. You know?
I just posted one for you, brother,
Oh, nice. Thank you.
in the chat, so people can see what you do.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I got one where I run up on some nuns too. I try to run up on anybody that
And that's why I want to move down to Cali, man. You guys got like a lot of cool people. You can meet all types of people down there. I really want to move down there, man.
Where do you live?
Up north in the fucking frozen tundra of Washington fucking state. I like it, but
I love Toyota Tundra.
Where at
That's my
in
favorite.
Washington? I'm in Washington too.
Where
Where
at?
are you at?
Who am I talking to?
Damsel, medic.
Okay. I don't know how much shall I dox myself. I used to live in Spokane, but now I'm on the coast right now, and
okay.
you can
Well, I'm
figure
in
it out. There aren't
Spokane.
too many populated cities on the coast. You're in
Oh, I can
Spokane
guess.
area. Oh shit.
I'm in the Spokane.
Okay.
I was born and raised
I
over
moved
in
out of there.
Eastern Washington on dairy farm, so I'm from this area since I was little.
All
So.
right. Nice. I lived there for like 4 years. Yeah, 4. Not bad. It's cold, but I like
it's
it.
not as cold as some places. Alaska's worse.
I heard some places they're like mild, right? In Alaska, they're like the coast. They're similar to like the coast weather in Washington, right? That's what I've been told from
More southern,
people
but
that
even
live up
then,
there.
it's
Yeah.
still pretty tough. But anywhere up in Anchorage and all that, the winters are not fun.
Yeah, no thanks. I don't know. I'm trying to go to Cali. It's like no thanks, because I don't know where to go. Like I don't know. I want more action, more life. Speak in Spokane, obviously, and I think the state in general kind of, not that much action.
Shoot, you're roboting. I couldn't catch that.
Oh, I'm indoors. Sorry. No, I was saying I'm just trying to move to a place with more life, land of the living, so to speak.
Here,
'Cause
come to
where I'm at,
Portland, man. Portland's pretty alive,
No,
you know.
man. It's fucking expensive, man. It's like it's fucking shit. If I'm gonna pay that much money, bro, I'm going down to LA, man. Like I'm not gonna fuck around.
Well,
That's
maybe one of
the
the
problem
cities
with
right
Oregon.
outside
Like,
of Portland, then.
Oregon-
Maybe not Portland itself.
Okay, like well, yeah, I wouldn't live in the city. I'd definitely live in a suburb, but the prices aren't fantastic. You know what I'm saying? They're like Cali prices. So it's like, why the fuck would I be in this? Like, the only reason I'm trying to leave the coast of Washington right now, I've never suffered from depression like the past couple of years here. Like, the depression here is fucking severe. And if I do some simple arithmetics, it's because there's no fucking sun for like 9 months out of the year, right? Where in Spokane, when I lived there, it's not depressing at all. It's not depressing at all, even though it's like a a harsh winter, but it's fine. Like I like the snow. You still have sun, and it's not depressing. But here, it is insanely depressing. And Portland is the same exact weather where I live right now. So it's like minus the rain bit. Like I get tons of rain here, but Portland fucking sucks, man.
It doesn't seem to
It's the
rain
price.
as much as it did like 5 years ago or more. I swear. Like it's not just me. I've talked to some friends of mine about this. Like I really think it's raining less here, and it's almost kind of suspicious.
No, it is. It's raining less everywhere.
It's raining less.
It's
Yeah.
raining less
Even here
everywhere.
in Spokane, it's been a
I,
while.
Yeah.
I have the diagrams of where all the weather modifications are, and what they do is they burn silver. You guys ever seen like strange clouds coming from like a mountain region where any of you guys live? Because that's where they usually have them in like a ravine, like in like the crevices of mountains and stuff. They have these like what.
Yeah, our area in Spokane, Eastern Washington, was one of the main test grounds when it started.
Yeah. So the no, because who really remembers the last time it like really rained and you smelled the smell of rain on the sidewalk, like a real rain? Whereas like I'll be driving right here and it'll be hot, like really hot and like muggy from the chemtrails, and then I'll be driving on the freeway and suddenly I'll get a couple like drops for like 5 minutes on my windshield, but it's not even water; it's just like this gel. You know what I mean?
Fuck, man, I don't know where you're at. I get 80 inches of rain here a year, so like I'm over the rain bit. Like I'm cool. I'll pass on that.
Damn,
No, trust me. Don't. No, that's what I thought, dude. Just trust me on this. It's fantastic. However, it comes with depression. Like I love the fucking rain. That's why I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna move out here. It's perfect. It's cheap. It rains. I can handle this. It doesn't even freeze. Wrong. It's like, okay, I would rather actually live in Spokane.
She lives over there. Well, we got the 300 days of sun. We do pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. That's why. I think that was like the reason for my depression. I think the vitamin D, right? Lack of sun, lack of life. It's like everyone is like old as fuck in this town. I don't think like there's no potential for me like meeting someone here. It's like it's just miserable. It's like fuck. It's just cheap. So it's like, all right, I'm out of here. However, now where am I going to, right? So obviously Portland is like 2 hours away. I was like, I know Portland. Let me look at it. Well, the problem is 9 months out of the year, you guys are cloudy too. So that's the part I want to run away from. I want balance.
You're tired of You're tired of molding, right? You're tired of molding.
Oh my God! I think I'm molding on the inside. I think I'm developing health issues because of the fucking mold too. Yeah, you're right. Like I'm discovering mold now. I swear to God, like the other day I had a mattress like just leaned up against the wall, and I took that one down, and I was just shocked by the fucking mold on it. It was just leaning up against the wall.
There's a pretty I mean, I don't know what people might have done in the past, but these days you can buy a relatively cheap. You can get them used even dehumidifiers. If you utilize a dehumidifier properly, you won't have a mold problem.
Right, the mold is inside my head now, so I need to get out of here. You know what I mean? Like I'm over this, man. So yeah,
You need to dry out. Yeah, you need to get done.
I need to dry. So if I was gonna do Oregon, I think I'll do Medford. It's like Spokane sized, decent weather.
Yeah.
You've lived there? How is it? Yeah, it's like Spokane. I think it's like Spokane. It's like the population is like.
I hate to break it to you, buddy, but Medford's gone. Medford doesn't exist anymore. It burned down.
No, that's south of Medford. That's it did, right? That's the.
It burns around every year. It does. That whole area between Crater Lake all the way down to the southern border. But it actually is really
pretty
beautiful.
bad.
It is beautiful though.
See, I don't know where to go. Like I'm open for whatever, as long as like I'm gonna stick to the West Coast, so I'm gonna stick to the Pacific. I would love to go somewhere to surf and like the surfing scene. I'm a weird guy where like I'm a surfer dude, but I'm a redneck at the same time, which is crazy combo. I understand, but that's me. Like I like surfing and guns. Is that okay? I think that should be acceptable.
Hey, you and me, man. I like surfing and I like guns.
Exactly. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm like the surfer dude, right? The surfer type, for sure. But like I love like guns. Like there's nothing wrong with that. Freedom is great, man. Like right to bear
Hey,
arms.
speaking of surfing, I was doing something with my electric longboard yesterday. I took a bunch of flyers and a camera, and I went to one of these Portland nude bike rides, you know, where hundreds of people or thousands of people meet at a park, and they take
We
off
were
their
talking
clothes and
about it.
ride down the street, you know, when
We were talking
when the
about
sun
it, yeah.
goes down, no clothes on. I had my electric longboard, you know, and yeah, so I
You guys
asked this.
jerked each other off afterwards? Is that what you guys did?
Nah, man, it's not that kind of thing or whatever.
I'm
Yeah,
messing.
maybe some guy in the bushes off somewhere we hardly noticed, but no. But what was funny though is I had these washable markers or whatever, and I asked this couple I was going through the 3 points with and talking to them about flat Earth, like they had never heard of it before or even really thought about it. And by the time I was done talking with them, they were agreeing with me, like, yeah, it's flat. The Earth is flat. And so I asked one of them to write on my chest, "Expose the flat Earth," you know. So I'll be going down the road with that on me. And then I was saying like, hey, yeah, I was kind of hoping I could like walk up to one of these women around here and ask them if I could, you know, write flat Earth on their chest or whatever. I did it like just a few times, but the woman who wrote that on me, she's like, oh yeah, you can start with me. My chest is flat anyway. And like, yeah, so I wrote that on her and everything. So and yeah, and her and her friend were riding a tandem bicycle, and I was riding a longboard. So between the three of us, neither of us had a regular bicycle. It was kind of funny.
You should have got.
But yeah, I handed out tons of flyers. Like when you go to events like that, like it's just you can just stand by like a walkway and just hold out flyers and not even say a word to anyone. They'll just pick it out of your hand and like keep walking. You know, like seriously, you can like get rid of hundreds of these things in minutes. And then I was like handing them out to people along the route too that were like watching the people. You know, like you know people will like form a crowd and watch. You know.
You know the best place to hand out flat Earth flyers?
Where there's a crowd?
No, at a quadriplegic convention. Get it? Because none of them have hands.
Dude. Savage.
Come on.
No, I'm just saying. So this girl the other day, she asked me what I do for a living. I said, what? I said, I breathe air and I drink water and I eat food. What do you do for a living? Hey? I think she said she wore a mask for a living.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Like I can't really post it, you know. Like I only posted in the live stream just one clip of me going through the 3 points with someone there, where there was like no direct full nudity, you know. So it's like friendly in that way. But I managed to catch on camera at least once or twice some people walking around with no clothes on but a mask, you know.
New just be like,
I would love to see.
I swear that's half the reason why I brought the camera even at all. It's just to see if I catch some people like that on camera.
That's awesome, man.
After you catch them on
camera.
camera,
There was this other good moment where I was behind a guy with a trailer behind his bicycle that had a bubble machine in it, you know? And so I was on my longboard trying to position the camera so it's like right behind the bubble machine, so it kind of looks like, you know, like I don't know, you know, like you're just going through bubbles or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know who else went through bubbles?
Astronauts in space.
And Michael Jackson. He went through bubbles all the time. Just to get into his house, because Bubbles was the doorman at his house, his monkey.
I didn't know that.
Man, I forgot about that. That's an old memory.
You guys ever watch those drug infomercials from the 80s, like with Pee Wee Herman or Mr. T? No?
No, I have not seen them.
not even 12.
You guys ever watch flat Earth debates on YouTube?
My dad used to watch that quite a lot, and sometimes I'd sit with him and watch it.
Oh, what? Your dad used to watch flat Earth debates, Flavio?
Yep.
How
He's a global.
interesting. How interesting. Did he ever debate the XO?
Not yet, because the EXO wasn't online last night, so just waiting for him and to come up.
What time? Whenever he does that, what time would that be? That way, I would know what time I should check.
So for me, it's 10 a.m. right now. My dad usually comes home at 4 p.m., so that's about 6 hours from now, I think.
Okay,
Or it's 8.
right now it's 1:47, so I would say roughly 8 o'clock in the morning here, my time. So early in the morning, my time. Cool.
Yeah, I'll just.
You're in are you in the land down under? Yeah.
What do you mean?
Were you at Australia?
Nah.
South Africa?
I believe that's down over.
South Africa? Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Nice.
Are you upside down?
It's down in Africa.
Yeah, careful, don't fall.
Oh my god.
That's cool, man. I didn't know you were South
If
African.
you do enjoy the trip.
Why is there no vampires in Africa?
Why?
I don't know.
See,
God
that's
bless the rain down in Africa. I thought you knew.
But yeah, my dad should come. Actually. So what's your time zone?
Pacific time.
Pacific.
I'm not sure what's that GMT. I don't know what.
GMT is the Greenwich Meridian time.
Yeah, like I don't know. Is it like plus how many hours or minus how many hours from 0? Don't know.
It's 1:48, right?
Yep, correct.
Yeah, 1:48 here.
I'm still working out. I need to get the fuck out of here. Goodness. All right.
Mm. 1600, that's 2 plus 4, 6. So it's about 6 hours from now, my dad. No, 7 hours from now, my dad should arrive. So expect the debate to be about 7 to 9 hours.
Sounds good, man.
Yeah.
What debate is this? Where?
My dad against the EXO.
Where? Against the XO?
Yeah, they're debating evolution. This should be toasty.
Really?
And flat Earth.
Yeah, it should be really good.
I like those kind of
And
debates
flat Earth.
too.
Dude,
What
I
time
am
is it?
gonna get baked and listen to this.
Oh yeah, you already know, bro.
Do you have the link posted or is it just XO?
No, the EXO guy. He comes in here sometimes.
Also
I
known
hope
as
I get to hear
Pillbox.
about like aliens and sperm cells and shit like that. Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah,
That sounds naughty.
Okay, you brought it naughty. You said that. You said naughty, okay.
Stephen Hawking's beautiful.
Sounds
It
kinky.
wouldn't be naughty if you hadn't said that it sounded naughty. So the fact that you stated that it was naughty, therefore it was naughty. Damn.
Isn't that how leftists use the word Nazi these days?
I don't know. I couldn't get the fact of like tadpoles turning into frogs and shit out of my brain.
Metamorphosis.
And then dinosaurs was getting into my head again. I don't know.
Oh, dinosaurs.
What happened to the
I mean, I
dinosaurs?
love dinosaurs, but apparently we take chicken bones and mix them up together and make them look like dinosaurs.
Some of the dinosaurs, yeah, but not all of them.
Yeah, not the cartoon dinosaurs. Those are real.
Yeah.
Those are legit.
Of course. How could they not be? I'm seeing
Right.
them with my own eyes.
Right.
What do you think about
Goats and
dinosaurs,
whales,
Flavio?
whale bones.
Like the
And
existence of them.
You guys
Yes,
want to know why they
you already
happened?
know. Yeah.
You want to know why they happened?
Why?
I think they're real. I don't know.
I do
And
too. I think dinosaurs are real. Wait, what are we saying?
If that
in the 1800s,
Oops.
they
All
discovered,
real or
you
were
know,
real?
All
they,
Oops,
dinosaurs.
I'm sorry. Dinosaurs are not real. Dinosaurs do not exist.
You got Rumpus Tank. Go
it's all
for it,
right.
We
bro.
have such things as
All
called
good.
as anacondas.
Right.
No, I'm
So
not
if
talking
you
about the
go
one in
to
my
the
pants.
chroniclingamerica.gov, it's like this newspaper thing, and you set up like the parameters, like before 1920. So let's say from 1800 to 1920, and it pulls up like all the old newspapers, and you just type in 2 words, giant bones. Now that would equally pull up dinosaur bones and human bones, just the same. But after you scroll through and scroll, they found a lot of giant bones in the United States, and I'm assuming other places too. But they cover it
And
up. Smithsonian covers it up with, it's kind of like Tesla and
What's the name of the site again?
Einstein. The site, chroniclingamerica.gov.
Cool. I haven't looked at
So
that
what
one.
do you? Oh, sorry.
It was a political race to get, the giant dinosaur bones in the headlines over the, the humanoid remains that were giants, because that would mean that everything was biblical and we're devolving. So the Smithsonian would come in and scoop it up, and we'd never see it again. And then they'd give us like, oh, we found a tooth. Let's make a whole dinosaur. That's science, right?
well, it has to be science. Because it has to be.
Totally has to be a dinosaur.
I never looked into the giants thing at all. Actually, it just never like sparked my interest, so to speak. So I'm quite ignorant on it.
You know, I believe that the never-ending story dragon is real.
Ever since what's his name, Eli Manning retired, I haven't been too much into the Giants either. You know.
Haha.
Hey, how about them Jets though, huh? You know what I mean? How about those New York Jets? You know what I mean? They
Is
won
that an airplane? Haha.
Yeah,
New York Giants.
yeah, they won the Super Bowl on 9/11. The Jets.
Haha.
That's
Yeah.
quite
I
bold.
was just trying to sound like King
Low
Julian.
blow.
Julian. Old Mort, where is
that's
my
me.
banana?
I'm King Julian.
I
Old
like
Mort,
bananas.
where is my banana?
Oh, you
King
talking about
The Jets are too high to play a proper game.
Wasn't King Julian talking like really dirty in that song?
Bro, he is always dirty, man.
Oh, who's King Julian? Is that a real king or fucking
I told you
celebrity?
about the feet. I told you about the feet, buddies.
King Julian was the pervert.
Fuck.
Are you talking about that guy or Biden?
Along with the gay monkeys.
Gay monkeys? Man, I don't know who you guys are talking about.
Right, that's exactly what they would say.
Oh my gosh.
Right, I don't know what monkeys you're talking about. Which monkey touches which monkey?
Hey, our governor said that we can have silencers in September without a license. So Texas gets silencers?
This is your
Without the
governor.
$200, you
Make
don't
sure
have to
you
do the
get down.
$200 tax stamp or whatever
It's,
it is.
I don't know.
Really?
I don't think you have to have the tax stamp. I think if it's bought and sold here in Texas and it doesn't come from out of state, they can't regulate non-interstate commerce. Right, so there's a lot of problems with the distribution of powers and where they end and where they begin when it comes to interstate commerce, right? So the federal government can regulate us getting them from like Oklahoma, but they can't regulate us getting it from ourselves. Is how I understand it. I could be wrong though. Ask a lawyer.
On the subject of silencers, like I know you can make your. I'm not all. Of course, it's state specific, so you look up your own state. But in general, like federally, if your state is kosher with it, obviously, you can manufacture your own. As long as, of course, you can legally purchase a firearm, and then you still have to register it for. You still got to do your $200 tax stamp thing.
I don't think we're doing that. After
Wow,
September.
that is very
7
interesting.
laws were passed.
I will look. Yes, I should look that up. Maybe Texas is a destination. Go surfing in Texas.
Yeah, if you go down there by Mustang Island, it's really beautiful.
All right.
Yeah, and there's good waves. Probably not good waves like from where you're from, but there are people that surf out there. And I saw some pretty good waves coming in.
I'm more into like the beach vibe, right? I don't really care about. Well, I do love huge waves, but like if the people are vibing, that's what I like. The positive beach scene, sort of thing.
We can drive our trucks on the beach. Isn't that awesome?
Yes, it is.
Drive right up to the beach and unload the firewood. Shit's awesome.
I mean, you can do that here. Depends where you're at, so which is not bad. I guess some beaches like they'll have signs where you can't drive on this one.
So you can make your own silencer, huh?
Yeah, and you just have to register it.
That's not legal advice, obviously.
No. It's not.
Yeah, none of this is legal advice. Anyway, check out the laws. They're pretty interesting.
I will.
You can carry a gun into a hotel now, and they can't stop you. It's a sanctuary state, so anyone caught processing someone from federal law can be held legally liable. So no matter what federal laws they pass, they can't change our shit. And it kind of sounds like Scotland, like you want to pick a fight. It's like, I don't know why we're doing all this all of a sudden. I mean, I'm all about the second, but it's like, wow, like 17 laws in the past 2 sessions. Pro-gun laws. Pretty crazy.
Telling you, man,
freedom leads to prosperity.
The Democrats sell more guns than anyone else. Clinton, Obama. Just look at the statistics. It's crazy.
Yeah, Obama was the best gun salesman.
Yeah, he was.
Ever.
Everyone knew the ban was coming. They're like, oh, hurry up, and then nothing happened.
I think not long after that Obama thing happened, I got a Mac 90 for like $700.
Is geology a pseudoscience?
Yes.
I thought so. And I just thought it was interesting when I was at that the park the other day, with all those people around. There were these 3 women that showed up, fully clothed, but put down a picnic blanket, just to like watch it, because that's what some people do. And like one of them was a geologist, and I was like, talking flat Earth with all of them. But I just thought it was funny how I was talking with them for a long time until everyone left the park. But she didn't say a single word about geology. Not that not that she'd have anything. Well, it's pseudoscience anyway.
Why is it a pseudoscience thing?
So if you're talking about natural science, there has to be like the use of the scientific method. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
So you need a dependent, independent, and dependent variable. You have to have a hypothesis test, experiment, right?
Yeah.
So what experiment are they doing in geology? And if you have one, please, I'd like to write it down.
I don't know.
Right.
Okay.
So if you see a tree that's coming through like several layers and it's petrified wood, right? Do you know exactly what happened to that tree, except for that tree is there?
No, the tree is there, and I could just analyze it to know its components, I guess, to verify that it's a tree.
Right. So if it's poking through several layers of what we call sedimentary layers, does that necessarily mean that it was millions of years old? Because each one of those layers, according to them, represents a period of time.
Right. Not necessarily. That's
So
just,
could just
me
be that
guessing.
maybe there was a flood there and everything organized like it always does according to specific gravity, also known as relative density, right?
Yeah.
And the sediments would stack in order, just like when you got oil and water in the same container. Yeah, so that's why it's not a science. It's
Okay,
not a
I
natural
gotcha.
science. I think people have been really liberal with that word, what that means, like the word science, right?
Yeah.
So if they give cocaine to some lizards and they're like walking on treadmills, right, and the science is going, well, gee, this makes them horny. Like, is that really science, or are they just, it's not natural science, right?
Right.
Because what was the cause, right? The cause was man-made. It was synthetic. It was the cocaine, right?
Cocaine. Yeah, it was cocaine.
Cocaine and drinking with your friends.
So you can't just label
You really love
everything
it.
science. I gave some cocaine to some lizards doing science.
You're sciencing, man. Yeah.
I'll go the big brain.
Well, I love it how, like, on the ISS, I'm not sure which one of those clowns, they're like, yeah, we do science up there. I think it's probably Don Pennant. Probably has to be. Yeah, we do a bunch of science up there. It's like, you do science. Wow, that's crazy, man.
Do you do it with a straw on a mirror? A bunch of science?
Do you even science, bruh? Like, what?
I wonder if that's what they've been doing like this whole time.
Sciencing?
Taking all this, like, yeah, with cocaine and the straw in the mirror.
They have the right budget for it.
Hey, that's weird that you guys are mentioning that, because I did I did like my own report on a video an old NASA video that I watched where they were talking about like launching the Sputnik satellite.
Mm-hmm.
You guys ever heard of that? Yeah, like the first
of course I have.
So I started thinking, and I've never heard anybody address this, but I was thinking this, like, how did Russia know that their Sputnik satellite would orbit the Earth? What experiments prior to the launch of Sputnik were performed by either the Russians or the USA or both, who have given them the knowledge that objects could possibly orbit Earth in the first place? When these prior experiments were performed, was the main objective to see if something could possibly orbit, or was the conclusion reached purely by accident? As how could they have come up with a hypothesis of orbital velocity in the first place? If it was in fact discovered by accident, then what was the experiment that took place while subsequently discovering orbital velocity? Not only what was the experiment, for argument's sake, or for reference point, let's just call that experiment that I'm talking about prior to Sputnik, let's just call it the EX launch or the X launch. So not only what was the X launch that led up to the knowledge of orbital velocity purpose in the first place, what was the X launch called? What vehicle was used? What was the date when this X launch took place? How many prior launches took place leading up to the X launch? What communication systems was the X launch equipped with to properly and accurately send info back to the ground-based flight control? And what power supply was fitted on the X launch? Did the agency that made the X launch also create the batteries that were on it, or did they have to purchase them from a different manufacturer? It purchased from another manufacturer. What was the company name? How many experiments prior to X launch were performed leading up to the X launch? Why was a dog put inside a Sputnik on its maiden voyage? Was there any specific purpose that was hoped to be accomplished? How was the dog going to feed itself to stay alive? Was there food in the craft? What about the dog's excrement getting on the circuitry inside Sputnik? Could it have possibly damaged or short-circuited any equipment inside? How long was Sputnik orbiting Earth? How long was a line of communication maintained with Sputnik to Earth before
And did you ever call X launch while you were drunk?
You
Okay, so
forgot
I want to try to
about
sum this up.
you forgot about the space diapers. They had that available back then. Space diapers.
So let me sum up your questions. You want to know, how did they get from Newton thinking about shooting, cannonballs at such a high velocity that they could go into like orbit, to them actually getting one in orbit? Because there should have been like a lot of trial and error, right? Is that your question?
Oh yeah, that's totally what I'm saying is like mad trial and error. Like how would they even get to that point where that high up there was something? Was it just by accident? Otherwise, how would they ever conceive in their minds that something could orbit when you can't see anything like that on Earth? You can't recreate that on Earth. You know what I mean? That's my whole thing. So
I do know what you mean.
yeah.
I'd love to see you give that to an astronaut.
That was amazing.
I'm going to be calling different space agencies like SpaceX and stuff and talking to their PR person, saying that I'm a college student doing a piece for the newspaper or something at school to promote NASA and to promote young minds who want to go to space,
Can I ask you something real quick? Are you good with math? How are your math skills?
I'm really good with gematria.
Gematria. Algebra, geometry, basic math.
Or trigonometry.
Because you're really good with words. So I
Yeah,
wanted to know. I assumed that your math skills would be terrible, and I think my assumption was right.
Yeah, I'm horrible at math.
Yeah? Okay, that's what I thought. Because you're excellent with words. And
Thank you.
there is a divide there. I don't know why. Like, I fucking suck with words. Math skills, very high.
Yeah, I don't even
Words, very low. It's like, what?
I can't even use long division, dude.
Oh, neither can I. I use a calculator.
Whenever I look at a newspaper or an article, like on YouTube, like a news thing something that just happened, like a tragedy that happens all the time, I can't even read the whole heading of the article without the numbers rearranging and becoming like their alphanumeric equivalent. So it's really easy for me to see the number equivalent in words and stuff. That's all my mind does is pick that stuff apart. Like I was watching
Gematria.
Huh?
Gematria. You're a big Gematria fan, huh?
You guys ever seen iPad Goat 2?
Oh yeah.
2? I think I've seen the first one.
Well, yeah, it's called iPad Goat, and then they have like the
It's iPad Go 2 is the first one.
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason it's called iPad Goat and then they have 2 after it is because they're representing that it's the second time that this iPad Goat story played out. The first one being on the morning of 9/11 when George Bush was reading that book to the inner city kids. That book was called My Pet Goat.
You should go look at what it's called now.
Shit.
And what it was called then and always has been.
Oh yeah, like the Mandela Effect. They changed the name.
Yep.
Yeah, I totally believe that. I totally believe it.
Called?
I don't doubt that. I've seen a lot of Mandela effects. To me, Mandela effects doesn't really like trip me out too much because in my mind, I feel 100% of my heart that Google just changes stuff and they're able to do that. And I've seen them do that on YouTube with crisis actors YouTube pages and stuff. But
yep, I'm with you on that. It doesn't surprise me too much.
Do you guys remember the part in iPad Goat when the little girl drops the apple on the floor and it rolls on that black and white checkerboard floor until it reaches Obama's foot?
What's her name? Is Rose, I think. They call her Rose.
Yeah, like the apple opens up and a flower comes out of it. Remember?
Yeah, it's a lily, a water lily.
So nobody ever brought up the part of before the apple hits Obama's foot, painted in black and white paint, like smeared like with a paintbrush, is a letter is two letters, and it almost looks like an L or a 7 and a C. And like the white streak is the C, and it's over the white part of the checkerboard, and then the part that looks like an L or a 7 is black, and it's over a black checker. So unless you're looking at the way the light hits the floor, like the texture of the paint, you don't really see it.
Yeah, I've seen it. I know what you're talking about exactly.
Yeah, so nobody ever brings that painting on the ground up, and I think that's a really significant thing. So I don't know if you guys ever heard of Skull and Bones from Yale, the fraternity.
Oh, Bushes, yeah, the Bushies and all them. Everybody
So
else.
their number is 322, and their organization's huge. It controls a lot of stuff, and that number 322 is a really sacred number for them. So 3 is a C in the alphabet. 22 is a V, CV. So paint on the ground right there is not a L or a 7 and a C. It's CV 322, right? And as the screen pans out, it goes outside, and you see four window panes that are reflecting the outside, like as it's panning out from the room where the apple was, right? And then on the
Yeah, you
wall,
see Obama laughing and crying at the same time in there. Yeah.
yeah, so on the wall to the left in graffiti it says Psalms 23.
Yeah, I always pick that one out. It pops out for me too.
So the A in Psalms, the way it's written, is a 2 that's just turned on its side to create an A. And it's the exact same 2 as at the end of the word where it says Psalms 23. So basically you're looking at a 223 if you were looking at the window that it panned out of, like the reverse image of it, right? So the whole symbology of that apple on the floor, which is Macintosh, and then the window, which is Microsoft, and then it's showing you it shows you the CV, which is 322, and then as it pans out, it shows the backwards of the Psalm 23, which is 322. Basically, it's showing you that. And so the C and the V has so much significance because those letters are symbols too. In the 322 or the CV, you have the dome and the pyramid right there, which is a really significant Illuminati symbol for multiple reasons. I could go on and on about it, but so the letters are shapes basically. And this is my theory, is that March is the beginning of the year, like towards the middle to end of March is the beginning of the year, like the Ides of March. Well, that month is Aries, is the ram, which is Aries, right? The ram. So
Equinox, March equinox.
yeah, you got the Ides of March. On an old Roman coin, it would just say IDMAR, right? Well, if you flip that in reverse, IDMAR is RAMDI, like Ram Die. And that's the zodiac sign that's coming to an end and a new beginning in March. You got the equinox. So I think that they think 322 is the first day of the year, and they're putting it in plain sight. So on the last day of the year, when you're counting down to the new year, you go 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, and then 3, 2, 1, which is March 21st, and then 322 is the first day of the year. Also, the skull and bones, just the shapes of the skull is like a C with the bones crossing is a V. So the symbology is just as important, if not more important, than the actual alphanumeric purpose of the letters and numbers.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, we pick up the numbers or letters.
You mean
in the,
symbolism, not symbology?
Yeah, my mom always corrects me on that too.
did you ever pick out the letters and numbers that are in the explosions of the fireworks? Did you ever look closely at that and see that there's numbers and letters there?
Oh, yeah. No, I never did. I never even thought of
Take a
that. That's
look
a
at
good
that
idea.
for me sometime and tell me what you think it is. I've heard a few other people kind of give an idea, but nobody's come up with anything specific. And some people can't see them, but I think there's a 322 in there too. But go look at it for me.
Okay. So the 322 is super significant, even more so because in the word COVID, which is CV, and then vaccine, which is VC, that's the duality of CVVC. So CV COVID is 322. But if you break COVID down, normally you can't use gematria and Roman numerology together on the same word unless you have two different separate words that are abbreviated and put together. then that ushers in you be able to do two different math systems on it. So if you look it up, if you take the O out, which you know what they do on the number 10 really means 1, take the O out for a second, you have CVID, which CV and D equals so C is 100, V is 5, and D is 500, right? Right. Hold on. Oh no. Okay, so you got the 1. So altogether, the CVID equals 606, right? And that's after you take the O out of the COVID. Well, when you put the O back in the COVID of 606, it lines up with the O in 606. But if you guys know gematria, which you could necessitate in there since it's two different words put together, gematria, an O is a 6. You know, the F is a 6, O is a 6, X is a 6. So when you put that O back in there on top of the O in 606, you got the 666 right there. Also, the I in COVID is a 1. So 1 D and then 1 9. You have the 9/11 backwards. So it's the reverse 9/11. That's all this is, like the new 9/11. And I think COVID stands for divide and conquer through video conference. That's the acronym for it.
I like that. I like that. Video conference.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make the right acronym. Divide and conquer, DOC.
Yeah, so it's backwards. DIV.
Video.
Divide and conquer is DIV and then CO. Like if you abbreviated the words.
Okay.
Like DIV, divide and conquer, CO, like COVID, you know?
Divide in conquer to get
Divide
to the
and
I.
conquer through video conference.
That's not. That thing has so many multiple levels and layers. It's an
Oh, yeah.
interesting one.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Remember when they started all the video conference and they were saying testing. There was always a testing.
Yeah.
Testing.
Well, I've also seen a meme where it shows how we're doing these video conferencing now and how you do summonsing of demons.
Oh,
you sit there saying, hello, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Speak to us. Tell us, you know, like the whole time there's this repetition and you're all sitting in a circle and it's like there's just so many similarities between a seance and a video conference call.
Does that word hello has any meaning in the Gmail? In the words that you speak in the numbers? Hello?
Gematria.
Yeah. What do you think they'll have next? A digital Ouija board?
Well, to me, I've always wondered, like from an electronic standpoint, how is it that the people would go and find a ghost or some entity living in a home was using electronics? Because electronics can pick up that vibrational energy of whatever it is that's there. And it's kind of like this entire drive towards digitization is almost like placing the demons closer and closer to us.
Well, with the streaming and all the characters that you can see in TV, someone said that before, but in the TV, when you turn it on, you're inviting people that you wouldn't normally invite inside your home.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I totally believe that.
I like that too.
I totally believe that. Dude, I haven't owned a TV in my house. It's been ever since I became a flat earther, I got rid of my TV, dude.
Wow.
Me too, man. I did too a long time ago.
Dude, I got rid of so much stuff out of my life after I became a flat earther.
I haven't watched TV in like 12 years. Something like
But
that.
TV. I mean, we have a laptop hooked up to it.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That doesn't count as TV.
Oh, okay.
Well, I also have a television screen downstairs in my basement where I have a laptop hooked up to it, so that's not TV.
If it's Windows, it doesn't
screen.
count. If it's Apple, it's no good.
Yes. Apple is no good. It has extra demons.
Yeah.
Because I don't like them.
So
Prefer
what kind of
Microsoft.
did the Apple computer come from? And if
Yeah,
they
I was.
The original
What?
thin apple.
what's the name of the
Yeah.
apple?
It's because of all the bad juju because it was made by slaves.
Yeah, but
Hey
what's the
guys,
name of
guys.
the species of apple?
If Windows made I mean, if Apple made a car, would it still have Windows?
So you were telling about the apple that was
Yeah,
rolling
what's the species of
towards.
apple that the first Apple computer was called after?
Hey, Chris, I've got Macintosh. That's it, Macintosh.
And
Yep.
the first price,
Right,
the first
right.
price
And
of
it
an
was a real,
Apple Mac was
and it was a real species, right?
$666.
Guess what?
I think it's
No more
not.
Macintosh. There's only Macintosh. Go look up the spelling. It's completely gone. There's a Mandela effect for you.
Oh, that's interesting.
That first Apple PC was
Macintosh only doesn't exist.
$666.
Yet there's still farms named Macintosh after their crop.
What is the difference between an American and a computer?
What?
Americans don't have troubleshooting.
Oh.
Ah, nice.
Ooh.
Hey, so I don't know who. It seems like whenever I talk about this, I offend people more than any other subject. But I always talk about the mass shootings. You know what I mean? Not just the mass shootings, but like the like the marathon bombings and like the ones where people drive their car through like a crowd of people and kill like 5 people. You know what I'm talking about? Like everything on the news. I've
Yeah.
come to the conclusion everything they show on the news whenever they're interviewing somebody who like was a witness to the scene or like a victim of somebody, or they're showing something multiple times on the news, it's always fake. It's never real. It's always orchestrated, because there's been like shootings and stuff where I live where it was never on the news. And so I think real stuff, even real shootings would only make the news, and just very briefly, if a bunch of people had witnessed it and they just didn't want to seem weird about not putting it on the news. But they would never interview any of the victims' family or anything. So that's how you guys know, like whenever people are just coming up and talking and saying stuff, or whenever the newscasters are just bringing some random stuff up like a tragedy, that stuff's 100% manufactured, dude.
Yep. There's no random thing that they bring up. It's all scripted. It's a universal script.
Yeah,
and
it's
building 7 was really what made me like say fuck TV, and everything they fucking put in the news is fake. Everything. All of it. I would have to work to prove certain things right, and I'm sure certain things are right, but I just don't give a fuck. It's like, fuck you. Like, she announced on BBC that Building 7 fell, and it's right there behind her, standing.
Yeah.
It's like, what the
Yeah.
fuck are you talking about?
Dude, I think it would.
So it's like,
I
was
think
done after that.
It would be more
Done
realistic.
and angry, not just done. Done and just pissed off.
It would have been more
You know?
if they would have shown buildings flying into planes that were parked at an airport. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That would have been more realistic. But these comedy actors, though, like I've been making a lot of memes out of them and stuff like that. Like I got this one where it shows the husband and wife from the Boston bombing sitting there like with a look of shock on their face with like paramedics around them, and it says, that look you and your wife have when you both simultaneously lose your left legs. But I found a couple crisis actresses. I found their YouTube channel, and what they do is after a crisis where especially where they've used a crisis actress like a few times, they'll have her establish like a real character on YouTube, and the date will be like years prior to when they actually put it up there, right? And it'll be just like these weird little, like she had this video. She's like, I want to be on Wheel of Fortune. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it because I was pushing my son in his stroller when we were in this area at this time. Well, her son supposedly died like 2 years later in the Pulse nightclub shooting in 2016 in Florida. So that lady's name, she goes by the name Christina Leinonen, and she has a YouTube channel, and there's like over 300. Every single comment was comments like, I hope you're happy that you sold your soul. Your handlers aren't going to be able to help you when you got to go to hell. Like all kinds of crazy comments like that.
Wow.
Yeah, like straight talk about the witchcraft, how she sold her soul and practiced like witchcraft, stuff like that. But yeah, she's been in like 4 crisis videos.
I think we all know the lady you're talking about. That one, the famous one.
She was in the fucking the Thousand Oaks borderline shooting too. The mom, you know.
And it's crazy how these guys underestimate everybody. And hats off to them. They're right. It doesn't fucking matter. They'll use the same person for multiple shootings, and no one will catch on to it. And then when you catch on to it, you tell others you're fucking, you're a crazy guy.
Yeah.
You're not just crazy, and they get hostile with you because people died, right? So now they're emotional for no fucking reason because it's none of their kids. They weren't there. It's not their families. Like, why the fuck are you emotional, man? 5,000 kids each day die in Africa because they don't have clean water to drink. Do you give a fuck? No, you don't. So shut the fuck up. That's it. It's that simple. It's like, shut up. Crocodile tears. Just quit the bullshit.
What's really weird is you'd think that people would be happy to receive that message, because basically what you're essentially telling them is that nobody died. You guys thought a bunch of people had died. I'm telling you guys the good news: nobody died. People are still living, and they're like mad about that. They're like, "No, I want those people to be dead." It's crazy.
They just exactly. They don't know how to react, man.
Well,
so
that's how inverted our society is, though.
They don't know how to feel, so they just lash out in anger.
What died?
Because you're a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
What died was your civil liberties.
Oh yeah, pretty much. And not just that, like they're just it's crazy. It's like it's like almost like they have an algorithm where they have to continue to keep putting out a certain amount of fear every day to people. With like one thing is the next, like it'll be like asteroid mass shooting, hurricane, and then COVID, and then
fire,
you know what I mean, and then unemployment, and then fire.
Negative.
Yeah.
Live in fear.
Well, a lot of that, like the space stuff and the meteors, that stuff is obviously on the science fiction side of things.
Yeah.
But they do promote people like disasters and people dying. They do promote all that stuff, but people do die on some events, and they promote that. Like they want you to be scared by any means necessary, and they do add the fake stuff, like the actors and stuff. But they also, like I'm saying, they also do talk about people dying, like, I don't know, car accidents or things like that. They do push. Every time you see like a car accident, they always have like that 33 people die, whatever. I don't know. They always have those numbers.
Well, hey,
don't ever let a good crisis go to waste.
I really think they put as much or as little reality as possible on there, simply for the fact that they didn't orchestrate that tragedy or that accident, so they're not really getting the power off it. They get the power off of the orchestration and the delivery and the reaction. You see what I'm saying? Like they
do work hard on those. They do work hard on those, but they also report on the small ones, that they didn't work in. But those are even part of the system, like a lot of this is, I don't know, this complex building burned down. Obviously, if you build it like a torch, it's gonna burn sometime, And they now they're wondering why the building is burning.
Yeah.
But I think that those numbers, whenever you see the 33, that's generally where no one died. But there are some incidents where you see like a vehicle actually drive over people, or so there could be injuries.
Yeah.
But when they use that number 33, generally it's a hoax.
No, I think they do, like, I'm not sure the one I haven't seen the videos. I don't want to see the videos of the dude running into people in France or whatnot. But some events that are like they found a patsy or whatever, a person to carry out this plan, MK Ultra, whichever road you want to go down. But I think some of these events are legit. The mass shootings, I don't think so. But like some of that, what we want to call terrorism or whatever stuff, I think some of it is real.
I don't think any of them. I've seen so many videos of like people like people who are like dressed like people from Afghanistan and stuff like that, or Saudi Arabia, like all bloody on the ground, like hundreds of them, and then next thing you know, cut, and they'll all get up and drink their water and smoke their cigarettes for their lunch break and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. That's just, I'm not sure. I haven't looked
That's the
into those.
crisis.
That's why I was like, maybe like, because I know like you can fire up like, well, I shouldn't say this on the air, but maybe I can. Maybe I'm from that region of the world, so perhaps it might not come off as racist, but I know you can fire up those Middle Easterns to do stupid shit. That's for sure. I know that. You can use the religion, the line of religion to kind of really get them really fucking stupid. You know?
Yeah. I
They really can.
They can do it to Americans too.
Kind of like
Look at the
ballers.
wars we got into over what? Freaking
Nothing.
lies.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, you're right then. You're right. Hey, you can fire up anyone. She's right. She's right. But in the TV, in the world we live in today, because like I identify as Muslim, right? Or Muslim, which means submissive to God's law. So, and actually when I picked up that book After Flat Earth and started reading it, it's not, obviously, like I already knew, you know, there's this hostility towards Middle Easterns, and I read the Quran, like I studied it, and of course none of that shit exists that they say that it does. However, because I come from that area of the world, I understand quite well that you can take a couple of kids in the mosque and fucking brainwash the fuck out of them. They will strap a fucking belt to their, you know what I'm saying, and just go blow everybody up. Yes, not all of them, but some of them, of course. But you can do that to anybody, right? Any religious, like, you know, sort of setting where you can just, they're so naive, you know, they're so gullible, they're young, and you can do that. And like, if you look at some of the ISIS stuff, dude, they're American. Like that's the scary part. Like, you know, you'll hear
Funded
some
and trained by.
yeah. No, dude, on video, like it's a fucking American accent. It's like, dude, man, that's bullshit. It's like, dang, that's the conspiracy stuff is right. It's like, god damn it. It's like, god damn it. It's like exactly what I knew.
Anybody
No,
can
but it
be
was
wound up to do stuff. Trust me, I was in Baghdad, saw the real thing, the real deal, and I tell you what, people will do stupid shit on both sides.
Yeah.
If you convince them it's worthy to their cause, and they have the cause, yeah, they'll do it.
Tell me this. What do you, for all argument's sake, what do you guys think would be easier though? To actually go through all the training and like the brainwash and all that time and effort just to, like, you know, hope, not know 100%, but hope that this person carries this thing out, and then have to systematically like basically go through all that, through all different types of terrorist groups or people to brainwash them and get him to think this? Or what would be easier, just setting up a network ever since the kid is little, with, you know, the parents set this up so the kids constantly are like, they're bred to learning that they're going to go play a role. When they do, nobody gets hurt, they get their certain amount of money, and it's just like that's part of their birthright. And so none of these things are actually happening, and all these are strategic like cells of actors who can assemble themselves very quickly and get into their part. They walk around, and if they see, there'll be like 6 or 7 people at the scene with like checkered shirts on, which are the handlers. In case the actors have any problems, they can quickly just turn to one of these people with the checkered shirts to get them out of like a sticky scenario where they can't answer a question, or a civilian wanders onto the scene, because the newscasters are all part of it too. It's a huge act. It's like worldwide.
But taking over nations need in like in the past, right? When the 9/11, we took a huge step into invasion of other nations and stuff. That takes troops on the ground to be able to take over. That's not something that you're gonna pull off with a few people with makeup and cameras around. Taking over nations take a lot of work economically, and even troops on the ground. So that stuff's been happening for a long time, and now I guess they have assembled the power that they can maybe overturn situations and even countries with maybe more of the fake stuff that you're talking about.
Yeah,
But
it's not like sending
troops on
someone to
the
the moon. You
grounds,
can't just do it in a
troops on the
basement.
grounds did. Yeah,
Okay.
troops on the grounds did happen, and to take over nations.
Yeah, but it's not a hostile takeover. It would be already a prearranged takeover as far as like them go, like the other country essentially hiring American troops to come over there and do whatever they have to do. So that's like everything's orgy. You got to always look at the country that anything's happening in. Are they signed off on the Antarctic Treaty? Because that's the most important thing, and that'll tell everything right there. And almost all the countries are signed off on this. So anybody who's signed off on that has already taken the oath of, to hide the globe. So basically, they have to do whatever, whatever's on the agenda. And it's going to be lies. Everything they're going to be doing is like misdirection lies. I don't think there's any type of like military takeover per se. I think it's like corporate takeovers. Basically, I think it's to set up the infrastructure, mostly setting up the infrastructure everywhere, digging into the road, putting the cables in the road, basically
resources.
Yeah, that takes troops on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I was gonna
totally.
say, for the real thing, I've been there, so I know what we did was real.
What do you mean?
And
What do you mean?
we weren't playing games, but yeah, both sides were pitted together because of a lie and because of false flags. Absolutely. But the real war, the real thing that takes over, no, it's real. It's too real. As a medic, it's really
You
real.
mean like troops like shooting at other people in other countries and stuff?
Been there, done that, got the t-shirt.
Yeah,
She's talking about the Iraq War. She's saying the Iraq War and occupation happened. Keep in mind,
Yeah.
most of the time it was technically an occupation.
Yeah. I'm not doubting hundreds of thousands of people probably died over there. All I'm saying is that they weren't they weren't fighting what they thought they were fighting.
Oh,
You know?
absolutely.
None of them
We
are.
all
Yeah.
agree. It's
None of
the
them are.
lie that gets us there. Or whatever
Yeah.
they set us up with to get us there. Absolutely. But
Yeah.
that's the way it has
Yeah.
been with every war. You can look back at all of them.
Yeah.
They've all had one. All of them started with some fake incident.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
you got the Red Shield, just funding everybody from the other fucking side and just making all the dough.
It's
While
like
our children are just shooting each other dead. They're fucking kids. You have to be 18 and enlist. I'm 30. I'm in better shape than all these 18-year-olds. Why can't I enlist now? Oh, you're too fucking old. You have too much information in your head. We can't actually. You're not malleable anymore.
Yeah, and you don't address your superior, and you don't address your superior officers with the right pronouns.
No, go fuck yourself, sir, ma'am. Go fuck yourself again. That's how I address my superiors.
That's they to you, maggot.
Yeah. Yeah, I have authority issues.
It's almost like somebody going to the high school prom, right? That lives way, like 100 miles from the high school, right? They don't have a car, and the prettiest girl in school, asked them to go to the prom with them. She picks them up, takes them to the prom, and then like halfway through the prom dance, the person realizes that not only the girl who picked him up, but of all of her friends, it was all like a gag, like a hoax, to bring like the ugly boy to the prom and make fun of him and shit. But a lot of people don't realize that, and they'll go through the whole prom and think that that the girl really liked him. But some people wake up and they're literally like stranded at the prom, and they realize like the whole thing's a joke. I mean, that's kind of the way I would see people waking up, like the troops and stuff like that, if they're in the middle of a war and then they realize that the whole thing is, not what they thought. They were so far from home.
Yeah, or waking up to the fact that the globe is a lie.
Wait, what do you mean the globe's a lie, bro? What do you mean?
Well, your teacher didn't try to deceive you, and the teacher that taught your teacher probably didn't try to deceive her, but somewhere somebody did.
Bro, all I know is when I go out and look at the horizon, bro, it's curved. All I know is the level means curved, bro. That's the dictionary definition.
I thought you were serious for a second. I was like, what? Is this guy really?
Imagine
curved.
Yeah,
imagine this militaries of the world taking the curve into account to take over nations. being a bunch of globers invading other nations with the globe math into their calculations.
That'd be funny. Yeah.
Yeah, and their globe helmets, like Spaceballs.
Spaceballs was a fun movie. Sir, the radio's been jammed. What flavor? Raspberry, sir.
I was watching this video.
I just
This
posted his
video
video
of
of level means curve. You might want to see
have
that.
you
That
seen
was
that?
Micktoon. Micktoon is on
Did you
there.
see that?
Found shit.
You saw that? The level means curve video?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I posted it for everybody to see. That you had a
That's
in
right.
with Micktoon on it.
Yeah. I debated him. So I debated him and I debated Craig from Fight the Flat Earth on both of their channels. I've been on Modern Day Debates twice, but James is cool as a moderator and everything. I like their McToon's and Craig's debate simply for the fact that I knew from the gate, because what I was like, at first I was like, what facts am I going to bring to really win this debate? And I started thinking about it. I'm like, dude, if people like Witsit and Nathan Thompson and Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley, who are like the best debaters, don't even gain any ground with these people, because these people are obviously like paid shills that are just there to disrupt you. I was like, well, then there's no way me bringing any facts about flat Earth is going to do or have any is going to have any purpose. In fact, it would probably be it would probably be I don't know, like basically I was thinking it would be like counterproductive to try to do that, because they've already all done it. So I came up with the solution that they're there not really to present their globe quote unquote evidence or whatever. They're there more to figure out, and it like if they can do it before the show they will, but even during the show they're really good at trying to figure out. Basically they throw little jabs at you to see how you react, because once they find out your weak point, something that's going to trigger you, they'll capitalize on that. And that's what a flat earth debate is with these guys. Just finding what triggers you the most as a human being, because they try to paint flat earthers as people who think they're perfect. And so when they can find the chink in their armor and try to basically exploit it and have the flat earther cuss at them, or their ultimate goal is to have the flat earther, what they call rage quit. They'll just hang up, right? So I told them both before the show, I'm like, I don't care what you guys say to me, I'll never ever rage quit, but you guys will end up rage clipping me. And they both rage clipped me, because on McToon's one, he tried to bring in, I told him a rainbow couldn't be produced inside a house without a concave mirror. And he pulls out this video of this little kid on the floor in a basement. And the basement had like metal sheet metal on the walls, and this kid's like squirting water from a pipe, and they try to like recreate a rainbow, and he's like yelling at me, admit that I'm a liar and that he had proof. So I'm like, you know what? I was that little kid's probably in your basement right now, homie. So I started, giving it, like, how you pull out a picture of a little kid, bro? Like that's really creepy, homie. You know what I mean? And so he ended up rage clipping me, and then he put that what a horrible piece of human excrement I am, and a sick, vile person, and all this stuff. When on his YouTube links, he has links to channels where they make like underage pornographic like style video games and make like
So what I don't can I
baby.
interject? Can
Yeah,
I
yeah.
interject because I don't really care about FTFE, right? And what he does, and I don't think it's really necessary to burn down this guy right here. But why do you go on his show, right? Why do you give him the opportunity to earn his super chats? Because that is what all he's out for, right? Just getting flat earthers and earning his super chats. Why do you go on his show?
I see what you're saying. Yeah. I see what you're saying. I did it more first so I could have footage for myself to make like comedy videos and stuff like that out of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, my thought about it, right? If these guys bug you so much, and if we all just ignore them, it will bleed to death. His whole shtick is making money from super chats and gaslighting flat earthers, right? That's his whole thing. If we
Yeah.
just don't go on his show, he doesn't make any money and he stops.
Yeah. I mean, I see that. I just like, I've thought different ways about it. I've thought that too. Um, but I don't know. So
There's
I
always
just,
going to be some numpty with one, you know, the need for fame to go and take the offer. There's always
And
going
he
to be
and he
someone.
and he does this, right? I heard him. I heard that he was scanning Facebook for people, right? And then come on my show, let's debate. And then he gaslights and insults and throws out lies and earns his super chats. So I get you, but if you're if you are known with the guy, don't go on his show, right? Don't give him the opportunity to make his money through the super chats.
Yeah, screw him. It's exactly what he wants you to do. He wants you to come on there. He wants you to say something that's going to be able to in his mind dignify him triggering, and he's just looking for a fight.
yeah, I know that's I knew that when I went on there.
I can see from both sides. I mean, I agree with you guys more on a little bit on the not giving them the opportunity to make money, but at the same time, I can kind of see why he did what he did too, because you got to see it too from that point of view. There is two ways to fight fire on this. I mean, there is, but it's not to win. It wasn't to win because you're not going to win on those channels ever. They're never going to let you.
No. Basically, I went on there to trigger him and spiral him, and I did that. I triggered both of those dudes and spiraled them and got them really pissed. So it was a
taste of the medicine. That was pretty interesting to watch. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a proud time in my life. It actually gave me a good idea. I was thinking about actually making globe Earth flyers, and putting all these things that people think will prove that Earth is a globe. Like, if it's flat, how come? If it's flat, why don't we fall off the edge or something like that? And make like a little book of like pseudo facts. And there would be globe Earth flyers and videotape me going up to people and trying to convince people that Earth is a globe.
What, you mean it's not a globe?
Huh?
Nothing, man. Just trolling. I'm the resident troll. I try to troll everybody.
They
Especially
probably say something to you like, "Oh, I learned that in school. You're boring me."
I disappear a lot.
Reverse. That's all you're talking, man. You're reverse psychology.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's the only way to really get through to people and get the result, I think, is the best way. It's like reverse psychology.
I think the best way to fight fire is with fire. It's the best advice.
Best way to fight poison with poison.
Yeah, it's just water. No, it's actually fire. No, I'm just kidding, man. It depends on the type of fire. So, but
The best way to fight an oil fire is with dynamite. It breaks it into smaller fires, and then you can put it out with water.
well, yeah, dynamite is great. It does put out fire.
In Iraq and Saudi Arabia and Kuwait.
Yeah, they do use explosives for it, right? For their oil rigs.
Yeah, I learned that during the Iraq War.
Oh, you were stationed?
No, I wasn't there, but I mean, I heard it through the news. That's how they would put out fires in Iraq during the war.
Don't believe it. Ask Damsel.
Or my brother. My brother was there.
I think all the Iraqis I talked to, like overseas, they all liked Saddam, which was interesting.
Don't you guys think it's weird that his name and Osama bin Laden, like his name was Saddam, his last name was Hussein, right? And then so you got Osama bin Laden, and then you got Barack Hussein Obama.
Yeah, that was such a
Yeah.
coincidence, wasn't it? Quinky Dink.
Yeah. Yeah. So
To be fair, guys, that I'm pretty sure that is an extremely common name. I mean, I had a friend in high school named Hussein from Iraq.
common name. It's a common name for an American president, right?
What about
Yeah.
Yes We Can?
Except for Barry Soroto, or however he says his real last name. He literally had his name changed, so.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure Barack Obama was the
Satoro?
person who was born with that name.
Whatever.
Barry Soretto.
I thought it was Satoro.
I didn't know that was his name. That is interesting.
You're talking about Soros?
What?
Big Soros?
Satoro.
Oh.
Obama's real name is Satoro.
Oh, for real? I didn't know that.
Barry Sotoro.
Barry? Yeah, he looks like a berry.
Barry Barack Obama.
No, Barry.
Nah. You know, Satoro of Hawaii.
Hey, so I had this really funny flat smack moment when I was in a grocery store earlier today. I was just looking at these protein bar sections in front of, the thin brand, where they're not thin, I mean Think brand protein bars. They're
Yes,
disgusting. They're
I
made
do
out
know.
of soy crap. Well, anyway, this guy
Oh, yeah.
walks behind me and he makes this joke comment to me, like, make sure to think or something like that, or think, just joking to me, like, make sure to think while you're looking at that or whatever. And then I just turn to him and I say, the earth is flat and stationary. And he's like, what? What do you mean? And I'm like, yeah. When we try to measure it over bodies of water, they're not conforming to the shape of a sphere and all that. I give him one of my flyers or whatever. We started talking about Clyde Lewis. I'm like, yeah, I was on Clyde Lewis's show plenty of times. I've called in, Charles and Beaverton. I've been on his show plenty of times. But I don't listen to him anymore because he's in denial about the flat earth. People have brought the evidence to him, but he's just in denial about it. He's like, oh, Bigfoot and aliens are real, but you can't verify that. But we'll talk about it all night. I still like the guy. I still love the guy, but I mean, he's in denial nonetheless.
I don't know how it happened, but the other day at a water park, I was there with the family, took the kids, and a gentleman with his family was walking by, and I don't know what sparked the conversation and what sparked for me to say, mention the flat earth. And he just sounded so intrigued. We sat there probably for like 10 minutes talking. He's a teacher too. It's just really cool encounter. He seemed to take it, for what it was worth. It's not like he shunned me or poo-pooed me. He was, well, that's interesting. Never thought about it that way. Pretty cool.
Wish more people were like that and listened for a few minutes and then made a better decision.
Right? Instead of getting that deer in the headlights look and wanting to turn away immediately.
Or wanting to just slam you and end your being because they don't agree with their little world being wrecked.
I get that from my uncle, which just baffles me. Me and my uncle have great conversations all our lives. We've always been into the esoteric and the not so quite explainable. And I remember the first time bringing it to him, and he looked like he wanted to rip me in half. He was so mad. I was like, "Well, are you kidding me?"
I can relate, man. I was conspiracy theorist since I was 14. I don't like that term, but I like it now. I use it, so whatever the fuck. Whatever, man.
I hear you.
When the flat earth thing, when my friend presented me with the videos, I just laughed for months, man. I wouldn't even click. My ego wouldn't even allow me to click the video, bro. For like 4 or 5 months, roughly. Then he sent them again. I was like, you know what, man? Let me just see what this bullshit is. I'm gonna demolish it from like the first, couple minutes. I got this. Let me see what these fucking retards are talking about. That's it, man. 15 minutes into the video. Not sure which one it was, the ODDs or Dubai's, which one I watched first, and that's it. It's a wrap.
It took me a little longer to break the programming. I was a huge, I was a bigger UFO geek than Tyler from Secure Team 10. And
Tyler.
so I held on to my
You held
beliefs
on
for the
to it?
longest time. I did not want to let go of my UFOs.
That man, I needed that. I needed the flat Earth because it's the one thing. It's the one piece of the puzzle that once you have it, now you can actually see. Now you're good. You have sight. But without it, you don't have sight. You don't know why you have all these conspiracies. You don't know why you have 9/11. You don't know why you have the fake moon landing. You don't know why.
Yeah.
You can spec, and they tell you like so. Anyways, because when I was 14, anyway, Loose Change came out. Learned about 9/11. My dad bought whatever he heard about this guy over the radio. Bought his book. So, anyways, he went, read it. Loose Change. He taught me about it. So 14 was 9/11. I knew 9/11 was an inside job. From like 14 to 15, because now my dad was like, oh, what else? He went moon landing. So moon landing denier I was since I was 15. However, I was hooked with the UFO stuff too. I bought the UFO bit, and I believed in aliens and all that at a time where all my classmates back in high school, I was like one of the very few people that believed in aliens. Today, it's the other way around. It's the ratio is flipped. Where most people believe in aliens, only a few that like, I don't believe in aliens. But anyways, even after all of that, like I was just my ego, my pride, too much. I was like, we know everything fucking spins. What are you talking about? Earth is flat. Like, are you fucking stupid? Yeah, and I never reviewed the evidence. That's the ego part, But once I actually clicked on a video, I got flat smacked 15 minutes into the video. I remember because I paused and I was like, oh my god. Then right afterwards, and that was like 4 years ago, roughly 4 or 5, something like that. No, yeah, 5 years ago at least for sure. And then I called my dad right after watching like the ODD and Dubé's video, and I was like, "Hey, Dad, you remember when I was 14? You taught me, and you told me to be open-minded and read both sides before I judge." He was like, "Yeah, I remember." I was like, "I got something for you." I was like, "Here, I got these videos, and I want you to review them and give me your honest opinion about them." He's like, "Okay, cool, all right." So, anyways, he calls me back, a couple hours later. Yeah, it's flat. I was like, yeah, it's me. That's that simple. Because once we were actually presented like with the evidence, okay, cool, man. But my ego, right? That was like a learning curve for me where I found out I was like, hey, I could have been a flat earther 6 months earlier if my ego wasn't so blinding, right? If it wasn't in my way, man. I was like, try not to do that again. Just try to listen and then pass judgment. It's like I'm still learning, the ego thing, but damn.
I remember growing up and having problems with the globe. I remember the first time, like it was yesterday, the first time it was brought to my attention and thinking to myself, what the fuck is that? How can that work? I mean, there was always just something in the back of my head. You see NASA footage and you see some dude cruising across in the back and you're like, wait, did I just see that? And you poo-poo it all. You just kind of put it aside because you want to believe in the UFOs. You want to believe in outer space. You want to believe they're up there. But I can't tell you how many times my natural instincts as a child growing up would tell me, dude, there's something fishy. That's why I think I chased so many conspiracy theorists all my life is I just always knew something was wrong. You know what I mean? Like it's hard to put your finger on. And then once I found flat Earth, bingo. Fuck yeah, that's what it is.
I got it. Yep.
I'm excited to announce that it's also flat in South Africa, or in Cape Town.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I measured it this morning.
Is it?
From a little town called Esterfontein, 62 kilometers. I measured from Esterfontein to the V&A waterfront, and there was no curve. And the P900 did its job, so I'm very pleased that I didn't waste.
Oh yeah, you got a new toy, don't? Yeah, right. You just bought it.
Nice.
Yeah, I bought it yesterday and I tested it this morning, and just happy to announce that there's also it's
Post
also in Cape Town.
Well
Post the
done.
pics, your results whenever you finalize them and you have nice pics. Yeah, for sure, man. Post it.
I'm gonna create a YouTube channel and then share the stuff on there.
Absolutely.
Just
Awesome.
Sounds good. Give us
Nice.
the URL.
Yeah, so I'm still gonna have to create the YouTube channel. So I created it yesterday, called The Missing Curve. So I'm just upload and edit and all making it pretty and stuff like that. So yeah.
Love to hear
Put it
when
to
They
your
should
drop.
excited about flat Earth.
they should put that missing curve on the back of a milk carton.
Have you
Yeah.
seen me? Yeah.
We should seriously see if there's some kind of way we can market something like that.
See, the thing is, man, it's not. It's that the problem, which I think we all know, is the system. It's not actually like people. They are sheep, man. They don't give a fuck. Flat, whatever. I'll just tell us what to do, man. Like that's people. That's mankind for you from the beginning. And read the Bible. You know, it's like go read the Bible. Just go read it. You know, it's been the fucking same. It just Pharaoh has been changing, right? Now, so this is just a different flavor of Pharaoh, right? You know, but it's the same thing over and over again. So people are just sheep, right? So what you have to do is just remove the fucking, the mold, so to speak. It's like, how do we get rid of this mold, man? This mold is nasty.
Well, to a certain degree, you're right, but to a certain degree, I kind of disagree because, like, I mean, when I went to that, bicyclists in the Buff rally yesterday, I was talking to a good handful of people, like maybe, I don't know, 50 people in the whole crowd about flat Earth. There was only 2 chicks at one point in time that said, "No, you can't write that on my chest. I heard you talking to that other person. We think you're crazy." They're flat. No, those were like 2 chicks out of like 50 people. The other 48 were like, well, no, there's one other guy that's total, Glober. But still, I mean, I'm just saying, people will hear you out, most people.
Like, when you take them in totality, they're just going to run the same gearbox they've been running. They're not going to stop. They're not going to quit their job because you have a family to feed, right? You have priorities in your life, in your monkey brain. So you're not going to actually flip your world upside down just because you discovered some new information. And that's fact. Like, that's what most people are not going to do that. No, they're not. So, and of course the government knows that, and that's the key, their key weapon, is compliance. Is not saying no.
But I'm just going to make the point, though, that I think more than half of everyone out there, deep down inside their heart, they can feel it. They maybe even know it somehow, some way. They've been lied to. And they just need that person in their life to just tell them the truth. That's the real problem. I mean, it's like the same thing with my dad. Right after I got out of high school, I asked my dad, "Hey, Dad, do you know this thing about the Illuminati? Do you know about this?" He's like, "Yeah, I know what the Illuminati is." It's like, "Well, Dad, why didn't you ever tell me about it?" And he's like, "Well, you never asked." I'm like, what the hell, Dad? What do you mean I never asked? What the hell kind of answer is that? I mean, don't get me wrong, I love my dad, he was great, but still, like, what? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You never asked? Come on. You got to tell everybody. You got to tell everybody any way you can. Nobody's gonna get too angry at you. Nobody's gonna,
Yeah. Like I talk to you, like you do a lot of street activism. Yeah, I told you, remember, like it's not for me. Like I kind of have that sour outlook on mankind, where God called them sheep so many times in like different books. It's like I am convinced like they are actually sheep. Like that's the problem. And at the same time, well, I know you have to talk to individuals to make them see the truth.
Ever heard of don't ask, don't tell?
Yeah.
I have to ask, what was the age range, do you think, of those folks, though?
Who you're asking?
Oh, at the nude bike ride yesterday? Oh, it was all around. It was all around. You know, old people, young people, everyone in between. It was completely like anything, anyone. You know, it was just
So you were getting
it was
a
just
good
random. All the people there are just random as far as like yeah, as far as everything.
Did you get any good?
Well, that's
Did you get
good.
any good material?
Well, yeah, I did, but I only like went through the 3 points with one woman who was fully clothed walking through the crowd, and I had to actually ask her to like take a few steps to in a certain direction so I could get at least one interview without direct nudity.
What did I cancel? I've had 3 cancellations. Mom.
Someone's hot micing. Not sure.
Bob. There we go.
Can't you just blur them?
Okay.
Ron, are you a biker?
Yeah, I just haven't gotten around to editing the videos. I'm sure I can, do something more later on.
Yeah.
Biker, Ron?
Pretty interesting conversations.
Do you ride bike as well? Are you a biker yourself?
Only
Oh no, I
Only
brought
rides
an electric longboard.
Ah, all right, cool.
Yeah, something a little more ballsy. Excuse the pun.
Hey, do you know if they have those types of things across the United States?
I don't know. I just know that it happens in Portland every year. I thought it didn't happen last year, but then I just heard from somebody there that I guess it did happen last year. I just didn't know where or when. It's kind of random how they post these things on the internet in different places. But it's actually happening 3 times this year. It's the funny thing, like in June, July, and August. So with how many flyers I handed out at this last one just yesterday, like I'd be kind of like, not living up to my activist potential if I don't go to the other 2 with the same thing,
I would imagine someone somewhere, within driving distance holds something like that.
Well, I know the Pacific Northwest has several in all our different states around here. There's a Sunny Buns run. There's just a bunch of different ones that people do. The naked suit, the bear suit.
Yeah, I'm in Oklahoma, so I'm not sure if that's going to be
They're
something they
pretty
do.
liberal out here in the Pacific Northwest, and they're not afraid to get out and do that in some of these areas. So
Have a little fun, a little mud diving.
things like that. Yeah. It's not the Bible Belt,
Hey, Adam and Eve were nude in the Bible.
Until they ate from the tree.
Yeah, but you're not going to see a bunch of Baptists and Pentecostalists running in one of those, usually.
I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I wasn't talking to them too much about religion, except for the globe religion. It's almost like a moving rave, really, because of all the lights and music that people strap on themselves and their bicycles.
Yeah, there's a run here over in Idaho. I know that does that. It's a running one, and then there's a bicycling one. I know in Montana. There's a couple other ones I know around too. So I have to remember.
A nude run in Idaho?
I'm pretty sure it's in Idaho. It's either in Idaho or
Really?
it's yeah, I'm pretty sure. I have a friend who used to go every year, so I think she told me it was over close up to Sandpoint or somewhere.
How interesting. They don't even have strip clubs in Idaho, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, they do have strip clubs. I'm real close to the border. There's a more allowed there than is in my state. So in Washington.
Oh, really?
Well, across the border. That's why they've got all of them right on the border. Because then our border town all the guys go over there.
Okay, where at? What's not Post Falls, right? No, that's too far.
Yeah, Post
Post Falls, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
But they won't let you, have marijuana. So everybody
course
comes
not.
over here, and if you go into Idaho with anything, you're in serious trouble. You'll end up in jail.
Yeah.
That's dangerous crop.
Super dangerous. Really.
Yeah, God doesn't want us touching that plant.
Who can feed, who can clothe, who can bathe, who can lubricate, who can, what else can it do?
Yeah, and you're only talking about the hemp one.
eat
That's
it.
the male part,
Yeah.
not the female one.
Not to mention the medicinal aspects of it.
Yeah, that's the saddest part is they don't have very good access for medical because of that. They could get it easily from us, but to get over there without getting in trouble is a real difficult position to get into.
To go to Cannabis and Glass all the time. You got good prices.
Yeah, that's pretty good place.
Restricting people's access to medicine. That doesn't sound very Christian.
No, I don't think it is.
Who said it was
Yeah, I
Christian? Secular, yeah.
I used to write scripts.
I think a lot of Christians would think that that's Christian somehow, some way.
Is it? I mean, dude, Muslims think that's like it should be banned too. Like, you know, what I mean? It's the same, you know, like Catholic Church, like state of mind or whatever. I don't want to bash on Catholics. It's just the same church
It all
mentality.
comes down to the shit show they did back in the 50s, 60s.
Yeah.
What was the damage they did to it? What was that called?
It's ridiculous.
Marijuana madness or something.
Reefer Madness. I think it was
Reefer
back in the
Madness.
30s or so.
Reefer Madness is the name of the movie. Yeah. You can go look it up. It's a pretty interesting movie to watch. It's pretty hysterical. It's hysterical.
And doesn't it?
You should watch
It all dates back to like paper mill, right? Like
Yeah.
they didn't want the competition,
Hearst.
so they got rid of hemp.
That and,
William Randolph Hearst, I think.
yeah,
was his name?
first,
Yeah.
and then they didn't like the it coming out of Mexico, so it was partly the immigration stuff too going on, and being able to get stuff across the border that they
I
couldn't
thi-
tax.
There's one more hidden thing. I think it's a true hidden power of weed. It has a lot of negatives, but I think this is common. Makes you rebellious, even though it makes you a pacifist, but also makes you rebellious at the same time. Where it's like, yes, I desire like peace. Like, I don't want to fuck you, man. Don't fight. Like, fuck you, dude. I just want to smoke up, man. However, you become a rebel. You go anti-government immediately. And it's very common. Like among smokers, they just don't like the government. You know, stoners don't like the government in general. So it's interesting. That's one thing I noticed with this plant. You know, most of its smokers are rebels.
Well, isn't it obvious why? It's because the government made it illegal.
Is it, or is it in the spirit of the plant? That's my question. Correct. I like your stand, like, or your view on it is 100% true. Now the question is this it, or is it actually in the plant itself, in the spirit of a plant, so to speak? You know, in the molecules or whatever it is, call it spirit, but it's in the spirit of the plant. Is it, or is it because it's forbidden fruit, and who grab the fruit are criminals, or so they're rebellious, or you know what I mean, by nature? Is it?
Well, do you think that people that drank alcohol in the 20s were anti-government for the same reason?
Well, I think they were. But at the same time, I noticed something different about it too compared to alcohol is that the mind changes. People think differently on it than they do, whereas you don't think much on alcohol.
Yeah.
But people who are smokers and tokers, a lot of times they sit around and talk or just think a lot, and it changes the brain in some way, so you think differently, you see things differently. So that's kind of an interesting
You see things differently. Yep.
Yeah,
or you just make jokes on Discord.
Yeah, you do too, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, alcohol's a demon, man. It had its hand on me for many years. Been a long time though.
Good, man. It's been 10 years
keep
for
it
me.
up.
Good
Keep
job,
it up.
dude.
Yeah, nice.
Yep.
Congratulations.
You. Hey.
About 5 years.
Good job, man.
Yeah, good.
It
Yeah,
is
I've
a demon. It is a demon.
Lost too many brothers in arms to it because of coming back and trying to deaden the pain, and it's not worth it.
They
Yeah.
don't call it spirits for nothing.
Yeah, it's a demon.
Yep. Do you smoke medic? Damsel? Is it damsel? Or what is it?
Well, I started smoking for the first time when I was on hospice for a couple of years. I don't smoke very much anymore. It's very rare, but I can if I wanted to. But no, I don't
Okay.
smoke all the time. But I did back then, and that's actually when I became a flat earther. Was while I was on hospice and taking it for medicine because I was throwing up so much. And
Okay.
yeah, so it was
Opened
what I
up
had to
those-
use because nothing else worked, and so it was my first experience with it. But
And it made you a flat earther. How interesting.
it gave me the opportunity to sit and think a lot differently. So it did change
Yeah.
my mind in
Opened up
ways,
those
but I was
neural
a more open
pathways.
person at that point. It gave me a more open mind.
Nice.
So I don't hate the plant, that's for sure. And then, you know, and I, as a medical provider, I recommended it all the time to people that were suffering. I had no problems with it even before, but once it became real personal, then it became real important for me to see it used for medical use at any cost for people because I knew what it did for me.
All right.
Yeah, it sparked my love of holistic medicine, getting into all kinds of different things from kratom to turmeric to blue lotus to all kinds of different things. Is just some amazing substance out there that that can do some amazing things.
Yeah, and that's
You don't
we've
need some
lost
white
that.
crushed up pill from a doctor.
Well, we've lost that, and the side effects with the pills. I experienced that, and it was just so miserable. And I was able to give up. Oh, I don't remember how many meds I was on at the time, but I went to half of what I was taking, and I think I was almost on 20 meds at the time. And then I was even able to cut down further later on and control the pain better. But yeah, there was no other alternative. There was nothing else that was working, and the pharmaceuticals weren't cutting it. So I gave in, and there we go.
You gave in to the devil, the marijuana devil.
Well,
Marijuana
the
smoke.
way my family always talked about it, yeah, you know,
Heavenly.
they were absolutely against any of that until some of us got real sick, and then they were okay with it once they saw it working and being used appropriately for that kind of stuff. They had no problem then after that.
What symptoms were you treating?
Well, I had to end up with a stomach feeding tube at one point, so I had such bad nausea and I was throwing up all the time, so I couldn't keep anything down, and I couldn't stand the pain. I was on 200 milligrams of morphine a day at one point.
Wow.
Yeah, kill a horse.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Damn.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was bad. It was really
Morphine's like
bad.
I've experienced a little bit of
But I
morphine
had
in my life before. It's like holy
severe
shit.
bone pain, and there was just nothing that would help. And that was the only thing that kept me from killing myself was the marijuana. I really wanted to die.
Wow. And it just like, can you share more, please? Like I'm really interested. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
Well, if you've ever had nausea, imagine having it constant, never ending, and always throwing up 3, 4, 5, 6 times a day, depending on how bad it is. It's a miserable life. And then the pain on top of it, I couldn't get around the pain. I just couldn't do it. I spent literally almost 5 years bedridden with a feeding tube, and it was so painful. And the only thing that made it worth living was smoking. And I smoked a lot, but it worked, and it kept me sane enough to keep going and hold on until I recovered instead of dying. So kept my weight up, kept me from falling into, even more side effects from the drugs and having to be even more damaged after I recovered finally. And I did come off a hospice eventually. So what can I say?
Hey, good shit. That's for sure. Nice.
Yeah, it changed
Yeah,
my
I'm
whole
happy
mindset
for
about
you.
medicine and how to treat myself and start to change kind of things so that I could recover. So, for me, it's a very important part of my recovery. It was extremely important. Like I said, I don't smoke it at all hardly anymore. Maybe once or twice every couple of months, maybe.
Do you take any supplements like CBD, CBN,
Yep,
or like
take all
Delta
those,
8 or
take
anything?
a lot of herbals, doing a lot of that kind of thing. So anything natural. I don't have any pharmaceuticals anymore. They're all gone.
Yeah, I've been on a Delta 8 kick myself lately. It seems to do wonders for energy. I mean, I'm up at 4 o'clock in the morning and just feeling rested and ready to go. And yeah, Delta 8, I recommend it.
Delta 8. Okay.
Yeah, it's a derivative, kind of like CBD or CBN. Like it's a derivative of marijuana. Doesn't contain THC. The Delta 9, which is
Oh,
THC.
I don't mind the THC at all.
Well, the
That's
Delta 8 is a THC. It's a form of THC. It's just not quite psychoactive as Delta 9.
okay.
So yeah, you do feel a little bit of effect from it.
I want more psychoactivity. I want Delta 11.
Excuse me.
That's just me. More psychoactivity and less laziness. So I want the effect as if I'm like on speed, but I would like to be high, not on speed. Yeah, like
lace it with some psilocybin. We also have some local mushrooms that grow around here that the kids like to eat here in Oklahoma. I don't think they're
I'm
quite
the
magic
Pacific
mushrooms.
Northwest, man. It's like
Yeah.
homeland
Yeah.
of the psilocybin.
The anti-inflammatory properties of that stuff is so incredible, though. That was one of the things that really made a difference. I
You
had
know,
bone
Same thing
okay.
with turmeric and black pepper.
terrible.
Turmeric and
Yeah,
black
I added
pepper do that
those.
for
I
me.
added those as well after I started the marijuana. I just kept finding more things to help with that, and that really helped.
So
But
the pain, I do not know. I'm assuming it didn't do much, but did it? Or maybe it did? Like, because you were saying like the morphine didn't do anything, right?
morphine wore off, and they just kept going higher doses, and
Higher,
nothing
yeah,
touched
okay.
it. And it was really the inflammation. It was so uncontrolled. They couldn't control the pain for me. So added the
Okay.
marijuana, and that lifted the depression, and then I could tolerate the pain. It wasn't like it was gone because it was still there, but I stopped writhing. I could think again. I could function a little bit.
Yeah.
And I could survive it instead of going every 30 seconds and counting and praying every 30 seconds to make it to the next. I could actually make it, several hours to.
Have you guys ever heard of kratom?
Yeah.
Yes, I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't
Didn't
like
work
it.
as well for
It
me.
works good for mild pain or some.
Maybe I took
some
too much.
chronic.
One
Yeah,
day I'll give it another shot because I think I
it.
took too much. I puked it all out, and I know I took way too many grams. I puked it all out.
Yeah.
I was just lazy. I went to sleep afterwards. I was like, "Fuck this,
Yeah.
man!" Like
That's
I get
exactly what you
high to stay up and enjoy the
Take-
cerebral
take-
effects. I don't want to go to sleep.
Take a tiny bit and then judge it from there. Because if you take too much,
How
it'll
much?
make you want to throw up and
How
it'll make
much?
you
How much do
tired
you
and
recommend?
woozy.
How much
I
is
don't
a
know,
tiny bit?
little under 5 grams at first.
Okay. Okay.
But
I think
there's also
I think
another one
I've
that
taken 7 grams or something like that, and I think that was too much.
there's also another wild herb that is indigenous to every continent, and it's called wild lettuce. Probably called different places in different regions, but wild
Okay.
lettuce, if you take it and boil it down, like, you collect a bunch of it and you boil it down, it turns into this like black, almost like black tar heroin. But you boil it down to this thick paste and you cap it off, put it in the fridge, and you take like a teaspoon of it at a time, and they say it's about as equal as about like a Vicodin.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's something you probably have grown in your backyard right now. And the indigenous people used to use it, for many years. It's been deemed safe, I guess. But yeah, check it out. It's called wild lettuce.
Okay, I shall. I've had phases with weed in my life though, where and it repeats, and like I go through this phase where I get rid of my bong, I get rid of all the smoking stuff, and I sober up for a couple of months, and I ended up not liking my sober self. I make miserable decisions, and I discover about how miserable they were the minute I take a puff. I'm like, oh my god, what did I just do? now I have to go back and fix everything. The fucking angry sober man. You know, it's like this guy.
Oh, you got me cracking up here, bro. I understand exactly what you mean.
Because man, like for me, it does. Like I have to admit, it does add to my laziness. I have to admit, that's it. So I've been trying to like be more disciplined, and it's not working out. Trying to be really disciplined. So I didn't go buy some today because I was like, this is the only thing I can discipline myself in is the purchasing. Like I can control my purchasing of it, but once I just smoke it. You know, I just wake and bake, and here we go. And that's not healthy. It's not very good, right? It's too much. It's excessive. There's no balance in it. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to hit the balance thing, like in life, you know, just in general. And I know my use with this plant, I abuse it. So it's my problem actually. It's not like like I've done this where I sold my bong several fucking times where I was like, all right, man, you gotta stop doing this. You know, and you really have to figure it out because I've been on and off for like the past 3 years. And it's like, okay, you figure it out, man. It's like, is it the weed or is it you? Or every time I think it's the weed, I quit. Then I discover it's just me, and then I go back smoking weed, and here we go. So it's like, all right, just figure something out, grow up a little bit, don't abuse it, and see how that goes, I guess. I haven't reached that yet.
Yeah, come on, Mary Jane. We can get back together.
Oh no, we are together. I'll go buy some tomorrow. Once the store opens.
I'll buy you some flowers, or I'll buy your flowers.
Oh.
Smoke your flowers.
Oh. I love it.
The weed?
Aye.
Aye.
Tell you what, you learn to
Aye.
love the smell of it and the shape of the plant. Oh, that's the thing. For me, I fell in love with it after it did so much for me. Yeah, even now, if I smell it, it just brings back good memories and feelings. I don't even have to smell the stuff.
Call of Duty 2 is so hard. It's making me want to cry.
What happened?
No, I'm playing Call of Duty 2 on veteran.
Oh. Ooh, veteran.
Hardest difficulty in the game.
I just play multiplayer, man. Not just me. I like multiplayer stuff.
I can't remember the last time I held a controller, man.
That's
I
good,
have a
man.
PS3,
Good.
I think, but I haven't touched it in a while. I've
I'd
got
be
Call of Duty
interested.
Ghost on it.
I'd be interested. I just don't have access to that type of technology.
Need an upgrade, bro.
You don't have access to that technology. What'd you do? Did you destroy any? It's a painful process to build it back up.
Yes. Yes, it is.
You like that Dom Pettit drop?
The zodiacal lights.
The
Rad-
Russian guns are way better
Rad-
than the American guns.
Radwan.
Radwin.
Radwin? Hello, Radwin.
Hello,
What's going on, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good.
I'm just listening.
That's cool. May I ask, because I'm nosy,
Yeah, sure.
where are you from?
I'm from Algeria.
Salam.
Algeria. It's in Africa, North
Oh,
Africa.
I know. I said salam, which is shalom, but in Arabic, right? Salam.
Shalom.
Isn't that shalom in Arabic?
Salam alaikum, yeah.
Alaikum salam.
Are you Arab?
Shalom, Andrew.
I'm actually from. I'm a neighbor. I'm from a neighboring country. We're both
Where?
African. How about that?
Tunisia.
Nice.
No.
Where?
Can you
Morocco,
take a guess?
Tunisia?
Take a
I
guess,
don't
man.
know.
Come on,
No,
I'm your
Arabia?
neighbor.
I
Arabia is
don't
not a
know.
country, man. Flavio.
Saudi
No
Arabia.
clue.
Saudi Arabia is a country, but it's not in Africa. Algeria is in
It's
Africa, and I told him I'm his neighbor. I'm
Is that
not
I don't
name
white.
know.
copied?
No
Is that
clue.
name
Maybe
copied, or
Tunisia.
is that?
I don't know that many African countries.
It's the one African country people don't realize that it's in Africa.
No idea.
Come on.
Egypt.
Madagascar? No.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one.
Egypt.
Yeah, good job.
Egypt. In
Yeah,
fifth
people
grade,
think
I
it's
was
in
actually.
Asia.
You go for.
Yeah.
Really?
Serious, man. It's like, yeah,
People think Egypt's in Asia.
people don't know where Egypt is at. Like,
That's so stupid.
Well, especially when I start off like when I tell them like I'm African, that's very confusing to them because I'm not black, but like I'm African. I'm North
Yeah,
African. Like
same.
like I can tell if you're from North Africa. Like okay, I can tell. I can look at you like okay, you're from North Africa, dude. But so when I start off like, hey, I'm African, they're just like, all right, what? No, you're not.
Wait. Aren't you technically an African American?
I don't know. I don't answer as African American as in like forums or whatnot. No,
I'm
because
definitely
that
African.
means African American doesn't mean that you're. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's the same.
He is taken as
in like the
an
form,
African American, but he's
they
not
don't.
black. So.
Right. And I think that's what they're trying to say in like the whatever you're filling out, like black. Are you black? Are you white? Are you Asian or yellow or green? And like I always said, if they just put the shade of your skin, like a little box, the shade of your skin, and so I could just hold up my skin to it and cut and fill in which one is closest. I prefer that because I struggle because I'm not African American.
I don't follow labels.
It's weird. They just want to put you in a box.
Do you think that Elon Musk is an African American?
Actually,
he's
not.
African. He's South African.
Yeah, he's just
South
African.
African.
Just
He
like
was
me.
born in South Africa. He was born in Pretoria.
Yeah, exactly. He was,
Yeah.
and now he lives in America. That makes him an African American.
No,
no, it doesn't.
no. You have to. Your one of your family members has to have been from America. Either the mother or the father. And then you being the product of an African American. Because you don't say
Canada's North America.
African Canadian.
I think you just need to start out African, and then you need to become an American by living in America, and then you're an African American.
Oh, for sure, but you're still not African American, bro. When you talk to people,
not by race, but
they're
by
expecting you to be black if you say you're African American, right? Anyone, when you say you're African American, they expect you to be black.
How dare you?
Well, that's how it is. But
kidding.
Yeah.
Well, in my hometown, we've got the gal that's running. What is it? The college. It's like the college ACLU group for, or is it the African American Association or something? Anyway, she's a redhead. If that gives you an idea, and she has no background with anybody of color in her family. Her mom and dad are both as pale as she is, and I am. And yeah, they even made fun of her on national news because she claims African American culture and all this, and has actually been elected to the university I went to as their head minorities person. So it's really interesting. You just have to claim it, apparently.
That's it, yeah. That's it. I'm African.
So if we call black people African Americans because they're of African descent but have never been to Africa, then why don't we call white people in America European Americans?
Don't know.
That's how it should be.
Rachel Dolezal.
I think there's a reason for that. It's because it has to do with the game of identity politics, a game of divide and conquer. It's a nonsensical term. They're just Americans with different skin colors, you know.
Yep.
That's the way I
That's
feel
it.
about it.
That's
Yeah.
it. Same here.
You guys
Same
remember
here.
that chick,
like-
Rachel
And I
Dolezal?
actually have a black relative. He actually ran Berkeley University, was the president of Berkeley University in the 80s.
It's like if you're not native, it's like listen, we're all immigrants, okay? If you ain't native, listen, we came here, we killed these people, and we're occupying the land. All right, so chill. Just chill out.
I'm just testing my microphone. I just changed it up. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll be
Okay,
right
cool.
back.
Loud and
PC's
clear.
black screened. I'll see you in like 2 minutes. PC black screened.
Oh, all right, go ahead, man.
Yep.
All right,
Hey,
one.
from
Are you a
wife
flat
to the-
earther?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
You are.
Yeah.
Can you share a little bit what made you a flat earther? How'd you realize the truth?
It started from a Saudi guy talking about the flat Earth. So yeah, that's how it started for me. Then I started researching the my religion, Islam. It's obviously it's with the flat Earth. So yeah.
Is it now? Okay,
Yeah. It is. It is.
obviously I already know. I know. However, let's just so did you talk to your fellow Muslims, and how did they treat you, my friend? And did you tell them that your
It's
holy
not big.
book says the Earth is flat, and how did they react?
Of course, they disagree with me, but it's not a big
Like so
deal.
many of
It's
us.
just
Yeah.
it's not a big deal.
Oh,
It doesn't matter if he
yeah.
thinks different like me.
Yep. Oh, no, I
We
mean,
feel ya.
I've had really hard time like with them. That was the last time I stepped my foot inside of a mosque. It was to actually just grab a physical copy of the Quran and just never step foot again. I was like, I'm good. I'm not one of you guys. That's for sure. I just believe in this book. I just don't believe in you guys. You guys suck. I left. You know, because obviously they subscribe to quote unquote the same religion. However, they actually don't, because they live on a ball. So they're not. It's like, oh, you know where my people is at? They're right here. They're right here in the server. These are my people. Yeah, like we're right here, man. Because the other guys are extreme. They were very hostile, man. Like they were not friendly at all. Like like
It's just hard to convince people that they have been lied to, especially they have been grown with this idea. So it's a bit hard, yeah.
well, yeah, it's the same thing with like like a Christian flat earther trying to go in church and like, hey guys, did you know?
Yeah.
And this verse right here is like, oh yeah, they're not gonna listen. It's the same thing.
No, I've even been to churches that they mocked flat earthers because they didn't know I was one, and I walked out as soon as that happened. It was like that was the last time I went to even visit.
See ya, guys. You ain't my people now. Peace.
No, they weren't my people because they were mocking people that
Yep.
think that the Bible says that it is, and I wasn't okay with that. So, but I've lost family members over it, yeah, and friends. So I know.
Cool, man. So let me actually. So I'll hook you up with a flat Earth roll, man. Just because we usually like to get a flat Earth roll, we have to really test your flat Earth knowledge. That way, we know you're genuine, right? You're a genuine flat Earther. However, since you're from
can't-
Africa, and I'm from Africa. There we go, bud. There you go,
But
bud.
I'm not really that good at English, so I cannot have discussions with people.
Dude,
I
then
can
this
in
is
Arabic.
this is
I
the
can
perfect.
in
Oh, أتكلم عربي too. But so this would be the perfect place for you to practice your English if that's, if
we
that
have
is
no
something
problem.
you'd like to do.
Yeah, African Americans need to look out for each other.
That's right. That's right. However, are you in Algeria right now?
Yeah, I live in Algeria.
Yes. See, he's African, bro. He's got one up on me. He's African. He's he's authentic. I'm African that left Africa.
Yeah, don't be hesitant to speak up if you got something to say, man. If you're broken English or not, we'll get you.
You do some Russian people on here, man. Don't worry about it. It's all good, man.
No,
Like,
it's
not
fun
everyone.
to have. It's fun to have everybody from around the world trying to get together on this. It's cool.
Yeah, it's part of what we look forward to. No, part of what I look forward to.
Yeah, it's not a melting pot, but it's a melting plane.
Oh.
Welcome to the melting plane.
That's not bad. Name of the show, Melting Plane.
Has a nice ring to it.
Yeah.
That's...
YouTube channel, here I come.
Yeah.
Better hurry.
Dudes. Ooh, I'm not Algeria. What time is it, man, over there? 12? Is it noon?
It's 11 a.m.
11? Okay.
Oh no, my avocados.
It's perfect. So that's good. Like, the more observations, or the more people we have, like, around, the more we can, like, do cool observations or whatnot.
Yeah.
So I have a buddy in Oman, and okay, so without the daylight savings BS, I live in Pacific, so I'm on Pacific time. So we're 12. Well, we're 12 hours apart, so halfway around the world, right? It's a 12-12, so whatever. Right now it's 3:43 my time over there. However, there's daylight savings, so I know it's 2:43 p.m. over there, but it should be, so mine should be 2:43, I think. Which, anyways, whatever, because we mess around with the clock over here. But we're 12 hours apart. So during the summer, I think, yeah, it was during the summer. We were both able to see the sun at the same time, but during other times of the year we can't. But in the summer we both can. It's like, wow, okay. It's like, bro, can you see the sun? He's like, yeah, it's right. I'm looking at it. And I'll be like, it didn't set yet. It's the setting sun, but he can see it. I can see it. It's like, well, how? That's very interesting. He's halfway around the world from me. But in the winter, you can't.
And that proves we are not living in a ball. Because the day and night should not be changing. It should be like half a circle all the time. Half night, half day.
Well, you know about the tilt, right? That the Earth has a tilt, a 15-degree tilt.
Yeah.
That causes the seasons. Shit. Well, hold on. Let me redo my mental game.
Yeah, it causes season, but not the day and night.
Correct. Okay, no, I was right because of the seasons. Because, like in the summer, I call it Earth is bowing down towards the sun, right? It's worshiping the sun, and the part that's closer to the sun would be the whichever tropic that's in the north, and that would be the path of the sun. Like in the north, that's why they tell us the days are longer. So it does have to do with the tilt. Okay, so it is tilt why the days are longer and shorter. Cool, because of the seasons,
Yeah.
right? And that's due to
Allegedly.
Of course, yeah, of course. It's not true, but we're just going over their model. Okay.
in winter you have when the sun is exactly on top of North Africa. You have daylight in all continents except Australia, and that is impossible on a ball. No matter how you try, you can go Google Earth and you try. It's impossible to have all continents facing the sun.
Oh, I would have to draw that one out. Kind of see it.
You can use Google Earth.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm sure you know this. Did like your Muslim friends tell you that it's actually egg shaped from the Quran? It's actually an
Yeah,
oblate, yeah, oblate
I
spheroid.
know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Like what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. Like, yeah, see, like our
yeah,
book had it right all along. It was an oblate
yeah.
spheroid.
Why did you not say it from the beginning then?
Oh, because we didn't know. Ah, like okay.
And the verses are so clear.
Well, they're taught to understand things in backwards, you know.
Hey, damsel, do you ever use a magnifying glass in sunlight to set things on fire?
Yes, in
It
the
might be
past.
more efficient and better tasting that way.
What are you
Yeah, I
guys
can imagine.
setting on fire?
Well, you don't like gas
Medicine.
taste. Yeah. Actually, I used a volcano a lot. So it was really clean and not smoke. It was all vapor. So that was really nice. And using fresh flour. So that it's pretty cool to use one of those. A lot of well, they use that in Israel. They allow medical marijuana
Medical,
to
yeah.
be used in the clinic, and they use a vaporizer like a volcano and the bag system. It works really good.
Yeah, I would be totally jealous if I was in Egypt. Well, come on, man. Next door they got medical pot. Can't we fucking have it too? Of course not. The answer, but not
Well,
cool.
Israel was so cool about it. They actually were one of the first places to start doing it in the clinic before you had your chemotherapy or anything or treatment of any type that you needed to be controlled for. They'd fill up their bag and let them sit there and toke on that until they were ready to go on their chemicals.
Nice.
The Earth was always flat and stationary. The only thing that's ever changed is your perception of it.
Who are you talking to? The audience?
Just anyone. Just talking to anyone who's listening.
Can't hear anybody.
Not speaking.
Oh, I don't want to miss the debate. I should get some sleep, man. Blobio's
Yeah.
dad.
What
Oh, Blobio's
debate?
dad. Blobio's dad is gonna come on here and debate evolution with the XO. He's a member on here. He's called the XO.
Yep.
Or I think it was like MG42 or something like that, or Pill. I forgot. Anyways, now his name is the XO. So the subject is evolution.
What time?
Evolution and flat Earth.
That's happening here, right?
Yes. What
Yep.
time? I would say
In
4 to
about
5 hours. How many
no,
hours?
7
now?
hours.
7 hours from now?
7. Yeah. 6 to 8 hours. 6 to 8 hours.
Okay, great.
Cool.
6 to 8 hours from now. Perfect.
Is your dad debating?
Yeah, his dad is debating. Yeah, man.
Interesting.
And he's gonna debate flat Earth too. So it's like, oh, it's gonna be exciting. You know.
Yep.
Because you've been on here and like, okay. So honestly, how do you think your dad is gonna do on like when it comes to flat Earth? Do you think?
I don't know. I haven't. I haven't tried to debate with him at all.
Okay. And from the debates you've seen in the past few days that you've been here, do you think he's gonna win?
It's like maybe a 30 to 40% chance, maybe, because he does.
He knows some
He does. Yeah, like he watched the SYFY channel and the Professor Dave explains.
So
So maybe.
he knows some. Aha. Okay, so he's gonna come at us with like the hard hitting stuff. Good,
Yeah.
good. I need to be here for
Hopefully.
this.
Yeah, I can't
hopefully.
wait. That's gonna be
Hopefully.
awesome.
Yes, I love the hard hitting stuff. That way I can bust out Einstein and just shut everything down. It's like yeah. If he better be well versed in like Einstein.
Bro, hold on. You bring out Einstein to shut everything down. You get people arguing about time, they'll be arguing about time forever, bro. That's the most convoluted bullshit.
It is, but like it's no one knows the math though behind it. So once you bring out the math, it's just kind of crickets everywhere. It's like, oh shit.
But also, I have watched the debunking, the dismissing flat Earth science, the professor, the 4-part video, and he brings up a lot of points. I'm not gonna lie.
Which one is that one? Is that
The professor, the 4-part one, the one with explaining the Earth as a globe without using science.
Okay.
You know,
So which
4-part
good
one.
points did you like?
The moon and the stars.
All
Those
in the
two.
sky, right? It has nothing to do with the Earth. Yep. That was gonna.
But,
I was gonna assume that before you tell me that. Let me guess. It has nothing to do with actually the surface of the Earth that we're talking about. And that's a problem over and over and over and over again. It's like, cool. Maybe if you map out the stars and the patterns in the sky, like around a ball model, maybe it works better. Sure. I don't think it works better, but anyways, perhaps you have easier explanations this way, but that doesn't mean the surface is actually curving. And
but
yeah, go ahead,
but he also said that people from the northern hemisphere wouldn't be able to see the Southern Cross, and vice versa. Same with the southern hemisphere, can't see the Polaris or the North Star.
You haven't heard this argument on here in the past few days?
No.
Really? They bring it up all the time.
At least I don't think so.
All the time. The southern. Well, actually, have you heard about Sigma Octantis?
I think I've heard that word before.
Okay, that's the supposed southern pole star. So yeah, no, this argument is actually quite common, but I don't know anything about the stars. I don't debate any star related anything. Zero. Because it's non sequitur.
Have you guys got David's app, that Flat Earth Zodiac Clock and Moon app?
I've got the one, the let me find it. It's called the Flat Earth Clock, and it's literally
No,
just
no,
a
no.
flat Earth clock.
No. Get the one that David made. It's the Zodiac Flat Earth Zodiac Clock Moon and something app, by Blue Water
The
Bay.
Zodiac Clock, Sun, and Moon app.
That's it. Yeah. And
Yeah,
just make sure
so
you get the one. You
yeah,
got to pay
it's
for it though.
so
It's
on
by
the left it says
Blue Water Bay.
That's it. That'll explain the stars very well. Or it does explain the stars very well.
Okay.
what did I see? The channels. There's the next month on the left. It tells me the date and the time on the top left, and in the middle is a flat Earth depiction of the clock. And then there's the zodiacs.
Any other points? Did that one guy have?
There were a few more, but I don't remember them.
Okay,
Not all of them.
that's fine.
Blobbio, what industry is your father in?
RT industry.
IT.
Yeah,
Nice.
RT. He mainly does service, like going out to people's houses and fixing their PCs, like program wise, and let's say Windows doesn't start up. He brings his bombs or something like that.
So
And
since
he
he's
tries
an
to fix it.
IT guy, can a computer code ever create itself, even if you have the computer?
No,
Can
it has to have a creator.
yeah, there you go. That's it. That's evolution for you. Because see that right there, that example, that's thermodynamics. It actually has nothing to do with like evolution. You see, things get disorganized over time. That's entropy,
But
right? Concept of entropy, where
just to keep your analogy simple, it's like the code in the computer program is like the code in the DNA.
correct.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. That's my train of thought.
Code could never write itself. It has to have something to base off of.
Right.
Sorry, mate.
No, hey, no problem, man. But like, okay, your house. If you don't maintain your house, what will happen after 100 years? You already know. It's gonna decay,
Yeah.
right? Everything decays, right? So the cycle
Over
of
time.
life is growth towards decay, right? You're growing towards decay, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can
And then back to renew. So you decay and you feed the soil, and then new growth occurs.
Right. So it's like if everything in life, once it comes to life, decays, how can this randomness organize something into life? That's the weird part, right? Where everything like is like I don't know how to explain it. Like, you have to read about entropy, but it's this concept where it's like there is more disorganization as like time goes on. Things do not organize themselves on their own, right? You can't do that. Things don't just order themselves. So if you have a bunch of molecules scattered, they're not going to be like, oh, they're not going to grow a conscious. Be like, hey guys, let's get together. No, they don't do that. That's just the law of the universe. Nothing doesn't work this way. So your house is not going to paint itself because, oh wow, if I don't paint myself, I'm going to rot over this winter or whatever, when the rain comes. No. You see, evolution argues that yes, you can. Things can organize themselves into simple organisms, and then they get complex as time goes on, even though everything in nature, the laws of the universe show us otherwise, that everything decays as time goes on. Everything gets disorganized, not organized as time goes on. So it's really funny how evolution actually goes against thermodynamics. But because I studied thermodynamics in college, so it's like they never teach it to you this way. But if you actually just take a minute just to think about it, it's like, man, your own science is contradictory. It's like, damn, how could you teach both under the same institution. It should be one or another. And of course, thermodynamics runs the world, so it's like you can't mess with thermo really. It's kind of cemented its place in the modern society.
And that
Yeah,
all those closed systems, like you said, with the entropy, they're always losing energy.
Always.
So it's moving towards a state of any kind of reaction occurs, and you get losses through either heat or kinetics or through whatever interaction. There's always a breakdown and not a build up. And for this whole evolutionary thing, it would have to be building up to this moment of tremendous growth and diversity and change after billions of years of breaking down. It's ludicrous.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm just trying to give you my perspective on it.
To me, the silver bullet for evolution is something called irreducible complexity. Darwin wrote in his book that if he found a single-celled organism that was too complex to have evolved organically, it would completely shatter his theory. That single-celled organism is called the bacterial flagellum. Bacteria. It's made up of 36 individual components, including S rings, P rings, O rings. It's got a prop shaft, it's got a tail, it's got a head. It's got this little injectable at the front that injects its DNA into something else. And its tail can spin at 100,000 RPM and then stop and instantly go the other direction at 100,000 RPM. And human beings today battle to get to 80,000 RPM and 90,000 because then the crankshaft actually snaps itself. There's too much force being applied in the motor at such high RPM. The bigger the motor gets, normally its RPM drops.
First time I heard that.
So irreducible complexity is the name of the argument, and it's headed by scientists and well peer-reviewed. Since the 80s, they've been having this debate about irreducible complexity versus evolution, and the bacterial flagellum. If you Google bacterial flagellum, it'll look like something that was manufactured. And the fact that that's a single-celled organism demolishes the concept that one cell joins with another cell to gain function, and then gains a third and a fourth cell to gain more function. And then this piece adds, not at the front, but at the back, just in the right place, that then adds that function. And their whole narrative of how evolution went from single-celled, simple amoeba-type organisms into multicellular complex organisms, finding a single-celled complex organism demolishes that idea.
I want to hear your dad's rebuttal to that. For sure. Oh my God, I really want to hear it like now.
Yeah.
I'd love to be here.
Yeah, what would he say? Like, I know there's a rebuttal to that. I know. I just don't know it, right? So I want to learn what the other side is going to say to that.
I gotta go pick up my brother. I'll be back soon.
Cool, man. Go ahead. The first time I heard about the 100,000 RPM, it's because I studied internal combustion engines. I was like, what? How fast? 100,000 RPM. Bacteria,
And that it can
like,
stop.
holy.
And that it can stop and go the opposite direction.
And it's
Think about
nanotech.
that force, bro.
It's nano. It's like, what? It's like, and this thing just made itself, assembled itself, wrote it. Yeah. Okay, bud. Okay, thanks. It's kind of crazy, man. Illogical,
Yeah, so the atheists, the evolutionary guys, do have a rebuttal to the irreducible complexity, whereby they start to bring out like a bacteria that now eats plastic. And that plastic was only invented in the 1900s.
Oh, wow.
So therefore, this single bacteria has, quote unquote, evolved the ability to feed on plastics, but
How do you
plastics
know?
are effectively polymers.
How did they
So
know that
it's
the bacteria wasn't there before? That's an honest question. I do not know. So it's like, do they
no,
have
so
an
it's the plastic. So the point is that we introduced the substance plastic, and
Correct.
now this bacteria can. So the bacteria was always there, but now there's
You
a
gave it
type
food,
that can
so
eat
it multiplied.
plastic, and that's their then rebuttal to the irreducible complexity side. But because a program has like an open end, so that if it encountered something new, you can add on to the program.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that as evolution, like from a stupid single cell that does nothing to multi-complex, multicellular organisms. It's a causation, but not correlation, but not causation. If you know what I mean. Like,
Yes, I do.
how can we prove that that bacteria couldn't digest plastics before we invented plastic?
Exactly. That was my point. It's like exactly. That's it. Like, how did you know that this bacteria did not exist, or it did not have this capability, where we did not have plastic before? Yeah. It's like now because we have this crisis now. So now you've noticed the effect because we caused the cause. you know. Interesting. Any other rebuttals they got?
I don't know.
We'll see. We shall see then. Your dad, I'm sure he's well versed on his evolution, his religion.
Yep.
I should say his religion of evolution.
You know, their first standpoint is always like, we know it to be true because the textbook says so. And it's only the real skilled practitioners, kind of like the ballers, that understand the nuance of our argument and then have found a nuanced rebuttal to simply confuse the listener. If you actually think about their rebuttal, it's usually baseless, but it's just there to cause enough doubt in anyone who was previously starting to lean one way. And it's like I say, with the evolutionary argument, there is no link. There would have to be hundreds of thousands of trans-species skeletons or skeletons that are in the process of transspeciation. So for you to get from one animal to the other, there would need to be thousands of mutations to cause like a tail to turn into legs, and for a leg to turn into a fucking fin.
Transitional fossils would be everywhere. JD.
But there would have to be such a multitude of transitional fossils, and there just isn't any. And when you start to look, they make these giant leaps of logic. Once again, it could be correlational and not causational. So from an evolutionary standpoint, it's a belief just like the ball, and it's a story that's been repeated so much since you were young that eventually the familiarity makes you accept it, not the accuracy or validity of the information.
I mean, there is no accuracy or validity of anything when you tell me it happened millions of years ago and you have no proof that it happened millions of years ago. So that was like, oh, okay. It's like, a million years ago or a billion. It's like, oh yeah, dude, nice. Nice story. How am I supposed to verify that?
Don't think you can.
No, you can't. And neither can they. So how come they get to say what they want and I don't? Right? It comes down to this whole ego thing, right? Like, why? How come they get to say this bullshit and they get away with it? Same thing with the Big Bang, right? Big Bang Theory. It's like, it's problematic, because it happened, I don't know how many billions of years ago. Like, okay, how'd you know it happened then? Well, we're here, then it had to happen. It's like, no, dude, you're affirming the consequent. No, we're here, that is correct. Had to happen? No. Your story didn't have to happen. It's a story you came up with, and you're saying because we're here now, then my story is correct. It's like, no, man. Let's go verify your story first. But that's the backwards logic that I don't want to say I and others on the internet call them like scientism, right? Scientism, which is not science. It's a religion of scientism where they say the word science, but they don't even know what science is. But they cling on to this scientism, right? And they have high priests. The high priests of scientism will be like Einstein, and these are like the physicists of the scientism, right? Einstein, Michio Kaku, and all these astrophysicists. And then you got the other side, of like the creation side, because evolution is just a creation story, right? And they needed the Big Bang, like Big Bang theory, is kind of essential to all this, because this is where the math is at. This is like where now they take like Darwin's work, and this is like, all right, now we're gonna make this into cosmology. This is gonna be physics. We're gonna put some equations down on this, and they're gonna make it legit, And this is where you can also catch them because they divide by 0, and you can't do that.
Hey, Cyrus. How are
Yo,
you?
yo, yo.
Man, I just posted a link, man. They have reached a new level of stupid, bro. Check that TikTok video out, bro.
All right. What is this? Oh, curving water. What the fuck is this? What is that, man?
Check that out. Listen to what he says.
Why aren't I'm not getting any audio. Oh, okay. I gotta. Oops. Now I'm gonna have. Let me... How do I rewind it? Damn TikTok. I don't know.
Refresh it. You gotta refresh it.
I don't know how to use this platform. Okay, refresh. Any water? Wow.
No, check that out. Check that out. Right.
Wait, so Earth is now a spinning fish tank?
Yep. Damn, dude.
And the water is concave on Earth?
Yeah, it has to be now.
Wow.
It's like the cup theory from yesterday, where if you spin water in a cup, it pulls the water down towards the bottom like a vortex. And then when you say, so the Earth is a cup, no, it's not, but it's a good analogy.
Bro, it's like are they getting dumber?
No, but they use anything, right? They will use anything to keep up their ferries. Or to.
No, but the center of gravity is lower on that one, where the gravity is stronger.
Oh yeah, in the center we only have gravity. I was like, what? Yeah, do we have gravity plus centrifugal? I was like, is this guy serious? Like, I mean, man, this is I don't know what to say.
It's like a new level of stupid.
It is. It's like, have you studied algebra, man? Like, please, just please learn arithmetics, which is learn how to add. How many fingers am I holding up?
21.
Dude, it's tough, man.
I mean, Golden Globies, that takes a cake. This is at least a noble Globy.
Oh, yeah, that's a noble one. You're right.
So, what globers do is they convolute angular velocity with tangential speed, right? They claim the angular velocity of Earth is 15 degrees an hour, right?
Yep.
And then nobody can measure the tangential speed, 1,000 miles per hour, because it's not in a reference frame, right?
And they never bring up the orbit speed, man. And it's like that's the one. It's like, how about the orbit speed? You know how fast that is. Like, fine.
But you need a radius for the angular velocity, right?
For to get the tangential, yeah, you need to know the radius. Yeah. Orbital speed is quite fast.
But they will claim it's in another reference or something. It's one reference. It's relative, right? So adding up the numbers, 66,600 miles per hour, then adding up 500 miles per hour, then adding up the 1.2 million miles per hour does not count because it's all relative.
Well, they know that you can't like test it with your senses to see if they're bullshitting or not, and you know what I mean. So they can get away with it by saying that. It's like, can I actually feel all these motions? The answer is probably yes. However, you can't actually test it. So it's like, should I believe these guys or not? It's like, no, you shouldn't because you cannot test it. So it's just a story. Yeah.
It's all in the math. Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to feel it. You know, like how you're on a train and it's like that stupid analogy. It's like, yeah, but the train is like barely moving, man. Yeah, the train is barely moving when you feel that. But
And
once
the train is in a linear direction.
Correct.
So if the train goes just a slightly off the linear path, it makes a curve, you feel it.
You feel it
Immediately.
Yep. And we don't. The orbit is elliptical, so we're gonna feel it at the apexes of the ellipse. I used this argument like last year, man. Like and you know, it's just like they just hand wave dismiss it. Like, bro, you're gonna experience deceleration or acceleration on the fucking ellipses when you change the radii, because an ellipse has two different radii. It's like, so when you go from one part of the orbit of Earth to the other, you're gonna feel the change, man. We at least will measure it with sensors, something. You know what I'm saying? You don't have your body doesn't have to feel it, but my instruments can. No, like nothing. No, you can't because I don't know. Narnia, because of Narnia, because you're in space, and everything is possible in space, man. You're sharpening your knife, Ryan.
Sorry.
Oh, you're far away. I'm gonna check out. You guys have a great night. Gave me some sleep.
How did you know I was sharpening a knife?
Well, were you?
Yeah.
I'm a fucking wizard. That's why. That's why.
Jeez.
Psychic, bro.
I just pulled down a
Whetstone.
whetstone.
See? Because I sharpen my own knives. I was like, what the fuck is this guy doing? It's like, I was like, what is that? It's like, he's not shaking
how
up something.
trippy.
Look, you're sharpening a knife.
That's trippy. Yeah, I just pulled down my whetstone, just washed it, and then the first couple passes. You sharpening a knife?
Not bad, man. I got it.
Well
I
done.
feel like 10 times smarter right now. I don't know why. Thanks, sir.
Dude.
Nice, man. Can't believe I nailed it. I can't believe I nailed it. That's nice. All right, you guys have a great one. I will see you whenever I get up.
Take it easy,
Yeah.
brother.
All right, peace, guys.
Yo, this guy says this guy is claiming that he has a spherical level. The guy that posted the picture, he's like, level doesn't mean flat. Have you heard of spherical level? Oh my gosh, look at my page. And somebody has I was an answer to another dude that was rebuttaling that dude. Bro. I don't know. I mean, that's just psychotic.
Got a lot of these guys coming in lately, just plugging the channel. I'm still dumbfounded how Cyrus heard and could tell that I was sharpening a knife.
It's one of those things.
It was a very distinctive sound. You could hear the metal on stone.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
I heard it. But I didn't immediately go to knife sharpening.
These chickens are getting nice and plump, I'll tell you. That sharp knife might come in handy pretty soon.
Oh, it just went dark really quickly.
Sure did, didn't it?
Yeah.
Mornings are like this. Anywhere from my time, about 3 o'clock on. Sometimes it's gets pretty happening, and I'll be so surprised when it's you got like 30 people in there at 3 o'clock in the morning, just still going at it. But for the
Yeah.
most part, it gets quiet around 3 or 4, and it stays quiet for a couple hours.
Yeah.
But like I said, every once in a while you get some chatterboxes in here, some pretty interesting conversations from people that are just all over the place. I usually come hang out here for a little bit, then I go over to Nathan's and listen to his shit show, and then come on back. I'm a homeschooling. I homeschool 2 children. I'm basically a
Ooh.
housewife,
Uh,
so I got a lot of time to listen. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of work to do around a homestead. But that's what headphones are for. Where are you from, if you don't mind my asking?
Me?
Correct.
I'm from South Africa.
That's what I thought. Pretty accent.
Yeah.
I'm also from South Africa. We're taking over this Discord.
I
Yep.
knew that.
I noticed you're South African, but didn't say anything.
I love Roger's accent.
Yeah.
That's not Roger.
That's flat.
Who was it?
No,
Oh,
that's
Solar.
me. Yeah, Flat Solar. It was Flat Solar.
Sorry. I meant Solar. I caught it.
You know how many people call me Rog while they're talking to me? We were talking about it the other day, and then I was just saying, the Dutch heritage in Africa or South Africa
Yeah.
it's unmistakable, and I guess you and I sound similar, Rog. Nice.
Yeah.
Roger actually speaks Dutch.
Well, to be fair, I did. I
So they
knew
say.
that. I knew that. I can distinguish the two. I don't know. Just a brain fart.
Oh yeah.
That and I don't speak up all that often. I'm just very used to hearing them.
Oh yeah.
Does anyone know who's supposedly dating what is it, Blavio's dad or something? Who was it? Who
Yep.
was it again?
Yep, my dad.
Who was it again?
It was my dad.
No, he's asking who is your dad going to be speaking with?
Oh, the EXO.
Oh yeah, EXO. Cool. That should be
Yo,
interesting.
EXO he's energetic. He's got quite a way of getting. It's an excitement, but some people can mistake the passion.
Yeah, he gets pretty in depth into his passion. Thanks.
Mhm.
What time is that South African time?
Right now it's 1:30.
No, I'm saying what time will the debate
Oh,
occur?
debate.
What time did you tell your dad?
Debate. As soon as the EXO hops on, which should be around tonight, about 7.
About
7 to
around 7.
9 or 6 to 9.
Oh, okay, so it's a long one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because we want the exo to come up.
But are you guys going to go into a private chat or?
Don't think so.
We streaming it?
Interesting.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it should be interesting indeed. How is
Yeah.
what type of personality is your pops, if you don't mind my asking? Pretty laid back. Is he outspoken?
He's like a strict parent.
Yeah.
Like bedtime at 9 type thing. No.
You ever seen him get into an argument with someone? Does he get pretty heated?
Sometimes it gets heated.
Should be
Most of the
fun.
time, not that much.
If he makes a mistake and someone, like say he says something wrong and one of you or your mom or someone corrects him, does he take that correction or does he double down and then it's still everyone else's fault?
He usually takes the correction.
Oh, that's good.
Then it should be fruitful.
Yeah.
How did you coax your father to do this? Is he asking you why you're playing on Discord so much? Or
No, I just asked him and he said yeah. I flat out asked him if he wanted to debate some people about evolution and flat Earth, and he said yep.
Just kidding. I don't know.
Oh, so your dad believes in evolution.
Yep.
he didn't ask you like what the hell are you bloody talking about with flat Earth?
No, he just said yep. He just said sure, why not?
Peculiar. Have you mentioned it to him before?
Oh yeah, he said I think it was about 3 or 4 nights ago. He said I'll beat the flat Earth nonsense out of you.
So
But he
what's your
doesn't do
take
that.
on flat Earth?
It's either flat or it isn't.
You're just kind of on the fence.
Yeah, on the fence.
Does that bother him?
Is that what?
Does that bother him? That you're not sure?
I don't think so. It might. I don't know.
I don't mean to sound like a counselor and ask you these 21 questions. Just trying to get a feel for who your dad is.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good dad.
What's your dad's hobby?
Gaming,
what?
mostly. And watching anime in his free time. Because he goes to work from 7 to 5. And then every second weekend he gets either the Sunday or Saturday off for both. Because he is a manager of a store.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
You need to get some rah rah go dad memes.
Have you ever asked him about 9/11 or about like any of the other conspiratorial type content?
Aside from aliens, not so much.
Where does he stand on aliens?
He believes they're real.
Do you believe aliens are real?
Yeah.
Like that they've traveled from other galaxies?
It's possible.
So you're on the fence, but
Yeah. because if everything about the space isn't real, then there shouldn't be any aliens.
or
Or
what we think is aliens is something else, or
yeah,
these entities are coming from much further away on our in our existence, or there's 100 different
yeah,
theories as to where they came from, our oceans, whatever. When I say we don't know that they're aliens, I'm referring to possible spiritual entities.
mm,
And then also there's a concept called the infinite plane, meaning that this earth might extend well beyond what we're even aware of.
Yeah.
Meaning that there's
yeah,
extra terrains or extraterrestrial areas, and therefore we could be being visited from extra terrain or extraterrestrial areas of our own realm. There might be civilizations that have adopted different technology opposed to us, but that we've agreed not to go to their side and they've agreed not to go to our side, but they still come and visit us this side. Or it could be, like you say, all those other possibilities. So it's a very fascinating thought. Or it could be extra dimensional, meaning that demons and spirits and stuff that exist in the spiritual realm could come and sort of communicate with you in your dreams, and then people wake up thinking that they've communicated with the spirit. The reason that I bring that up is that the head of the Satanic Church, that Anton LaVey, he drew the first picture of a demon, and it looked like a gray alien with the large eyes and the bald head. And so in his book, he documents this being which he was in communication with, and it looks just like the gray aliens. And for there to be this constant repeated repetition of what people see, that they gray-skinned, large black eyes, it could potentially be some kind of a spiritual thing from another dimension. So there's lots of reasons, but that doesn't really explain like the lights in the sky that fly around and all that stuff. But that's more like for abductions and when people say that they've had encounters.
yeah.
What do you think about there being extra land or extra territories or extraterrestrial areas?
Well, from working out the radius of the Earth, it's completely possible. Because either there is more, or the measurements you've been given are completely wrong.
Like when I first got into this, I had this idea that imagine the ball is much, much bigger. Imagine it's 10 times bigger than we were told.
Yeah.
And we're all on one little piece of the front side of it or the back side of it, and that there's this ginormous other areas that they've wanted us not to know about. That's why they call this the known world, the world which we're allowed to know. Now, what if there's all this extra terrain and extra resources? What if there's animals we've never seen before? Or maybe human type species that we haven't seen before? Maybe they're still giants. Maybe they're still pygmies, tiny little people. Maybe there's, you know, maybe mammoths still exist. Who knows? It's like it just opens up this. You're no longer trapped on this ball that everything's going extinct, and we might as well find a way to the next ball because this ball's going to die soon. That's what they tell us. But it's like the exact opposite is that this place is more magical than we can even if you use your greatest imagination. I don't know if you have researched the topic called "There Are No Trees on Flat Earth."
Never heard of that.
The ego
Okay,
of
so
man to think. Sorry.
no, go for it.
I was just going to say the ego of man to think that we, as minuscule as we are, have any effect on this place. I mean, minute, more, probably, but to think that we could do something as far as destroying this place, it's going to chew us up and spit us out before that happens.
Yeah, so go to BitChute and look for "There Are No Trees on Flat Earth." Trees grow almost indefinitely. So a tree, if you looked after it correctly, should just grow and grow and grow and grow. Once a tree gets too tall, its xylem actually breaks, and then that's the only thing that really kills a tree, is that if it got too tall that it couldn't push the water all the way to the top, then it would start to die off from the top downward. Now, when they start looking at the oldest trees that we've got on this quote unquote planet, the oldest tree is like 6,000 years old. So where's the trees that are 100,000 or 200,000 or 500 million or maybe 1 billion year old tree? Where are those things that are 50,000 years old, 150,000? There's just like all the when you look at all the old ancient stories, like the religions and beliefs, like the Nordic called it the tree of life at the center. The Bible describes that you could go to the tree and you could see the tree from all lands. It also describes that there's a mountain that Jesus was taken up to, and Satan showed him all the lands and said, "I can make you king of all of this." So when you start to look at these trees, the guy who did the No Trees on Flat Earth, he starts to show you how mountains. So we know of this thing called petrification.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what petrification is.
Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Oh.
The other guy left, I think. Uh,
crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or sitting in a park caught a lot of people by surprise.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you can't go out at night. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you got no human rights. Someone ate a bat in China in a cave, now you're a human slave. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now the pharmaceutical company's getting paid. Some bat in China, lock off the whole world, change things, rearrange it, or so we're told. Like the world's under a spell, like this is the beginning of hell. Yo, yeah, any sci-fi movie that's seen.
New world order.
Presidential
decrees cascading
Running
on
it.
President Trump's pen.
Any horror movie that I've been.
And the rest of the world now figuring out what it means for
Running
them.
it.
Oh boy, this
Oh
shit
boy.
banging.
Cause things change, rearrange, and getting strange. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now I can't get any toilet paper? Yeah.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or...
Better stay home, watch the TV. Better stay home, don't visit the family. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now my girlfriend don't want to give me vagina. Everything's changed, rearranged, a whole world gone strange. Yeah, some guy ate a bat in China. Yeah. Someone from China ate a bat, and now you can't leave your house or go out the
New
back.
South Wales police are patrolling Sydney streets as
you believe
residents try
that-
to understand changing social distancing rules.
Then I don't know,
Oh
bro.
yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Oh boy, what another one. Big fat shit from the side again. Freestyling with a microphone, a beer in my left hand. I'm in lockdown. What are the sounds? A little bit sad. Shit. Someone ate a bat in China? Can't go and get any toilet paper? The TV telling me that. Yeah.
Oh boy, you went dumb on this one.
Police are receiving some backlash for their aggressive approach.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these fake stories without true without checking facts first. Unfortunately,
because of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Get up sight, get up mind. News believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Boxing to your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Regurgitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Yeah. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. Inject your poison where your mask. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes or no, sir, free backs fool. You television watching fool. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The TV know your very soul. Tune into the great receiver. Television watching news believer. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is 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 extremely dangerous to our democracy. In their world forever locked. Into their world forever boxed. Reality you leave behind. A prisoner of your own mind. Forever you will be deceived, never ever to be free. Yeah. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The TV know your very soul. Tune into the great receiver. Television watching news believer. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Let the brood of tyranny begging for your slavery. They who have remote control. The TV know your very soul. Tune into the great receiver. Television watching news believer.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Miles the Liar Davis, Sly Spunk Monkey Sparkane, and OLM, Oh Loser, There Art Thou, June 2021.
But the Mary Schweitzer situation is often represented as she found soft tissue. And she didn't find soft tissue.
Are you high right now?
What she found was effectively fossils of soft tissue.
Oh,
Are you serious? Are you Fossilized soft tissue, eh? That doesn't exist. It's a contradiction in terms. You dumbass cracker. What's Mary gonna find next? Married bachelors, achromatic rainbows, bright darkness, perhaps? How about the pinnacle of oxymorons? Ball-tard intelligence. A Nobel Prize is awaiting. Nut. Did you know that Dr. Mary Schweitzer was interviewed live in her lab on 60 Minutes in 2010 in front of tens of millions? Watching her stretch out flesh under a microscope from a 68 million-year-old T-Rex femur. Then, trumping that a few seconds later, showed soft, pliable blood vessels in an 80 million-year-old hadrosaur. I wonder what those little round red iron-containing thingies in those soft, pliable blood vessels were. A real mystery wrapped in an enigma, I bet. Let's take a listen.
What happened next happened by mistake. Mary put some fragments of the bone in acid to dissolve away the outermost layer of mineral. But the acid worked too fast and all the mineral dissolved away. Being a fossil, there should have been nothing left.
Did you hear that, Miles the numpty muppet dipshit? Leslie Stahl has a more well-dot acumen than your dumbass. And you're a self-purported seasoned biologist?
But there was, and it was elastic.
Elastic? So according to Miles the moron here, these are elastic fossils.
Like living tissue.
This is the piece.
No. She showed us video she took under the microscope.
That's really what happened?
Yes.
That's the dinosaur bone?
Did you hear that, moron? She said dinosaur bone, not fossil. You bumbling, ball-tard bonehead.
Without mineral now. That's what was left.
It looked like the soft tissue she would have expected to find if it had been modern bone.
Uh-oh!
This was impossible. This bone was 68 million years old.
So you see this and you think, what?
Shitstorm. Because the Evo-Tard's dumbasses are in a sling. As if they weren't already. By one of their own high priestesses.
You
I didn't want to tell anybody.
You'd be ridiculed,
Yes.
right?
And so I said to my technician, okay, do it again. I don't believe it.
And yet, in sample after sample, they were there. Things that looked suspiciously like flexible, transparent blood vessels.
Say what?
She finally mustered the courage to tell Jack.
She said she dissolved the bone away.
Dissolved what away, Jack?
The bone away.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
Bone.
The bone away.
I thought you said that. Let's continue.
And there were blood vessels, and I was like shocked. I mean,
How could that be?
How could that be? That's right.
A real mystery wrapped in an Evo-Tard enigma, eh? I'll take a wild, flailing shot in the dark at her. Perhaps the bones are young, and your pseudoscience fairy tale of a myth long ages just got jacked yard.
Hosmer with a drive. Cheese and crackers.
Jack? FYI, Jack is Jack Horner, paleontologist. Jack was the inspiration source for the Jurassic Park character Alan Grant. Jack served as a technical advisor for all the Jurassic Park films.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones,
Look at that.
blood vessels, and even what seemed to be intact cells, pose a radical challenge to the existing rules of science, that organic material can't possibly survive even 1 million years, let alone 68 million. Mary, Jack, and their team published their B-Rex findings in a series of papers in the journal Science and were promptly attacked.
Well, yeah. Here they come to save the day. Evotards!
Critics said their samples might have been contaminated.
Hey, Leslie, how about if the critics themselves were the contaminated samples?
Or that the supposed blood vessels were actually something called biofilm, a type of slime.
Critics bio confirmed.
But as Mary showed us, she's been able to replicate her findings. These are pieces of an even older dinosaur, a well-preserved 80-million-year-old duckbill. When she dissolved it away in acid...
Let's put this under the scope here.
Well, look.
Is that a blood vessel?
This is a blood vessel. You see the branches right there? And look at all of them. And it's so consistent over and over and over again. We do this bone.
Bone.
We do this bone.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
Bone.
We do this bone.
Just making sure.
She doesn't claim that her fossils are young.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
They're not fossils, you mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging window licker. They're bone.
We do this bone.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
This bone was 68 million years old.
Bone.
We do this bone.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones...
Look at that.
Bone.
We do this bone.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
This bone was 68 million years old.
You get it, Sassenach. And we don't much care for what she claims. Only what she can scientifically validate. We want to see her scientifically confirm the dating game. Should have better luck sprouting Japanese maples from her armpits.
She was questioned. She wasn't believed to begin with, so people thought she'd made an error.
Yeah. She wasn't believed by who? Evotards.
And what she'd found was a different method of fossilization.
No, she didn't. What the fuck, dude? So while Mary was analyzing soft tissue and bone, she discovered a new method of fossilization? This is akin to Louis Pasteur finding a different method of nylon production in his work with wine and milk, for f***'s sake. This clown is just making shit up on the fly, with his continued clumsy greasing of the numpty dipshit skids campaign for his fossilized soft tissue train wreck of a dumpster fire.
That wasn't what people had known about before, and allowed for the preservation of soft tissue in a fossilized form.
Folks, the only fossilized soft tissue, my word, ever discovered was in betwixt spinning space monkey ears. The technical name is silicified sphere-tard gray matter. The colloquial phrase is fossilized bald-tard brain tissue. As we all know, it's chemically inert.
The soft tissue is not preserved. It's not that there is soft tissue remaining.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Deny, deny, deny. Fanatical, blind melon chitlin religitard.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones...
Look at that.
Blood vessels, and even what seemed to be intact cells. Flexible, transparent blood vessels.
There were blood vessels, and, I was like shocked.
Oh, Son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
I've not heard a satisfactory explanation of how soft tissue was preserved for 6.5 million years. Can you give me?
Can you prove that it was?
Now, Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane wants to add his 2 cents and challenge the discovery of soft tissue in dinos. It wasn't a mere 6.5 million years either. It was 68 and 80 million years, respectively, with Mary Schweitzer's discoveries. But that's mere child's play. Hold on to your fossilized brain tissue, baltards. The world record holder for allegedly antiquated, anachronistic soft tissue. 550 million year old Russian beard worm. From Mcdolsky, Westall, Foucher. Microstructure and biogeochemistry of the organically preserved Ediacaran Metazoan Sabalidites. Journal of Paleontology, 2014. The Sabalidites' organic body is preserved without permineralization. Minerals have not replicated any part of the soft tissue, and the carbonaceous material of the wall is primary, preserving the original layering of the wall, its texture, and fabrics.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
In January 2017, Dr. Mary Schweitzer showed up on Steve McCrae, Steve McClown of the Clan McClown's Great Debate Show, for a Q&A. I took that interview and publicly deconstructed every single claim Mary and all the brain-dead panel evotards made. That, and I don't know how you could characterize it any other way, comprehensive thrashing was sent directly to Dr. Mary Schweitzer at North Carolina State University. She didn't and has never responded, and hasn't appeared personally on YouTube since. That video is in the description box underneath this video.
Has anybody found soft tissue, okay, from dinosaur fossils? Has anybody found it? Okay, I want to hear everybody say that. Just come on. I want everybody at least give an opinion. Have they found anybody in the world, have they found soft tissue in dinosaur fossils?
Preserved soft tissue. Soft tissue that. So,
correct.
Has anybody ever found dinosaur?
Just a yes or a no. Let everybody answer real quick, Miles.
Has
Then go on.
anybody found dinosaur bones? The answer is no.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Their bone.
We do this bone.
This bone was 68 million years old.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones.
Bone.
We do this bone.
The bone away.
Bone.
We do this bone.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones.
Look at that.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
This bone was 68 million years old.
You get it, dumbass crackerneck. Moreover, from the aforementioned thrashing, Dr. Mary Schweitzer, the internal parts of the T-Rex bone look just like a modern horse. There was no extra mineralization. It looked like a horse that died about 10 years ago and sat out on the prairie. Uh-oh! Again, Mary Schweitzer, if you look at the bones of these dinosaurs under the microscope, they look just like your bone. Uh-oh! Mary Schweitzer, if I show you a two-medicine formation bone, Brachiolephosaurus, it's from a different part of Montana. You will see that bone completely secondarily mineralized. That bone represents fossilized bone. In that sense, our T-Rex was not. There was no secondary mineralization. It was lacy, light, and unaltered. I could hold a piece of it in my hand, put it against a bone from a horse, and you couldn't tell the difference. It was weird.
Fatality.
Furthermore, I have 30 references beginning in 1993 to the present, sitting in front of me from the most prestigious peer-reviewed journals in the world. Journal of Paleontology, Nature, Science, Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, PLOS One, Proceedings of the Royal Society, Bone, Acta Histochemica, Nature Communications, the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology, and Proteome Research, all directly confirming dino soft tissue. You blind, melon chitlin, unread, willfully ignorant, numpty dipshit. Now the bald-tart schmuck biologist is going to shift focus to Mark Armitage. Mark, a microscopist, published his work in 2013 on soft tissue he found in a Triceratops horn that he dug up, and was richly rewarded for his efforts and dedication with a pink slip by his employer, California State University Northridge. Gotta love it.
University employee, and you are, and it sounds like he was a lab manager, so not a particularly highly positioned university employee, but if you are using your position to promote something which the university disagrees with and disapproves of, what he should have been doing is presenting his work to the scientific community for criticism and for questioning and for repetition and analysis and so on.
Monkey boy. That's exactly what Mark did. From Mark Armitage and Kevin Anderson, soft sheets of fibular bone from a fossil of the supraorbital horn of the dinosaur Triceratops horridus. Acta Histochemica, Volume 115, Issue 6, July 2013, pages 603 to 608. And by the way, that's a peer-reviewed journal. You know something, Wendell Licker? Allow me to give you a news flash. A Be Kind to Dumb Animal Week helpful tip. It's well past painfully obvious to anyone that can fog a mirror that you're absolutely clueless about whatever you speak of, no matter the topic. You don't even have a Formica deep surface understanding of the topics that we've listened to you spew out from that incoherent, unread, ball-tarred blowhole of yours today. It's friggin' embarrassing. Isn't it time to get back to your true vocation? Picking up cans along the side of the road. Supervised. Now we have Mr. Rotating Engines. Oh, Alem. Oh, loser, there art thou. See previous numpty clip. Opening up his incoherent ball-tarred blowhole and bashing himself in the face with a spade shovel. Again.
Oh, yeah, more information about Mark Armitage. He did not find a Triceratops horn. He found a bison horn.
The only in-print suggestion of a bison horn associated with Mark Armitage comes from a commenter named Deadlead1001, your sub-average bonehead on a debate evolution thread from Reddit. You would think, and I'm just spitballing here, that the referees and or editor from Acta Histochemica might have done their due diligence and made sure where the soft tissue was coming from, so as to not allow the journal to become a laughingstock and implode. You think? You dizzy doofus clown fuck of a moron?
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
Yeah, I think the word soft is confusing you. It's soft tissue that has fossilized, so it's not soft anymore.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
They're not fossils, you mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging window licker. They're bone.
This bone was 68 million years old.
We do this bone.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
Bone.
We do this bone.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones.
You're busted.
One from literally many hundreds, and we'll keep it in the family here. From Mary Schweitzer, Whitmire, Horner, and Toporski. Soft tissue vessels and cellular preservation in Tyrannosaurus rex. Science, 25 March 2005, pages 1952 through 55. Soft tissues are preserved within hind limb elements of Tyrannosaurus rex. Museum of the Rockies, specimen 1125. Removal of the mineral phase. Bone reveals transparent, flexible, hollow blood vessels containing small, round microstructures that can be expressed from the vessels into solution.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
He refuses to publish his work in any paleontology journal. He only posts it in creationist literature.
What the f***, man? You're either a stone-cold liar or a moron. Again, from Mark Armitage, Kevin Anderson. Soft sheets of fibular bone from a fossil of the supraorbital horn of the dinosaur Triceratops horridus. Acta Histochemica, Volume 115, Issue 6, July 2013, pages 603 to 608. Are you saying Acta Histochemica is a creationist journal? Moreover, you're not a creationist?
Say it ain't so.
If not, can you please regale us with your scintillating scientific explanation on how you can stand in direct contradiction with the laws of thermodynamics and quantum mechanics? Por favor.
You dumbass.
That is a poor source at best.
So let me get this straight. Mark Armitage, a published professional, is a poor source, but you're a bumbling bison bone spinning space monkey Reddit retard Deadlead 1001 is good to go. Is that what you're selling, oh loser?
And I'm not going to say what I really think about him.
I'm going to say what I know with absolute certainty about you. Demonstrated over and over again via your incoherent ball-tarred blowhole. You're a classic clinical level Dunning-Kruger fossilized ball-tarred brain-tissued pretender clown numpty dipshit of megalithic proportions that wouldn't know the difference between his ass and a 30-pound torque wrench.
Yeah, dinosaurs, were died.
What the hell did you just say?
Yeah, dinosaurs, were died.
Do you speak any English?
Now I'm going to make this because I'll give him that he's a biologist and all this, okay? And I can tell he's mainstream because he's skirting around it. But what they found was not fossilized. You said 10 times fossils, okay? This shit was soft tissue. It was not fossilized, bro. So I know you got education and experience. Now apply some common sense and quit calling soft tissue a fossil.
About damn time.
Where was the soft tissue found?
Bone.
We do this bone.
This bone was 68 million years old.
Bone.
The bone away. The bone away.
Bone.
We do this bone.
The things Mary was finding inside dinosaur bones.
Look at that.
It was found in a fossil.
Miles Davis.
Sorry. Yeah. My final thought is that I really wonder whether people like Chris and Brian are genuine, or whether they're just here to poke and provoke. Why do I get wound up by that? I get wound up by that because they're provoking and poking is basically saying that my whole life, my whole career was a lie and that I'm a fraud.
Correct.
And I would, I'd be surprised if anybody was not provoked by that sort of comment.
Say hello to my little friend!
Before you make the point, Miles Davis, the Dunning-Kruger in you, Brian, is coming out hot because you're telling Miles Davis that he doesn't know what he's talking about when he have been a biologist for many years since before you were born.
Hey! Hello. It's for you.
Yeah.
You've just been erased.
Yeah, that was fun.
Hello. Just had to put a dish in the sink.
You.
Yeah. It's cool to wake up early and hear the numpty clip going.
Bone.
Yeah, bone.
Bone.
Fossil. Bone. Soft tissue. Flexible. Bone.
I was rolling, man, when I heard that air. Bone.
This just in. A 1,000-year-old Glober brain was just discovered in Sunnyvale, California. Much to the surprise of scientists, they found absolutely no brain tissue in the Glober's skull. Stay tuned for updates.
Just bone.
In the head, bone. Bonehead.
I was thinking. Yeah.
I was going to play another numpty clip unless somebody has an objection.
No, go ahead.
All right, here we go. Here's another one. Miles Davis. Sly Sparkane. And OLM. No, that's the one we just heard. Forgive me. This one is Count Dracula, Dakota's Engineering Delusions.
Count Boris, Dakotas, Delirious, March 2021.
So when you're doing an experiment, you have to do the mathematical equation, yeah?
No. Mathematics has nothing to do with experiments, which are qualitative, not quantitative. Moreover, mathematics has nothing to do with natural science. From Richard Feynman, the Feynman Lectures on Physics, caltech.edu, mathematics is not a science from our point of view in the sense that it is not a natural science. The test of its validity is not experiment. From Dr. Carey Mullis, Nobel Laureate, Biochemistry, and mathematics, which is really not science, from Professor of Physics Balakrishnan, ITT Madras. That's the whole point about physics. It's not mathematics. So thank you is in order for exposing yourself immediately as a delusional Dunning-Kruger pretender clown numpty dipshit. By the way, you'd fail 5th grade general science.
everything around the Earth is going to include gravity. So you're going to have deflections. You're going to have a lot of things.
So we're going to have diffractions with your fairy tale gravity, Boris? Do you have like a 1956 physics glossary and you're just blindly pointing at terms and then just parroting them? You think that's going to work?
I didn't hear what you said. Are you a glober or flat earther?
Doesn't matter what I know here is not about the belief. It's about what you know. It's something that is not you believe. You know it because you have been studied at school. So it's a little bit different from believing to knowing.
Oh, what a minute! Oh, wow, man!
You just stepped right in it, numpty. You're in the wrong server, Count Pseudoscience. The leader of the Spinning Space Monkey Forum you're currently in, Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong, says that all knowledge is belief.
All knowledge is belief.
Why don't you say it with some backbone this time?
All knowledge is belief. How many fucking times?
So as Bob the pseudoscience fallacy guy would say, you're in quite the conundrum.
So what is the radius of this spherical object?
No, I don't want to talk about the radius because it's a little bit tricky. Your question is a little bit tricky, and I know where you're going to.
What you talking about, Willis?
So we are talking about your experiment.
Let's get there quickly then. Where am I going?
For example, if you take it from Arctic to the Pole North, it have a little bit of out of difference.
Feeble quibbling fallacy. From your alma mater wiki. The International Union of Fantasy Geodesy and Geophysics, the IUGG, provides 3 reference values. The mean radius, R1, of the 3 radii measured at 2 equator points and a pole. The autholic radius, which is the radius of a sphere with the same surface, R2, and the volumetric radius, which is the radius of a sphere having the same volume as the ellipsoid, R3. All 3 values are about 6,371 kilometers. That's 3,959 miles. Done.
So gravity is a product, an effect of the mass.
You said gravity is the effect of the mass. Therefore, mass causes gravity, sunshine. This is Newtonian Reverend John Michelle Cavendish CV Boy's gravity. Number 1, you nor anyone else can define mass. At the very best, it's but a concept. Number 2, you and your university haven't been keeping up on your respective continuing education credits for 106 years. From your alma mater wiki, Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. From Douglas Klein, professor of physics, Phys Libre Text, Newton's 2 crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since published in the Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Duh! And finally, again, you said mass causes gravity. From Martin Rees, FRS, Astronomer Royal, esteemed British cosmologist and astrophysicist via Princeton Press, princeton.edu, what causes gravity and mass? These questions still baffle all of us. According to Professor Rees, does mass cause gravity? Nope. You, sir, are either a liar or you and the university you attended are incompetent putzes beyond measure.
In other cases, let's say there are things that are not have they're not they don't have matter or something like that, but they are black holes. They are going to produce gravities as well. So everything what it have mass is going to have gravity.
Sure. And Liberace's sister was a Saudi prince, a Mau Mau fighter pilot, and Sasquatch. P.S. The only confirmed black hole in existence is the one betwixt the funhouse mirrors between your ears.
Doesn't matter in what distance, how much distance is going to be one object through another object. Important part of measuring the gravity is the mass.
Yes, and Anna Nicole married for love, and Pol Pot was her florist.
You have to do your experiment in the vacuum, and I'm gonna bet everything what you want. If you want, I'm gonna go to bank and I'm gonna take out $1 million.
A fool and his money are soon parted.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I can intervene here. I haven't been lied. My father, it have been an engineer. I have been studied the engineering school. I have been doing the engineering. It haven't been. I'm not a guy who have been going to the school just to go exactly like a preacher to talk something. So for me, the experiments, there have been a lesson for everything.
Aha! We finally get to the root of the problem. Delusions. Count Dracula here thinks he's a scientist because he and his father are engineers. From Henry Petrosky, professor of engineering and history at Duke University. Title of the paper: Engineering is not science, and confusing the two keeps us from solving the problems of the world. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the poster child for keeping us from solving the problems of the world.
So for me, science is not something like a religion. For me, science, it have been a way of life.
I'm getting all choked up and misty. You're a clown.
So don't put me in that category, please.
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
We have George, Not gonna work here anymore. The space git idiot. If you're unfamiliar with this abomination of the earth, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he was the mastermind behind the little scheme to put pressure on Brian Mullen by contacting the State Board of Engineers, of which Brian was registered with. Unsurprisingly, the clumsy innuendo fallacy suggested to the board of brain-dead baltards turned out to be successful. No worries, Brian. Understand fully. We got your back. I hope you don't mind if I fillet then fricassee this fuckwit idiot over and over and over and over again just for GP. General purpose.
But in an engineering sense, for a closed system, we also require, in an engineering thermodynamic closed system is like, or an engineering closed system is like a thermodynamically isolated system that you can't have mass or energy transfers in or out of the system. We call that closed in an engineering sense. And also they use that definition in chemistry. So it depends upon what discipline you're considering when you want to talk about open and closed. Because some require thermodynamics allows this heat transfer out of a closed system, whereas in a lot of other disciplines they do not allow heat transfer out of a closed system.
You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
That right there, folks, is one of the biggest convoluted, made-up, cod-swallowed, horse-pucky bollocks. Absolutely deranged Dunning-Kruger, smash yourself in the face with a spade shovel repeatedly, projectile diarrhea-of-the-mouth performances you'll ever hear. Watch how quickly his horseshit is dispatched. From Physics About, Anne-Marie Helmstein, Ph.D., Biomedical Sciences. A closed system is a concept used in thermodynamics, physics, and engineering. You're busted! And in chemistry.
Ay, caramba!
It differs from an isolated system. A closed system is a type of thermodynamic system where mass is conserved within the boundaries of the system, but energy is allowed to freely enter and exit the system.
Fatality.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, after that train wreck of a debacle, there's only two choices. This baltard spinning space monkey is either stone cold lying or is light years beyond clinical level Dunning-Kruger deranged. If it's the latter, this is a all hands on deck, subdue with force, horse and elephant tranquilizer without cessation, straitjacketed, rubber-roomed, emergency lobotomy scenario. For not only his safety, but others. If it's the former, he should be hung from a f***ing yardarm for treason against humanity.
Entropy being a measure of disorder.
You serious?
Yep, he is. And Pocahontas was actually Elmer Fudd in drag and was directly responsible for the Tet Offensive. George McFly. From the legend, Professor Lambert, entropysite.oxy.edu. This view was broached partially in a previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy. Footnotes 1 and 2.
You dumbass.
Again from Professor Lambert, entropy is not disorder, not a measure of disorder, not a driving force.
Fatality.
From Chem Libre text, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy change as involving order and disorder. Radiating entropy talks about this order is akin to Max Planck describing the ultraviolet catastrophe as stop, drop, and roll. It's belly-laughingly juvenile proby and demonstrates beyond any doubt, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that we have a stage 5 clinger kung fu death grip globetard wiki parroting goober of megalithic proportions.
You big dummy.
Or he's flat out stone cold lying. Listening to you discuss thermodynamics, Georgie Tatonka, is akin to listening to Mr. Magoo giving the keynote address at a neurosurgery convention. Hey, Georgie.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night. The party's over.
Take the next 3 days off, then quit. Clown.
Hey.
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
That must be tiring being erased all the time.
He's getting better and better. I mean, I'm rolling around after that one. Those clips are so funny. They make me want to go and work on my soundboard. I like the one that's like, you dumbass.
I know. I love that those little clips are from us, you know. Like Jenny saying, "What'd you say, Willis?"
Him repeating bone and then playing it over bone. And playing it over bone.
Yeah, I actually clipped that one out because I thought it was so funny.
I'll drive it home. He was playing that live. I was just laughing my ass off. I couldn't stop belly laughing.
Gosh, they're just such double-speaking numpties. It's so easy to just throw them over a barrel.
Here's a little tidbit. Did you guys know that Erasmus Darwin, I believe he's the grandfather of the other Darwin, was from the Grand Lodge of British Columbia and Yukon Ancient, Free, and Accepted Masons?
Huh. Yeah, I didn't know.
Here we go.
Makes sense.
I'll put a link.
Yeah, you got to say at this point that these, I mean, especially the trenchers, they know what we know. They're not dumb, most of them. Or a lot of them. Anyway.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Are you talking
They're
about
not
these?
Stupid.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
no,
the,
no.
The numpties.
Well, yeah, some of them are because they don't even know where their own religion comes from and all the little pieces like we've looked into, you know, or a lot of us have.
Yeah.
So they don't know about the Committee of 300, the Club of Rome, how that ties into Tavistock.
Yeah.
How all the mind control and all the 200 or more different organizations that are designed to take down America piece by piece through psychological warfare against us.
Ideological subversion.
Yes.
What was his name? Yuri Beglanoff or something like that? I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, I could go
Yeah,
on
I
and
know
on.
exactly what you're talking about
Sorry.
there, Ryan. Yeah, that I know exactly what you're talking about. It's Yuri something. I know
Yeah.
exactly what you mean.
This is ideological subversion. That is how we will take over.
Is it Bezmenov? Yuri Bezmenov?
Yeah,
maybe?
Bezmenov. Yuri Bezmenov. Interesting interview.
They featured him in like one of the latest Call of Duty games. Also, they
Oh,
showed that little
really?
clip of him. Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, truth in plain sight.
They mock it in some kind of media, and it's supposed to make it BS. Conspiratorial. Nope, just truth in plain sight. And if you think about it, if you break down that word, I mean, or that phrase, it's exactly what has happened.
How you doing, Sonny?
Doing pretty good. Thanks, Roger. How are you?
Fine.
Cool.
Working day is done.
Working day's done. Wow, that's so weird when I hear you talk and you're like, it's the evening already.
Yeah, he's got the weekend. He's already into the weekend.
That's outrageous.
He has to work, just to be fair for the rest of us.
What's that?
He needs to go back to work. That's what's fair.
So I had a friend apping me, and he went to he brought his girlfriend away, and he was at a testing location, and it was so busy, he told me, because everybody wants to have his test to enter a club, because clubs are opening up tomorrow, but it's only by showing a test certificate. So people are still feeding the beast.
Wow. I'd say fuck those clubs.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Exactly,
And
Sonny.
I'm not doing it either.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Screw those barbershops. Screw those restaurants. Screw those companies. I mean,
well, barbershops is not the problem. It's they're going to lift every rule except for the 6-foot rule. So, and if you can't uphold it in your establishment, you need to then you have this then you have to have a check for people that enter. They have their jab or a test.
It's freaking crazy, man.
What
It's hard to
is it,
believe
man?
that we're living in this time like this. Something's gonna have to be done here, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
And it's gonna
they're
take
putting
everybody standing up.
yeah, and they're putting it on onto business owners now, right? Because what you're gonna do? You've been squeezed for 1 year and a half now, right? They've been squeezed until almost going broke, and now you can go open, right? You're allowed to open again, only if you check your visitors for test certificates or jabs. So what you gonna do, right? Gonna be
That's
the moral.
they can't do that by law though. I mean, we're isn't that discriminatory? I mean, it's your medical records. None of their business.
Yeah, what happened to HIPAA?
Yeah.
What happened to PHI? What happened to a patient's bill of rights? None of that applies. Oh, I guess
That's
the
only in,
Constitution doesn't either. That's right.
that's only in
Right.
America. HIPAA. It doesn't exist outside of
Right.
America.
Right.
Yeah, but
Well,
the
we have
Constitution should take care of all of that. By
They
itself.
might have a version of HIPAA, but it won't be protected by like the
Mhm.
14th Amendment, the 14th and 19th Amendment.
Yeah, you got to be careful of the 14th Amendment, because if you accept the 14th Amendment, basically what it's saying, amongst a lot of other things in there, is that you only have the rights basically that they give you. That was put in place after the so-called Civil War. So at that point in 1871, when they created that act, that law, they made everybody slaves. They technically opened up the doors of the plantation to encapsulate the entire country.
we do have medical privacy laws, only those are now overruled by the emergency laws they implemented, right? Because we have it's a national security thing, right? National
Right.
health security. So they're just going to say, well, if you allow people without tests or jabs in your establishment, you could be the causer of a new pandemic or a new new wave, quote unquote, right? So they're going to fine you. So they're going to squeeze the business owners more. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I said it wrong. It's not 19, 15. Due process. And then there's something in the 19th too that
Due process. Yeah, due process. Part of it is 4, right? Let's see.
There's something in 19 though too that protects you from something. I think it's more than just suffrage.
Well, I'll just pull out my freaking Constitution right here.
It's like I used to have all this stuff memorized. I could go through every single amendment, date, and what it did.
Yeah, most people don't.
It's not that hard to memorize, because there is that many of them. But
You know what's ironic, right? We have like 4 years, 5 years back, there was this whole fuss about people wearing kneecaps, kneecap. You know what that is?
No.
It's Islamic way of clothing where they
right.
cover their face, right?
Yeah.
And there was this whole fuzz about this in the Netherlands. Well, how could this happen? These people are wearing face covering garments, and this shouldn't be allowed because of the terrorists, yada yada yada, and what these Muslims thinks they are, they could just do this, right? So there was a law. They took on a law that prohibited you from wearing face covering garments like helmets or scarves or in any public buildings. And now you can't even go into a public building without a face covering garment. So upside down. And I couldn't even care less what people wear on their faces or how they dress, right? Am I still here?
Yes, you are. Mm-hmm.
Now, and there was a whole fuss because they wanted to implement a digital system for your medical procedures. So, for instance, if I went to hospital A and I had a medical procedure, they put it into a big database. So I had this and this done, and I had this and this medication, yada yada yada. So whenever I went to hospital B, they can log into this database and see, right, what what my medical history was. And there was this whole fuss about how can you protect this, and people can we can see this, and the government promised no, they can't, and they need to have special permission. And now, right, and now they're going to save your jab data for 20 years. 20 years they're going to save your jab data.
Yeah, this has all been planned out. This has all been planned out. Dr. John Coleman spelled this out in 1992 in his book, The Conspirator's Hierarchy. And if everybody here has not read it, I suggest you do. I'm halfway through it. It's shocking. Right. Like, people don't know, even people in the truth community and people that are doing research don't know about how the foundations were laid from Tavistock to create this whole thing that we're seeing right now. It's been all set up. It's heartbreaking. But yeah, it's all been planned. All of this has been planned for many years.
And it went from low stuff like from the animals, like mad cow disease, bird flu, to humans, right? And then now, right, we got used to the fact that we needed to exterminate animals because they had some kind of disease. We needed to. They exterminated like tons of farms in the Netherlands because they tested on I don't know, mad cow disease or bird flu or some kind of goat disease. They exterminated like thousands and thousands of chickens and goats and cows. Made it normal, right?
Wow.
Because you need to do something about it. And now,
yeah, they could have actually caused, if whatever of those things that you mentioned just now about those animal illnesses, there may have been some that are natural, but I think they may have caused all of those. They could have caused all of those. And then tell us these things. How would we know the difference?
It could be something natural. Again, if you put birds, like thousands and thousands of chickens in a shed, right?
Right.
How would that? Just put them all in one shed. They have 1 centimeter of space to work upon, to walk, to eat, right? That can't be healthy. And then injecting them with antibiotics and all kinds of stuff. Years and years.
Here's a good one. You mentioned Amendment 14. Talks about it says Section 4, the validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. But neither the this is important, But neither the United States nor any state shall assume or pay any debt or obligation incurred in aid of insurrection or rebellion against the United States, or claim any or any claim for the loss or emancipation of any slave. So so we have the people that are in Washington, D.C. that are paying they're paying with our money the insurrection against us. And I don't care what kind of emergency. We've been under emergency order, executive order since World War II at least. It's never ceased. They just it just keeps rolling over. So I don't see how any executive order does an executive order override the Constitution?
Roger, your mic's open.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. But yeah, Sonny, you're hovering right over target there. They've been leading us this way for a long time.
Yeah. So we're not being run by these people that are so-called our representatives, because they don't represent us, and they have an illegitimate claim to power. And so they're not the ones running it. It's these people in the committee. The Olympians, they're the ones running it. They're the ones telling all these leaders what to do.
Yeah, these big think tanks, right? All friends of each other. They plan it all.
Yeah, they're not going to like me very much. I'm sure they don't like me, because I'm going to start naming names, because people don't know and they need to know. And if I have to spend my last breaths letting people know about the bullshit, this hoax that was perpetrated on us, that's what I'll do.
Yeah, but the first thing you will hear is, why would they lie, man?
I know.
Somebody should have figured it out. Somebody would have figured it out and be a whistleblower. Yeah.
That truly is the one big roadblock for most people, regardless of the evidence. It's like, but someone would have to have come out about this.
Yeah, I get that all the time on another server, and I just said, look, at people lie, and they lie all the time. And matter of fact, if I present to you the federal government, have they ever told the truth about anything? Can you give me a showcase where the federal government's opening statement was true? It usually takes decades to get to sifting through the bullshit before you even start to get a glimmer of what the real truth was. And they'll agree with that. They'll be like, yeah, federal government sucks, But NASA, no, there's no but NASA. NASA's like the worst part of that story. Unaccountable, no civilian oversight, top-down federal spending that reports directly to the White House. It's the most dependent independent agency there is. Other independent agencies have a little bit of autonomy, not NASA. Completely controlled by the executive.
So even if they do whistleblow, right? You can throw out. I'm not saying he or she is a valid whistleblower. So like Edward Snowden and the other girl, which was from the military. God, I forgot her name. Was a dude first, and then became a woman. Anybody know what I'm
No,
talking about?
I'm not sure you're talking about.
Well, anyway, so if they do whistleblow, look what they get from it, right? Prosecution. Yeah, their lives are destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're talking about that the guy who the Candace oh crap. Yeah, he's a private in the army.
Yeah, and
Is
then
that
he
yeah.
had his USB stick or something.
Yeah, I'm drawing the blank on. Yeah, they basically like kept them in Guantanamo Bay, stripped them down, like constant loud music playing for like months at a time. And he basically kind of lost his marbles.
So we're told, right?
Yeah, like this. Yeah, they wanted to really discredit him, and all he did was he's the guy who really exposed the Hillary emails. If I think that's the story, right?
Yeah, this guy is now a woman, or
Yeah,
goes by.
yeah. I think he was always like said that, like he kind of finagled his way into the military.
That doesn't bother me. But the only thing I wanted to point out is if there are whistleblowers, there will always be demonized, right? They're always
Yeah, yeah. The federal government.
because of.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah, I'll see. There's a law they passed called the No Fear Bill that whistleblowers are supposed to be like you can come forward with government corruption, and even if you're wrong, you're protected. Like even if it turns out the investigation nothing is fruitful, but it's quite the opposite. Like this No Fear Act has been eroded over the years.
They claim national security, right?
Yeah.
Breach national security, so it doesn't even matter what you say if you're a whistleblower. Unpatriotic. You put American citizens in danger. Come on, man.
Listen to this for a second. In 1958, a startling new development arose. Advanced Research Products Agency, ARPA, a contracting agency for the Defense Department, approached SRI, Stanford Research Institute, with a top secret proposal. John Foster at the Pentagon told SRI that what was needed was a program to ensure the United States against technological surprise. Foster wanted to perfect a condition where the environment became a weapon, special bombs to trigger volcanoes and or earthquakes, behavioral research on potential enemies, and minerals and metals with potential for new weapons. The project was accepted by SRI and the code name Shaky. The massive electronic brain in Shaky was capable of carrying out many commands in its computer, having been constructed by IBM for SRI. 28 scientists worked on what is called human augmentation. The IBM computer even has capability to solve problems by analogy, and recognizes and identifies scientists to work with it. The special applications of this tool can be better imagined than described. Brzezinski knew what he was talking about when he wrote the Technotronic Era. Stanford Research Institute works closely with scores of civilian consulting firms. Okay, that's kind of long-winded. Hold on. So listen to this part. I won't go on too long, but it's pretty interesting. Shriver put together a consortium of Lockheed, Emerson Electric, Northrop, Controlled Data, Raytheon, and TRW, under the name of Urban Systems Associates, Inc. The purpose of the consortium to solve social and psychological urban problems by means of military techniques using advanced electronic systems. It is interesting to note that TRW became the largest credit information collecting company in the credit reporting business as a result and an outcome of its work with Urban System Associates. This should tell us a great deal about how far this nation is already under total surveillance, which is the first requirement of the Committee of 300. No dictatorship, especially not one on a global scale, can function without total control over each and every individual. Okay, one more part and I'll stop my reading. But this part is about the lie and asking for motivation in lieu of evidence. Check this out. What we face today is not only the loss of our freedom and the very fabric of our nation, but far worse, the possibility of the loss of our souls. The steady chipping away at the foundation upon which this republic rests has left an empty void which Satanists and cultists are rushing to fill with their synthetic soul material. This truth is difficult to accept and appreciate because there was nothing sudden about these events. If a sudden shock were to hit us, a cultural and religious shock, we would have been shaken out of our apathy. But gradualism, which is what Fabianism is, does nothing to raise the alarm because the vast majority, because the vast majority of Americans can see no motivation for the things I have described, they cannot accept it. And so the conspiracy is scorned and often mocked. By creating chaos through presenting hundreds of daily choices our people have to make, we have come down to a position where, unless motivation can be clearly shown, all information is rejected. This is both the weak and the strong link in the conspirators' chain. Most thrust aside anything that has no motive, so the conspirators feel safe behind the ridicule poured upon those who point to the coming crisis in our nation and our individual lives. However, if we can get enough people to see the truth, the motivation block gets weaker until it will eventually be forced aside as more and more people become enlightened, and the notion that this cannot happen in America is dispensed with.
Yeah, thanks, Sonny. Very telling.
Yeah, y'all gotta read this book. I'll put a link. I think there's a free PDF out there. That's absolutely insane. That's a CIA document. What the hell? I mean, it's on their site. Maybe I'll find a different source.
Hey, Sonny, you must watch that video I just posted now about Biden.
Joe Biden.
Okay.
You will laugh your head off. And shake your head in sadness.
Build back better. Build back. What? We should play it. It's a numpty clip.
And we're not going to seek excuse me.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like Joe says what? There's the more you Joe. There's some really funny stuff.
That one meme said there, hey Joe, why don't you just turn the teleprompter around so we can read it for ourselves?
I know, man. Really.
And this is the most popular president of all time. Most votes ever.
Here we go.
Naturally.
Biden. That's surprising.
Putting Biden in this position of leading the world's democracy.
I thought Trump got the most.
His incoherence is not new.
His
incoherence that turned out to be alternative facts.
His incoherence is not new.
It's not new.
You should say that about the ballers. There was a better one of him stumbling where he's like, and then mid-sentence, he's like, whatever.
Yeah, it can't go on, the guy says. It will have to be stopped. Like, he'll have to put in a resignation soon.
But it's the plan to get the woman president in so that we can tick the diversity box of having the first black US.
Yeah, like the full Marxist freaking, yeah, exactly.
Listen to this from only a couple of weeks ago.
The only way to spare more pain and more loss, the only way, these millstones no longer mark our national mourning. These milestones, I should say, no longer mark our national mourning.
What the fuck?
God help me. And then this.
I had never been particularly poor at calculating how to get things done in the United States Senate. So the best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway.
What the hell?
Anyway.
Oh my gosh.
And you want to tell me that Trump was worse?
Crazy, man.
This is the leader of the free world.
Trump made America worse and better at the same time.
No, not better, bro.
He made the economy better.
What economy are you talking about, bro? There is no economy. The economy's been broken now for a year and a half, for about a year, actually. Yeah, it's a fake. It doesn't exist. There is no economy. It's been destroyed. America's over. It's done with. Kaput. We have the lowest industrial output probably of any nation right now. And the school children coming out of high school have a lower capability than they did in 1796.
Damn. So do you think Europe's gonna overtake America?
No, hell no. They don't have to. They're taking it over from the inside. They don't have to fight wars. The wars are against the populations.
I'm not talking about wars.
What's that? See, what's going on right now, my young man, is in warfare, is psychological warfare against you and me.
Yeah.
How can we believe any self-respecting world leader will take this bloke seriously? Can you imagine what it's like talking to him live? One wag had it right with a meme that was posted on social media that says it all. Hey, Sleepy Joe, I think it'd be less confusing if you just turned the teleprompter around and let us read it for ourselves. Look, it's easy to laugh. This is very, very serious. For example, today, the plight of migrants.
It's crazy stuff, man.
Come on, man.
Oh, fuck. Shit.
tap this bloke on the shoulder and tell him he's got to go. The tragedy is the replacement is Kamala Harris. As big a disaster. Her own party didn't want her in the runoff for the Democratic nomination. She received 2% of the vote. If we don't think the free world is in a mess, we are bad students of the current international situation.
Hmm. Michael.
So if you want a little homework, Blavio, look into the history of the Rockefeller family, the Rothschilds, the banking elite, the connections between the Nazis and the Bushes, Prescott Bush, Standard Oil, Union Bank, Hitler's little darlings.
Ooh.
From the Jose J.G. Retard Show, 20 May 2020, starring Sean the Crackhead Hawkins, Latonia Daft Cow Bailey, and the usual numpty dipshit panel. If you thought you heard the stupidest comments and reactions from Baltard spinning space monkeys, I'm here to tell you, you haven't heard anything yet. I shit you not. May I present the bashingest in the face with a spade shovel, quarter stick of dynamite in the ass bonfire of numpty dipshittery of the millennium.
I learned today, I was watching the Flat Earth debate, and I realized why they say that gas is created at ground level. That's where we get our gradient air pressure. By gas being created at ground level. The reason they're saying that is because of the gas cycle, which Nathan Oakley said this morning. He explained it. The gas is produced at ground level. It goes up into the air, and it condenses into rain.
Oh, God.
And it falls back into. He thinks that water evaporating is gas. That's what gives us our gradient air pressure.
What a gas!
Moron.
What a gas!
And that's what Chris thinks. That's what all the flat earthers think, because he said that. Anybody who says it's because gas is created at ground level, that's what they're saying.
Oh, Jesus.
You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
So you unimaginable, boneheaded retards of the ages deny gas being created from evaporation, rising, then condensing, then falling back to Earth as rain. Essentially the water cycle that everyone was taught in second grade. You laugh and mock that idea?
Shit, hold on.
Okay, baltards, bow to your corner, bow to your own. Hit it!
That's all, folks.
Classic.
Oh.
We have George Nutchuck and the Rumpus, two high priests of Baltardia, not only double speaking, which is standard numpty fare, but unwittingly imploding the foundation of their entire fairy tale spinning ball space monkey religion. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I present Beavis and Butthead.
But that's what it gives you. That's what the GPS gives you. It gives you your elevation with respect to this, not the center of the Earth, which some people say.
Some people? You mean like you?
Because the definition of elevation on a globe model is the distance from the center of the Earth.
And George.
Elevations are all the same distance from the center of the Earth.
He then tries to make a point that some people have said that elevation is relative to the center of the Earth.
Yeah, you.
Because the definition of elevation on a globe model is the distance from the center of the Earth.
And George.
Elevations are all the same distance from the center of the Earth.
It's all relative to this geoid, which does include the bulge, and that's what we mean by elevation. It's not relative to the center of the Earth. When we talk about elevation, it's relative to the ellipsoid.
Because the definition of elevation on a globe model is the distance from the center of the Earth.
Elevations are all the same distance from the center of the Earth.
It's all relative to this geoid, which does include the bulge, and that's what we mean by elevation. It's not relative to the center of the Earth. When we talk elevation, it's relative to the ellipsoid.
Because the definition of elevation on a globe model is the distance from the center of the Earth.
Elevations are all the same distance from the center of the Earth.
It's all relative to this geoid, which does include the bulge, and that's what we mean by elevation. It's not relative to the center of the Earth.
Because the definition of elevation on a globe model is the distance from the center of the Earth.
Elevations are all the same distance from the center of the Earth.
And that's what we mean by elevation. It's not relative to the center of the Earth.
Because the definition of elevation on a globe model is the distance from the center of the Earth.
Elevations are all the same distance from the center of the Earth.
From their alma mater wiki, elevation is not to be confused with the distance from the center of the Earth.
Because the definition of elevation on a globe model is the distance from the center of the Earth.
And that's what we mean by elevation. It's not relative to the center of the Earth.
Elevations are all the same distance from the center of the Earth.
Turn out the lights, the party's over. They say that all good things must end. Call it a night, the party's over.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the prosecution rests. As you were, Your Honor. Point of parliamentary procedure, sir. We have another foobar. The prosecution respectfully requests a sidebar on the foobar.
There's a common misconception, Tim and Professor Bell, regarding this 8 inches per mile squared. If you take the chord distance between the two endpoints, it's exact, no approximation.
The 8 inches times miles squared is a parabola, but it actually is remarkably accurate up to about 500 miles.
Right.
But the Earth is not a parabola. That is an approximation that only works up to 500 miles.
It's exact, no approximation.
That is an approximation that only works up to 500 miles.
It's exact, no approximation.
That is an approximation that only works up to 500 miles.
It's exact, no approximation.
Your Honor, I move to strike jury deliberation and move directly to sentencing. And for the bailiff to whack their pee-pees.
Black Swan. Hey, everybody.
What about it?
What about it?
Mm.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. I'm being owned by bots.
The Clown Show, Co Show, March 2021.
I'm trying to say something to you, man, because that way you don't say this anymore.
Huh? What is up with you, dude? Every single time you open up that religitard, incoherent blowhole of yours, with 2 or more streams of thought whistling around the funhouse mirrors between your ears, the innocent onlookers are pelted with a carpet bomb barrage of utterly meaningless sentence fragments. Perhaps you should consider centralining Adderall. Just a thought.
Nobody's claiming that the geometric horizon is visually blocking anything.
What on earth? That's been the foundation of the entire ball-tard spinning space monkey religion that we've heard incessantly over the past 5 years. What the kind of angel dust-laced shrooms are you on? Good Lord, son. This is tantamount to Catholics denying the existence of the Virgin Mary. Folks, this guy is a grade A moron. He makes shit up on the fly, but if it constitutes more than 6 words or 2 trains of thought, whichever comes first, then the fragmented, convoluted verbal diarrhea monsoon ensues. Anyone that can fog a mirror is lost in a never-ending tangle of batshit insane, incoherent, disconnected drivel. You'll get more sneak peeks into this imbecillery here, continuing with his own wing on the Numpty Clips. Stay tuned. Here's one.
So there is an actual horizon. There's a geometric horizon, which is the actual tangent line. And then there's the one that you see. And the one that you see is defined by you seeing it. So you're not expected to see the other one.
We'll deal with that nonsense later. Here's another one.
Hold on, man. Hold on. That's just the horizon. The horizon is the place where it apparently looks like is blocking the things behind it or whatever.
The prosecution rests. The really scary part, which you've heard so far, is benign compared with his usual standard fare. This is what happens to the unsuspecting poor sap that runs into this crayon muncher. You're absolutely baffled by what you just heard, and you try to reconcile it quickly, but while you're trying to harpoon a line into the incoherent maelstrom wall, he senses the last grasp for life and volleys the next befuddling, batshit insane buffoonery out of his incoherent blowhole. Even if there were 3 full days between Clown Show's first statement and second, Bobby Fischer would claim a time foul.
But the geometric horizon is defined differently than that. It's not defined by something you see.
What? You saying we have invisible horizons in Globetardia? There's no such thing as a non-visible horizon, you window-licking knuckle-dragger. Seeing it is the quintessential attribute of the term horizon. You can't have a non-visible horizon, just like you can't have non-visible rainbows. Next block of instruction, how to stand up on Christmas. Let's define it. Geometric horizon. From National Geographic, the subject matter experts. The local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and sky. From the U.S. Department of Defense, horizon. In general, the apparent or visible junction of the earth and sky, as seen from any specific position. Also called the apparent, visible, or local horizon. So the local horizon is the geometric horizon, which is visible. Duh.
Both the horizons are geometries of Earth.
Both horizons? Where'd you get 2? We only ever see one horizon, you delusional schmuck.
The geometric horizon is strictly a product of the geometry of Earth.
That's profound, Captain Obvious. What's next? Is water strictly a product of hydrogen and oxygen?
But the regular horizon, the one you see, is a product of both the geometric horizon and the optical phenomena that's happening in the atmosphere.
The regular horizon, the one you see? You mean the regular horizon, the one you see? Can you define regular horizon? Did you just make that up? Let's see here. Regular horizon. Cottage cheese, regular horizon, 16-ounce delivery. I don't think that's going to make it. Horizon organic whole milk. Horizon growing years. Trademark. Organic whole milk for kids. Horizon organic regular cultured cottage. It's the cheese fiasco. I know what the problem is. Let's go with regular Horizon science definition. All right, let's see what we got here. Soil horizons? I don't think that's it. Horizon regular. There's no regular horizon here. Like I said, making shit up on the fly. Clown.
The one that you don't see is the geometric horizon. You're not expected. It's not defined by something you see.
My word. So the one that you don't see is the geometric horizon, meaning there's two horizons, again in Globetardia, one of which is the invisible geometric horizon, eh? I thought I'd just define this. Let's go over it again. From National Geographic, the local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and sky. From the U.S. Department of Defense, horizon. In general, the apparent or visible junction of the earth and sky as seen from any specific position. Also called the apparent, visible, or local horizon. So the local horizon is the geometric horizon. It's apparent and visible. You're a numpty dipshit.
It's wrong to think of the geometric horizon as something you see at any place, because you don't see it at any place.
Oh, he just changed it.
So the horizon is the horizon.
And hillbilly redneck retards are hillbilly redneck retards. Photosynthetic numpties, as it were. Listen, clown, go back over there in the corner, and if we need any snacks or drinks, I'll signal your slobber nurses, and they can assist you bringing us some refreshments. Other than that, just sit there and shut the f*** up.
That the black swan is an absolutely normal phenomena on a globe Earth.
Yes, the black swan is an absolutely normal phenomena on a globe Earth with a radius of 264,000 miles.
I've got it for you, the definition. Okay. So the geometric horizon is also called the local horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and the sky.
Yeah, I know exactly what article this is from.
Yeah, you know where it's from, because I personally busted your dumb ass with it no less than 5 times on Betty's server and 24/7.
It's from an article from Nat Geo, and that Nat Geo article either made a typo or they didn't edit it correctly, but they typed it out wrong. There's an actual tangent line from your outer horizon. The only thing is you're not really your eyesight is not subject to that straight line. You're going to see some curved line. So even though there is a straight line there, that is a definition of a geometric horizon. That's not the horizon you see.
You need to be institutionalized. Immediately!
You will never see it as the point where the ground meets the sky. But it is visible.
So there is an actual horizon.
Yes, it's called the local or geometric horizon, which is apparent and visible.
There's a geometric horizon, which is the actual tangent line.
The geometric horizon isn't a tangent line.
And then there's the one that you see.
Yes, it's called the geometric horizon.
And the one that you see is defined by you seeing it.
The one that I see is defined by what it is. The local or geometric horizon, which is visible by definition.
So you're not expected to see the other one.
There isn't another one. You conjured it. In conclusion...
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off that student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they race you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they race you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lot.
Do you know how to even tell the difference? Live a lie till you die with indifference. Bound by chains cannot see, still you miss them. Take the reins, it's your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
Race you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they race you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes a bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they race you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they race you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all their dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, flat at disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi, Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Hey, Sonny, I just looked at the Biden thing, right?
Yeah.
So everybody kind of predicted that this would happen, right? That this dude was too senile to be president, right? It's as if they want to slip in the first female president through this, and
Yeah,
nobody's
through fiat, like not
Yeah.
through an election. Yeah.
right. So nobody's paying attention.
Yeah, they're it's just being ushered in, and nobody seems to pay attention. Nobody seems to care. It's all good, huh, folks?
It's so weird, right? I don't get it.
Yeah, it's literally living in a sci-fi novel.
Well, yeah, this is the best time to be alive in history. As long as the Orange Man isn't president, anybody is good, and therefore now we're prosperous and amazing, and all
Crazy.
corruption stopped.
I know. Look at that. We have young people in other countries that think there's still an economy. That's just ridiculous.
I also love how you said it. You know, they're going to have a female president via fiat, not like an election, because elections are
fake.
They're totally legit and not fiat.
Yeah, it's all fake.
But did something happen with him recently, or is it just?
We could show you the video that Roger. I played some of it, little blips of it, which was hilarious. I should do that again, actually. This should be a Biden numpty freaking day.
It's like it's so funny about just flip the teleprompter around.
I know.
It's so savage, you know.
I mean, we can't get a copyright claim from a news show, can we? Could I play the whole thing?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're all
Yeah, I
kinds
don't
of
know.
crazy with that stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, they're bound to be a Glober that reports you, right?
Yeah, that's one thing. They watch all day long. I'm telling you, these
Yeah.
globalists, all day long, they just focus on flat Earth. They're completely obsessed.
Yeah.
With flat Earth. Like, I'm talking to these two people on Brandon's server, completely obsessed. They've just nonstop. And every day they melt down. Next morning they wake up and they get worked up by flat Earth again. Day in
That's
and day out.
depressing, not gonna lie.
I mean, what could be more sad as an existence that your only reason to wake up is to like fight flat Earth? When in actuality they're fighting against reality itself.
Yeah, I told this dude, he was this morning, he was here and he went on to the FTFE show. Why would you go on that show, man? You're giving him the opportunity to get his super chats, and if nobody goes on his show, then it would just bleed to death, and that would be done, right?
Yeah, you're like supporting them by doing that. And that was the first speech. Like, obviously his handlers know exactly what's going on. they couldn't care less, I think. Like, why would they let him speak? Why don't they just make a CGI? They have the technology.
Yeah, they did a CGI Biden at that airport because the remember the microphone went right through his head or something like that.
Not sure I saw that one.
Yeah, check it out. It's like they tried to say it was some sort of graphic rendering problem, but everything else in the shot had no problems.
Why would you have graphic rendering problem from a live?
A lot, yeah.
Unbelievable.
And you mean to say this bloke Biden isn't cognitively delinquent? Have a listen to this. The President of the United States of America.
We have to do more than just build back better. We have to build back better. With regard to Russia, I know it concerns some of you, but I made it very clear to Putin that we're not going to seek escalation.
Presidential abuse. His incoherence is not new, but it surely can't go on. There will have to be a presidential resignation shortly. Listen to this from only a couple of weeks ago.
The only way to spare more pain and more loss, the only way, these millstones no longer mark our national mourning. These milestones, I should say, no longer mark our national.
Yeah, but see, this is how they do. So basically, because he had a stutter early on in life, people are going to be like, wait, so he overcame his stutter, and so he still has little problems with it every now and again, and now you're going to make fun of him? How dare you?
Oh
You're just bullying the president. That's what it is. That's what they're going to say.
Oh my God.
You're making fun of a disabled person for a speech impediment.
Yeah, why would we have a disabled person as president?
Well, then they just have to go right back to FDR, who was in a wheelchair, and who is the best president of all time. The New Deal helped save the whole world out of the World War II. Yeah, we can have disabled. Are you saying disabled people don't have a chance in this country?
Yeah, and ushered in the most socialist programs ever created.
That's a can of worms.
Great.
God help me.
I have never been particularly poor at calculating how to get things done in the United States Senate. So the best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway.
What are people thinking when they listen to him? I don't get it. Why aren't we in upheaval over it? The man has no business being there.
This is the leader of the free world.
But this is all building up to that moment that they're gonna make him step down, right? This is just exactly what they want. And then you got
True.
Kamala.
True. It's just asinine, man. Just to think that people would be gullible enough to think that a man like the way he portrays himself could make it even to the presidency in the first place.
But people who still vote, thinking that that's going to make a difference, will be gullible for anything. If you can tell them that, oh yeah, no, just vote, and whatever you vote for might change. Okay, right here, do whatever you need. Like no one, they're gonna fall for anything.
You're not the solution.
Yeah, they're not going to believe it until they start sweeping away the bodies. Their next door neighbors, the people out in the street. The depopulation of the cities. That's what
Yeah,
their
but even
goal is.
then, no, even then they'll chalk it up or spin it to some. Well, no,
Yeah, they are
these
pretty
people
psychotic.
were the bad guys. They are the ones who didn't get the vaccine. They are the ones who didn't follow instructions. Therefore, that's on them. Good riddance.
I know. You know, it's so ridiculous. Like even the trolleys and stuff like that, who have lost like 80% of their rider shares. They're sitting there sporting freaking things on the side of their trains that say that the Mexican beer germ conspiracies spread faster than the other thing. I'm like, bullshit. We don't have the freaking news to help us spread it and saturate all this crap. Pseudoscience.
Nope, the science is settled. You better get on board, otherwise it's going to be your fault.
Yeah. You know, what's settled is the mind control. So they knew exactly what to do. Like in the 60s, the Tavistock Institute brought in the Beatles. They had one of their intel agents write the lyrics and the music and bring in this hippie culture, the LSD experiments, where the DEA just stood by. They knew exactly what was going on, and they allowed these people to come in, like Allen Ginsberg and Aldous Huxley, to bring LSD into campuses all over the U.S. and give them LSD
It's it out. Doesn't
everywhere.
need to be.
It was all created, the whole thing. It was heartbreaking as a musician to find out about all that. But you know what? The truth is the truth. And, you know, if you're not prepared for the truth, then
Well, it was like a ploy to get
Jim,
people to stop thinking creatively and stuff like that, to stop thinking about solutions and just get sedated through narcotics.
no,
yeah,
well, also, yeah, some
part of it.
like bucking one system for another. Jim Morrison's father was the guy who was at Gulf of Tonkin. So
Exactly.
you corral both sides of the story. The people who believe the story and the people who don't believe the story follow Jim Morrison.
Yeah, agent provocateurs. They're put in place. There's an agenda. And you know, they said that the Beatles would probably have dropped off the vine if Ed Sullivan hadn't gone over to Sussex at the Tavistock Institute to find out how he was supposed to bring this into the public view and to saturate the media with it. And a lot of it was brought in under the guise of like art, being artistic and exploring your mind. And they would have these talk shows about it with these creatures that were actually giving LSD to the children in campuses. You heard about the new one that they're gonna, like, I heard something, a little blip somewhere, I forget where, I'll try to find it, but that they're like putting psilocybin in the water supply. Like, nothing freaking surprises me anymore, man.
firmly believe any self-respecting world leader will take this bloke seriously. Can you imagine what it's like talking to him live? One wag had it right with a meme that was posted on social media that says it all. Hey, Sleepy Joe, I think it'd be less confusing if you just turned the teleprompter around and let us read it for ourselves. The virtue of raising taxes. All these left-wing clots in the Democratic Party don't understand that if you raise taxes on corporations, then those corporations will move offshore and take American jobs with them. Wider issues of foreign policy. As the Republican Senator all this before we get to the wider issues of foreign policy. As the Republican Senator Lindsey Graham said this week of Biden, and I quote, he's been a disaster on foreign policy, the border is in chaos, the Iranians are off the map, he's opening up negotiations with the Iranian regime and they haven't done a damn thing to change. Afghanistan's going to fall apart, Russia and China are already pushing him around, unquote. Bloke on the shoulder and tell him he's got to go. The tragedy is the replacement is Kamala Harris. As big a disaster. Her own party didn't want her in the runoff for the Democratic nomination. She received 2% of the vote. If we don't think the free world is in a mess, we are bad students of the current international situation.
And we're not going to seek lost. The only way these millstones no longer mark our national mourning. These milestones, I should say, no longer mark our national mourning.
President of the United
It concerns some of you, but I made very clear to Putin that we're not going to seek escalate. More pain and more loss. The only way these millstones no longer mark our national mourning. These milestones, I should say, no longer mark our national mourning. I have never been particularly poor at calculating how to get things done in the United States Senate. So the best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway.
Anyway. I wasn't really saying anything. I was just pretending I was saying something. Anyway. It's literally slapstick quality comedy, folks. If it wasn't so ridiculously funny, I'd be crying. Is it too early to play the electric guitar? Yes, Sonny. You should probably wait until at least 9 a.m. The space hoax, man. You believe that? H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, written in 1898. Beginning of the space farce.
Speaking of movies and space farces, oh, I happened to catch the latest Fast and the Furious movie last night. Fast
Oh,
and
yeah?
Furious 9. And I mean, I don't think anyone here cares about spoilers, but yeah, they drive cars to space.
Oh, nice. Well, they had to have that set up by Elon,
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, they actually go to space in a car. It's
Oh my God.
I can't make it up.
I've been listening. Tie my shoes, clean the lip. Nice weather. I was just pulling a Joe. Sorry. Imagine he wakes up in the morning and accidentally hits the wrong button instead of the snooze button.
That's a good one. I know. Keep that freaking button away from him.
Remember that episode of The Simpsons? Do we want old man Burns here with his finger on the button?
That's the original Land of Confusion by Genesis has Reagan do that. He wakes up in
Wow.
the middle of the night to try to get a glass of water, and he's got to push like one button calls a nurse, the other button launches a nuke.
Yeah, that was Reagan, right?
Yeah, that was Reagan.
Fuck, that spinning images shit is awesome.
You know what? I used to call him way back, even way back then, because of that alien comment. Ronnie Raygun, Raygun, Raygun. Get it?
Yeah, space ray gun.
That was my joke. I used that joke way back in the 80s.
He actually called it Star Wars too. That was the name that they were going to give it.
Yeah, I kind of knew they were full of shit even way back then. I didn't trust any of them. Now I know I was right not to trust any of them.
I just want you people to know, bubblegum,
That's just it.
soap bubbles, and where am I?
I don't know. Where are you?
Oh, was that the teleprompter? I thought I was watching the news.
It's like you were saying earlier, though, Sonny, that like, do people not see this? That she's gonna step in, and who knows what she already or her and her cohorts already have planned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. They do. They got a plan. And you know what? That's funny because you guys were the ones that said this in the very beginning, way back in the very beginning, back at the beginning of the year, you know? This was being tossed around in here. Like I heard that. And now that must be uncomfortable that there's people out here, us namely, that can predict like their next moves at this point. Pretty much. I mean, we don't know the whole underlying scheme they have, but it's starting to become predictable.
Yeah, it's like when the Orange Man was saying these people are sick, but they're also stupid. Like they're not very original or anything, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's all the
but
same.
Remember
same
both
bullshit.
sides. Remember both sides work for the same people.
Yeah. Well, I'm not trying to really pick any sides. I'm trying to look at it as a, how do you say it, like a person driving by an accident and can't help but look, you know? So is one of them a good EMS on the scene? There's got to be one good guy there trying to save a life, you know? I don't know.
No, bro, they're the ones who caused the fucking accident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do know it's very confusing. I've seen a lot of different information. I saw a gentleman speaking on Orange Man Bad's behalf as far as when the other guy, who nobody knows what happened to him, was getting in trouble the first time. Orange Man stepped forward with as much information as he could to try to help, you know. I don't know. I don't live in either one of their pockets or circles. I've heard people who weren't paid say good things about Orange Man, so I don't know. I'm as confused as everyone else, I guess.
I kind of feel like the only good thing about Biden being elected is it's going to get people are going to start fighting now.
No, they're not. No, they're just happy that Orange Man is not there, and the people who voted anybody, vote blue no matter who, folks, could care fucking less.
Yeah,
They're
those
not going to do a thing.
anyway, right? They didn't fight Trump either. They might have made fun of Trump, but anytime Trump rolled in a war, gun control, all they did was bitch about his social media for 4 years and cry about Russia. They didn't stop anything. He virtually ran unopposed. Anything he wanted to do, he just replaced Obamacare with Trump care. Boom, done. All this boom.
The people, I guess the point is that the people that vote thinking that that is them fighting. So once they cast their ballot, they can sit back for 4 years.
Yeah, very superficial. All they do is just go there and pretend they're partaking in the democratic process.
No, they're not pretending to partake. They're partaking in it. It's just a pretend democracy. But I know what you meant.
I know when I was, you know, young, long-haired, rule-breaking hippie, listening to Megadeth's "Peace Sells, but Who's Buying?" The particular part of the song where he's, "If there's a new way, I'll be the first in line, but it better work this time." It kind of makes sense, but I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know what kind of new way it is. The one gentleman the other day was mentioning a republic. Uh, like that. I understand that, and that's good. How you put that in place over the stupid system that's always been around, that's another beast on its own, I guess.
A systematic enslavement of a bunch of people without them knowing is still a plantation by any other name. Republic, democracy, socialism, communism, whatever. It's all a system. It's all of it is one big system designed to enslave people to a certain mindset.
The one world government. Isn't it a coincidence, though, this Aurora, Texas UFO, 1897? Then the next year, H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds. Coincidental, I guess.
Don't see the curvature from that height. That stuff is flat. I would go to the moon in a nanosecond, but we destroyed the technology, and it is a painful process to build back.
Mr. T.J. Weems, the United States Signatorial Services Officer at this place and an authority on astronomy, gives it as his opinion that he was a native of the planet Mars. How the fuck do you look at this thing you've never seen before and go, oh yeah, it came from there? It definitely looks like it's from Mars. You've never seen it before. How the fuck do you decide where it came from?
The same way they tell what the weather is on Mars. They do it with the freaking Martian weather station.
Like forensic doesn't go into the middle of a massive explosive scene and look at a body part and go, oh, that guy's from Yemen. Oh, that guy's from Asia. Oh, that guy's from Canada. Just by looking at the part on the floor.
Yeah, I'm now in a Telegram room. 9,000 people, I think. No, sorry. 1,700. So I'm going to share the link there. Whoop whoop.
Doesn't that mean that it's going to happen on Wednesday? No, Tuesday. Martes. Lunes, martes. Listen to this news report from 1897, Aurora, Texas. I know it's kind of stupid, but Aurora, Weiss County, Texas. April 17th, 1897. The news. About 6 o'clock this morning, the early risers of Aurora were astonished at the sudden appearance of an airship which has been sailing through the country. It was traveling due north and much nearer the earth than ever before. Evidently, some of the machinery was out of order, for it was making a speed of only 10 or 12 miles an hour and gradually settling toward the Earth. It sailed directly over the public square, and when it reached the north part of town, collided with the tower of Judge Proctor's windmill and went to pieces with a terrific explosion, scattering debris over several acres of ground, wrecking the windmill and water tank and destroying the judge's flower garden. Tragic. The pilot of the ship is supposed to have been the only one on board, and while his remains are badly disfigured, enough of the original has been picked up to show that he was not an inhabitant of this world. Mr. T.J. Weems, the United States Signal Service officer at this place and authority on astronomy, gives it as his opinion that he was a native of the planet Mars. Papers found on this person, evidently the record of his travels, are written in some unknown hieroglyphics and cannot be deciphered. The ship was too badly wrecked to form any conclusion as to its construction or motive power. It was built of an unknown metal resembling somewhat a mixture of aluminum and silver, and it must have weighed several tons. The town is full of people today who are viewing the wreck and gathering specimens of the strange metal from the debris. The pilot's funeral will take place at noon. Some freaking antique fake news there, huh? Probably just a dirigible.
Well, they are pushing this alien narrative hard. I think they're probably fallen angels or demons from hell, based off of alien abductions ending upon prayer or saying Jesus' name. These appear to be from another world, another spiritual world, if you will. Also, you have Aleister Crowley, who drew a picture of the being he summoned during one of his rituals.
That's
and it
right.
looks pretty much like a little gray alien, except it has human eyes.
Yeah, you're right about that. Mm-hmm.
Science has always been the Achilles heel of the Christian culture, a way to work in strange doctrines and occultic stuff. Jack Parsons with his rocketry, consulting with Satan or Talima or whatever the hell he was insulting. This alien thing may be a way to work in demons to an otherwise unsuspecting scientific quote unquote culture. Who knows what they're doing over at CERN with their opening ceremony? Very occultic.
Yeah, that's really bizarre. Yeah, really strange.
I'd say they're
I know.
probably opening a portal.
I know yesterday I confess that my mind is too open to totally disregard the UFOs and aliens. Oh man, I'm having a stoner brain fart right now. I'm forgetting my original point. Fuck.
About the spirits opening up a porthole.
Oh, now it's coming back. Fire in the Sky. The what's that gentleman's name? Like that's based on a true story. They lie detected all his friends. They thought they murdered him. He ends up showing up like a week or 9 days later. Like that's a crazy to discard all of that. I don't know, man. I'd probably be someone that's like, no way, man, it's curved. I've seen it in the fisheye lens, and denying this if I was to discard that story completely. You know what I mean? Like Travis Walton. That's his
Travis
name.
Walton.
Travis
Yeah,
Walton.
a lot of those things, I'm still fascinated by those. I just watched that Travis Walton story, a couple of different ones actually recently, Yeah, it's really interesting. Like I think what I did with the UFO thing in my mind is I put it off to another shelf where it kind of sits there awaiting more information. Like I don't know really what to do with that shelf.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's like a shelf you can
Yeah,
keep adding the same information to, but you don't really get any new information.
Like no
I,
resolution to it yet.
I read every single book about Roswell, every single book that I could find. I hear you about, yeah, it's like I chalk it up to higher technology and free energy that they don't want us to know about. So they've
Yeah.
invented this entire thing about UFOs because they use free energy and high technology.
Yeah, so there's probably some partial truths to it, the problem is it's mixed up with this mind control thing. It seems to be anyway. It's very hard to separate the two. I mean, what's real about that and what's been just propagated as some sort of narrative.
I just know when I watched Fire in the Sky for the first time, like I'm not trying to toot my own horn or anything, but I'm a fairly stoic individual, well disciplined. I know how to carry myself and handle myself. But after watching that Fire in the Sky and seeing that scene where the shit goes over his face and they're slicing the hole in his mouth and stuff, oh my God, man, that's some freaky shit. It's like a membrane, some sort of membrane they put over him.
Yeah.
Like I've dealt with multiple attackers. I'm not that I want to, but I'm always keeping my wits about me, and if it ever happens again, I'll deal with it again, and hopefully none of them get the upper hand. But that being on that ship, having that membrane put over you and shit, like your body's how do you put it? Um, Frozen. Like you can't even fucking move your pinky. Like that shit freaks me out, man.
That's right. I forgot to say it's use of high technology, free energy, and something to constantly be afraid of. An outside source that could demolish the whole planet. Always be afraid.
Paralysis, that's what it's called. They put your body in paralysis. Like you can't move your pinky, your little toe. Like you're just fucked. That's crazy. Even to think about it, forget an alien abduction scenario, an MK Ultra scenario where they got you like strapped down, paralysis up your body, and they have the headphones on your head and repeating messages to you. Like that's just crazy thoughts, man.
Hello, anyone there?
Go ahead.
Okay, I have some connection issues. It's like everything gets real quiet, and I look, and then like that, like down below, it's like a real high leg. Must be the heat playing havoc on the satellites.
Sometimes you have to drop out and come back in. Um, Out of the blue, it'll just like it looks like you're still connected and you should be able to hear, but you can't. And no one can hear you. And
How about this something old and new? Were you guys talking to him recently?
He just joined today, I think, right now.
Okay. Does he have a hot mic? Is that what's going on?
I suppose, because I actually thought it was you or who. I thought somebody was saying
My
something.
bad.
His name was lit up.
Oh,
My bad. I didn't even know. I didn't turn it the mute off, so I don't know how the mic came on.
okay. Yeah, I just took you off mute. You were on server mute because it must have had a hot mic earlier.
What say you? Something old new? Do you have a view on any of this topic?
What I was talking about? Hello?
Go ahead.
So what were you all talking about?
Like UFOs, Travis Walton, the fire in the sky incident, and
Oh, I think
otherworldly
it's all.
technology and shit.
I, I think it's all BS. Another fear tactic type of deal.
Are you familiar with the fire in the sky, the Travis Walton story?
Yeah,
You are? I
like
believe it happened here, up
it,
here.
wasn't it like also a movie?
Yep, yep, yeah. Based on true
Yeah,
events,
and
right?
he supposedly was in the ship and it was all bright and it was little like grayish people doing all the stuff to him.
Well, it's more that like his friends were accused of killing him, and he was missing for like 9 days, I think. And they were all lie detectored and brought in court and everything. All of them were found to be telling the truth. Like none of them seemed to be lying. When Travis showed up, obviously the accusations of killing him had gone away because he was still alive. Um, so like having them all on lie detectors and whatnot, like obviously they didn't, Travis wasn't camping for 9 days in the woods and it was a hoax. Like they were put on lie detectors, they were grilled hard. Some of them were facing jail time because of the authorities believing he was murdered, right? Like,
Yeah, they try to
anyways,
keep the story. They were doing like an actual missing persons, like murder investigation, and then the guy just shows up and collaborates everything.
yeah, it was like 9 days later or something. Like his facial hair growth and stuff. Didn't really know what went on, and I guess maybe after hypnosis, some stuff came back, right?
Yeah, the police said he shacked up with some girl, and then didn't want to tell the old lady about it or something like that. They just hand waved it away.
Oh man, if that was true, could you imagine? He'd get like fucking what's that called? Grammy award winning for like best like BS to your old lady. I was abducted, honey. Like
Yeah.
the other girl's like, "What? I'm an alien now?"
Oh, I just looked up at the cast of the movie. Travis Walton actually played a walk on extra on in the movie.
He was on an episode with Jesse James, one of his motor monster or whatever their episodes. Helped do a build. Travis Walton, he was like a guest on one of the episodes.
Yeah, he did a part acting and also assistant directing for the movie.
I didn't know that, but kind of makes sense since he was
Oh yeah, he's a
basically
sports, right?
the person it happened to, so it kind of makes sense. Definitely different.
I mean, it's all these missing people, all over. I mean, it's like where where are all these people that like they call basically another sci-fi story like the 4400 whatever. These like completely unexplained missing people where they just disappeared like off the face of the earth.
Yeah,
They were
there's a
here
book.
1 second and they're gone the next with no trace, nothing, right?
Yeah, yeah. There's a
The,
book called The Missing Missing. I haven't read it. I just heard about it.
yeah, like the police, if they can't find leads, they just give up and move on to the next case. They don't give a shit about actually tracking or keeping, finding out is there any connection between this stuff?
You ever watch any of those Come Explore with Us like channels? And they're some of them. It's like it's as if they were in the middle of eating dinner and everyone in the house just got up and left.
There's an episode of Unsolved Mysteries where like the whole town saw this shit fly through the sky and stop at multiple locations. It's like the whole town must be in on it, you know? I'll find that one real quick. I think it's just called like let me find it instead of just trying to shoot from the hip. Oh, here it is. Berkshire County, 1969. They like through eyewitness testimony, they show you where each person was at the time. It's like a really good they really break it down. They show a map of the city and where each person was standing, what they saw, what they heard, what happened next, the direction it moved from there, and all their stories line up perfectly. Like it's almost like everyone. I mean, it's not perfect down to the last detail. I mean, there's some variation in everyone's stories, but the gist of it is they all saw something in the sky moving roughly the same direction at exactly the same time. It's called Unsolved Mysteries. Berkshire County, 1969. The episode was 5 July 2020. So that's when they're doing this. A lot of this alien stuff is rolling out again.
Did you watch the that Lost History of Flat Earth documentary?
No, it's on my list though. Yeah,
Give me
there's
two
a
seconds.
Netflix also, right?
I just have to answer the door. Hold on. Sorry about that. I had to get the door. Yeah, anyway, sorry, I think I asked, had you seen that The Lost History of Flat Earth documentary?
No, not yet.
Well, in it there's a one part of it where it goes over um like I guess a great resets from the past, and like they show images of is it Russia, Petersburg in Russia or whatever. Like they do panoramic photos and they tell you what the population was at the time. And they're like, there's way too many homes here for the population they claim at the time. And where is everyone? No one's, not even one person standing on the street right now. And it's pretty interesting part of the documentary. Like how they were showing pictures in London and stuff. The streets were empty, and then at a certain time, people start showing up. It's pretty interesting that lost history, and I guess there's more parts. The what I watched was part 1 to 7, and I did notice at the end it kind of just sort of dropped off like a cliffhanger, and I was like, hey, that ended oddly, but I guess that's because why there's part 8, 9, 10, whatever. I don't know how many parts there are, but I want to see more, hear more. I think it was 1860s, all these different places around the world. It was like the streets were empty. In one photo, there's like a horse in front of a cart, like as though it was the middle of the day and somebody was working and they took a lunch break, and now the only thing you can see in the photo is that horse in the street. Interesting stuff. And obviously somebody was there because the photographer, whoever was taking the photos, was there. All these different places around the world. Even Toronto was one of them. And then he started showing updated images of deserted streets now and brought to your attention that, this so-called Great Reset that has happened before is currently happening right now.
John McCaffrey, that I guess he was found dead in a Spanish prison.
Okay, so is that the guy that put the tattoo on his arm that said SWACT? And said something, if I end up suiciding myself, it wasn't me, I didn't do it, I got this tattoo to prove. Is that the same guy, or am I?
Yeah, I'm not. It's the guy who invented that, like antivirus software.
Okay, yeah, I've heard of McCaffrey.
He was a pedophile too.
Oh, well, fuck, who cares if he's dead then?
He's not dead anywhere dead.
Oh,
He's just not in jail now.
Yeah, they got him.
I get what you're saying. Epstein, like, in other words, he's chilling with Epstein right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Too bad.
Along with the other bunch of people that jumped ship in 2020. 220 CEOs that disappeared.
See, that's too bad. Like, I've done some time, not that I'm proud of it or anything, and I just, my view on things, having paid my price for my past mistakes, is when it comes to stuff like that, there should be no PCs. There should be no protective custody in any lockup. In fact, you should be given a T-shirt with your charges written right on them, right on that T-shirt. So when you're in there, everybody knows, oh, you passed a bad check. Oh, you mugged an old lady. Oh, you sold some drugs to a narc. You know what I mean? Like, they know why you're there. And then there's no survivors.
Yeah, he tried to run for president twice as a libertarian candidate.
Crazy, man. I was just trying to say, with the way I would have the prison system running, only the guys that are in there for respectable charges are walking out when their time's up. You know what I mean? All the rest of the pieces of shit aren't going to leave. They'll go out the back door. Anyways, that's just how I feel about things. Certain crimes should not be forgiven, and certain people should never walk the streets again. That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, this guy's a huge douchebag. It shows him like lighting a cigarette with a burning $100 bill.
Oh, fuck.
Unless it's like a Photoshop thing, you know.
Probably did that in front of a homeless shelter for publicity. Fucking douche nozzles.
Yeah, he did some sort of weird tattoo on his arm to show that if they find his dead body or something. Yeah, this guy's a goofball.
Huh. Yeah, I try not to focus too much on the negative shit that's out there, but it's good to be aware though. Fucking douche. Earlier they were talking about the Globers and fight the flat earth and all that, and I think it was Sonny was trying to say that, I don't understand these people who are always trying to fight reality, I guess, or whatever. And it's like I was trying to put myself in the shoes of one of those people, like waking up every morning. I gotta curve the horizon somehow. Like
Every day. They on and on. They just get like they hear about flat Earth, they think, oh, this will be a quick debunking. I'll have this done by lunch. And then they just never escape. They're just melting. They're just done with ever thinking for themselves again. Like their brain just becomes so completely fractured that they'll just spiral out of control over flat Earth ever since.
I had to I removed and reinstalled the app a couple times, but each time I did it, I lost some memes. Excuse me, and I had a meme that oh geez, it's gonna come. Just give me a moment. Sorry. Anyway, certain memes disappear. It's funny. Three of them were of commercial airplanes that were gutted on the inside, and you could see all the containers for the spraying, right? On the outside, it looks like a regular Pan Am flight to Hawaii, but on the inside, it's all these pressurized containers with these brontium, strontium, and fucking all that crap in it. Those ones disappeared. It's like some specific memes that were very good information to share, Fucking pisses me off. I'm not sure. I got them from one of the ladies on the server that had shared them one time. Not sure which lady it was, but someday my topic might pop up and the memes will reappear. I can re-grab them. But there was one specific I was trying to recall. Sorry, go ahead.
Hi, mate. I was going to say it's probably Becky from Australia. She had an awful lot of stuff like that. I remember the memes about the planes with the tanks in them. And I was also thinking maybe Ron Shackleton might have something too. I'll have a wee look.
I know when I saw those, I thought to myself, man, that question of how do we stop them becomes even more of a puzzle, because people were saying like just sort of like stop them from going into the airports and flying the planes, but obviously there's not specific airports they're making these flights out of, and if they're disguising the planes as commercial airliners, then how do you know which pilot to stop at what airport? Like, one could be flying out of Pearson International. How the fuck would I know that Air Canada plane is full of chemicals and the pilot getting on it's just going to spray us? I don't know. It looks like it's going to fucking Vancouver or whatever, right? Like they're not flying these in and out of military air strips or anything. You know what I mean? Like they're blending them into the regular flights, is what I'm saying. So that'd be really hard to fucking figure out how to stop. And then, like, who are these pilots that would fly these planes that are completely loaded with chemicals, not one passenger on them, and they're walking into public airports dressed as a civilian pilot? Like, this is some twisted shit, man.
More than likely, it's probably being done remotely by a large degree. Pilots are on; they're not willing accomplices, but they're unknowingly doing it. They're just flying, and all those nozzles and whatnot could be done remotely. Pilots aren't like looking out of the back of the plane.
Well,
They're none the wiser.
I saw one clip. The guy was in the cockpit, and this was like an actual plane with passengers on it, a regular commercial flight. And he's in the cockpit, and the guy goes, "Oh yeah, here, look, let's see if they're working." And he hits a switch, and you see the nozzle turn on, and the shit starts spraying. Psh, like there's a little camera under the wing looking at people, right? And there's a monitor in the cockpit the pilot can see when he hits a switch, and the nozzle starts spraying, and then he hits a switch, and it turns off. He's, "Yeah, they're working."
Yeah, no, clearly there's some on purpose, but some could be being unbeknown
Yeah,
to them.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but I hear you. Yeah, yeah. It's
And I
right.
think that's why sometimes you'll see those like little wisps of chemtrails. Wow, that's a new one. Thank you, old dude. Fucking look at the size of those things. I hope we're not getting any trouble here discuss right now. I know it's not topic related, but we are about truth, so.
Nah, you're okay, mate. It's things that they're actually doing that we can prove. That's fair enough. When they're geoengineering or whatever it is that they're doing, and I mean that's just straight off of Google, so it's all still there. But some of the documentaries are gone now. Some of the things that I saw the one where they tested the switch as well, and it was just a plume of stuff coming out of the thing, and that was on the ground. That wasn't in the air. But I can't find that one at all. So yeah, we're okay talking about this because it's related to where we live and it's stuff they're doing to us.
Breaks my heart. And like your best friend would be like, "Ah, fuck, I gotta pay my fucking rent this month. Leave me alone." Like they don't want to see the info or hear it. Yeah, Jace has a point. I guess you would be told something like that, and if you were, then obviously you go to bed at night thinking, "Well, I didn't do anything wrong. I was helping today."
Yeah, you see that a lot with government mandated stuff or stuff that they want to push to you. It's always presented as in a nice light so that people will champion it and campaign for it, even though it's gonna hurt them in the end.
Yeah, again, not fishing or trolling for any new subs or anything. Actually, I won't even say the name of either one of my channels on YouTube, but I did a couple clips because one day it was just disgusting. This guy was like, ugh. So I had to do a clip on it. I'm just like, I'm sure my fellow Canadians and countrymen and women would not agree to this and this and that. And I'm like, I do not consent. That's how I ended that one. And then the next day, it was so beautiful, all natural clouds and everything. And I did a follow up clip the next day. I'm like, now this is how the sky should look every day. The day before, though, ugh.
Yeah, bro, there's nothing wrong with that. If you were on the internet every other day telling us about your feelings or how someone else's feelings or conditions made your feelings feel, yeah, there's something wrong with that. But if you're out there broadcasting about the state of the world or the state of the nature around you and what we're doing to the place, there's nothing wrong with that. Good on you. Post your website here all you like, mate. Post your info here. Post your YouTube here if you like.
Thanks, old dude. I think I posted a couple of my clips here once or twice. I'm not really fully set up yet. I got a microphone. I'm trying to get some things a little organized. I'm a big time stoner, so I do things slowly. I'm on Jamaica time. Um, once I get my little spot set up, I'm gonna try to do like at least a quick 5 minuter every day. Um, and it's just basically me, my opinion. I'm trying to keep my freedom of speech active, so I'll say things I know other people might not agree with, but I'll be like, I don't give a fuck. Start your own YouTube channel and say what you want. I'm looking for like-minded people, like my subs. I don't want them to agree with everything I say, but they obviously don't disagree with what I've been saying in my clips. So that I know is good, right?
Yep. Yep. I quite like it when people don't agree and they're vocal and they speak out. If they can get by the shouting and the pointing fingers and calling names, all the better. But yeah, I like the negative side of things. I like to see thumbs down because it's public opinion and it means we're getting out to everyone as well. Yeah, good on you.
So what some of my clips, like I call the MPs offices and ask them serious questions and put them on the spot and stuff. And I have them on speaker and I'm recording them and they don't know I'm going to post it on YouTube after.
Yeah, quite right,
So
mate. Right. That's what
one of my
is it Bart Bell did that to NASA, I think. Yeah, good on you.
Thanks. Yeah. One of them is a reading of the letter they sent me, and they address three of the questions. And in the letter, they admit to racially profiling certain groups of people over marijuana, and I'm like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, somehow I'm gonna use this to really embarrass them somehow in the future, you know, like, uh, it,
Yeah,
it,
it's all
it,
we
it,
can do.
it angers me. I don't know where to put the anger, but when they admit to to things, blatantly admit to things, I feel like there's got to be something we can do with that information, you know?
I think there is too, because there's, well, especially with US law, or I don't know, Canadian as well. When people say things, if they're a public or if they're a government employee and they state things, they're speaking for the government. So yeah, record everything you can. And if all we can do is build a case and build a case for coming generations, then so be it. But yeah, record everything and lead them down these paths where they will talk openly about how they think it should be when they're actually speaking as a government official at the same time. Let them do it. Let them talk.
When I see the pictures of the skies where you guys have all crisscrossed chemtrails and stuff, I I feel sorry for you guys because at most I have like one or two over my little city, but I guess it depends on locale and how much they want to spray.
Thank you very much, Trace. I will try to follow that framework. That's a very good idea. 2 5-minute clips a day. Um, one of my clips goes on for like 17 or 20 minutes. The odd time I'll probably do longer clips, and I wouldn't mind. I've been on Canadian Rights Media as a guest speaking and stuff. I wouldn't mind doing stuff like that too.
Yeah, that's really smart for increasing the viewer base because once you've made an appearance like that, it'll help draw new viewers to your channel. I would also watch the Spiffing Brit because from time to time he also breaks YouTube and Twitch and other things like this. And if you use his cheats when he's publishing them, then you can get pretty far.
Sorry, can you DM me that info?
The Spiffing Brit generally makes YouTube videos where he's breaking games, but
Okay.
he recently started breaking other things like Twitch, YouTube, and and he was trying to work on Bitcoin and other stuff like that.
Neat.
I basically play video games like this, so he's right up my alley. But from time to time, he goes into other things.
He popped up right away on the search. There, I got him. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I've been following him since he was a small, just gamer channel, and then he's been blowing up since he found all these little cheats.
Nice. Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah. I see he's got one here buying every type of digital thing.
Yeah, he was
After
playing
1
around
month.
with that. They were also helping out with the GameStop thing and stuff like that.
Cool. Excuse me. I'm addicted to the Narcos cartel wars. I even once in a while drop $2 and change on some gold bricks to upgrade stuff or whatever. Addicted might be a strong word. I sometimes I won't do anything to it for a while, and then my phone will start saying, "Your enemies are getting too comfortable. It's time to, you know, do something." Sometimes it takes more than a day for that to happen. Ah, fuck! I love his occupation. toothpaste, tying my shoes, Doritos chips, going somewhere. I'm pulling a Joe Biden here. Get Beget was asking why so quiet. What's so quiet?
Yeah, it is. Hello, Flatman.
There's no Globers in here trying to show us their curved horizon through a fisheye lens, so.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You know what I just realized?
If you tell us.
That I knew the earth was flat
Oh, mic check.
when I was a child.
Mic check is good.
What's up, Get Beget, Flat Man?
Hello.
Y'all have an
Good.
on the
Good.
on the
Thank you
fencer
for
in here.
asking.
Good morning. We do?
That is
Good morning.
Goonus. Have you talked to them?
What's his name?
That us goon us.
No, I haven't. I did notice him. I was browsing to see if there was any new people. I was gonna ask, but no.
Never mind, he's deaf and I didn't even notice that.
Uh-oh. Well,
As you
thanks
were.
for coming. Tell him thanks for coming and not listening.
Any signs of this globe that everybody seems to think they live on?
No, it just
No.
vaporizes as soon as you start analyzing it. Just disappears. Poof.
Got spare in the house. Got the soundboard ready?
Give me 30 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Enoch.
What's up,
What
Enoch?
up? What's up, guys? What?
There's some
Feeling
activity in
dead air.
BC check-in. We might have somebody down here in a
Hey.
minute. Who knows?
But I'm serious though. Like I knew the earth was flat when I was a kid.
Wait, you was a goat?
I am not a goat.
That laugh sounds like a goat. Who was that?
that was me.
That was a good one, Enoch.
Sorry, bro. It's kind of it's a tick, really.
Don't let the sheepies rub off on you.
Uh-oh.
Deep breaths.
So when I was a kid, right, my dad was in the Navy. And he would build and like construct, he would work on planes, right? Well, my dad was he was a SEAL. So in his job, he had to learn how to build and fly planes. And me as a child, not knowing what he was, his job, but he had a what did the government give him? Well, they gave him a PC. What did he use to do with it? Well, in the Navy, when he was learning to be a pilot to fly the plane, he had to go through certain classes, right? Well, on the PC, he had I thought was a video game, but it's called Flight Simulator. So me at the age of like 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, growing up, I didn't know that I was playing a flight simulator to learn actually how to fly a plane. And man, was I going around on that thing, dude. I was going everywhere. That thing was fun. And then like what I also noticed that when I would go so high, before I made the plane stall, I would notice that the earth was flat, dude. I mean, I know it's a flight simulator, but what is it supposed to simulate? right?
Right.
Ooh-wee. And like my dad working for the government and being in the government and working for the Navy, like, and he was a SEAL. So like having his son, you know, it's like playing a video game, but it's not really playing a video game. Like was actually learning how to fly. I realized when I got older. Well, I realize now, looking back at it, my dad was trying to get me to stop playing that game.
I hope you don't mind, Enoch. I've been working on a joke since you told me your dad was a seal and your mother was a something relating to a goat. That's how you got to laugh. Sorry.
Oh, wow. I do not. I'm thinking of you're thinking that I'm some kind of. Oh.
Still doing Joe Biden impersonation, or did you actually say something coherent?
No, I like Enoch. He's cool. I was just making a joke. That's all, because his dad's a
You guys are
seal.
cool, man.
I thought you were still doing Joe
Yeah,
Biden
goat,
impression.
seal, seal, goat. I'm a.
Like incoherent. Anyway.
Come on, man. I mean, I thought it was a funny joke. I thought it was a great joke.
Oh, you got Joe on the soundboard? Let's hear about what happens with his hairy legs.
What?
You got that one?
Oh,
I'm
man,
a human
I'll have to
soundboard.
add that one.
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah, the hairy leg one in the pool. Ugh.
Kids
Chills
come
up
up
my
and
spine.
That sounds
they
gross. I
feel my
haven't even
hairy
watched
legs.
that.
Something like that.
Well, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs.
Thanks for your input, Joe.
And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down, so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap, and I love kids jumping on my lap.
What the fuck?
Wow.
That's some valuable information.
That's who you guys voted for.
80 million people voted for that guy.
Or did they?
That's who you guys voted for. Well, supposedly, that's what media says.
Come on, man.
No, I mean, I believe what they say, it's a belief.
Is everybody ready for President Kabbalah or whatever her name is? What's her name?
President Harris, they already dropped that like several times. The Harris-Biden administration.
Kabbalah
They've said it
Harris.
so many times.
That's
Yo, you know what I realized? If like the world was a sphere or a ball and it was rotating and the airplanes were supposed to be lifting
Proud to
off
be an
and
American. We
landing.
have a literally incoherent president. Yes, I said that.
I'm looking for a clip I just found today where he was like whispering. Did you guys see that one? Hilarious.
Sorry, you were saying, Enoch, if it was a spinning sphere.
I said if it was a sphere, then like the planes that were landing and lifting off, like they would be blowing up, dude.
I can barely hear Enoch, so just me.
Might be just you. He sounds good to me.
Can you hear me now? Is it better?
yeah.
So like I'm just saying like when the airplanes land and lift off, if the globe was spinning then the planes landing and lifting off, it really wouldn't be making sense because that there would be something happening with the lifting off if the world was spinning, if the planes were like trying to get off the air.
Well, as you know, Enoch, planes fly backwards, according to the globe.
Right.
Well, One Direction, they have to go backwards, don't they?
Or they can fly backwards.
No, they have to fly backwards. Look what I
Right.
found last night.
Yeah, that's what happens when you got a spinning ball, but you can't tell it's spinning. So you got backward flying plane.
And got all 3 editions.
No, it's the whole set. It's 1, 2, and 3. It's from A to Z. All their words, whatever they say, things, people,
X-Files?
just like that. Driving, my wife said, "Pull over. Look at this piece of metal thing." It was like a yard art thing, and it was kind of cool. It was really, really old, and sometimes I repair them or something. But I looked at it, and I just happened to look down, and I saw this blue book, and I'm like, all right, let's see what this crazy book is. And I just opened it. Are you fucking kidding me like that? And I pulled that out, and then there was 2 more, and I found a whole bunch of shit with it.
That's just a super sneaky music.
No, that's the music that played as soon as I posted that picture.
Does it say the Earth is flat in there, or no?
I didn't read through them yet. Are you going on? Look at those books I found.
If someone comes in, I'll be like, "Tell me your hypothesis."
Yeah. Yep. I mean, a lot of them should learn about it. They always come in saying, "Aren't you guys are science deniers?" They don't even seem to know
You're
what science
roboting, bro.
is. Radio check 1 2. Radio check 1 2.
Sounds better.
NASA is planning on going to Mars. And we've got you here, our first Martian, when I count to three. It's 1, 2, 3. Just sit up, open your eyes. Hey there, our first Martian. What's your first impression of the planet Earth here? What'd you have?
I almost fell for that shit. Was that a recording? Like a comedy?
Yeah, just something I found that I thought was so funny.
All right, bro. I was like, I thought that was somebody really talking, like having trying to have a conversation in here. I was like, what?
Can we ask Neil Tyson to explain the magic speed to us? You got that one?
Did a quick calculation. Turns out there is a magic speed.
Thanks, Neil. Fully informed now.
It turns out I liked the show The Magic School Bus growing up as a kid.
Did a quick calculation, and I tweeted. The winning field goal in that game was aided by a 1/3 of an inch deflection to the right from Earth's rotation.
And then we go to the bathroom, and then the thing goes chugga chugga chug. Then we go to the galley, and that's exactly what you think. We have a coffee.
No, you're not playing the soundboard game right. You just ask Don Pettit how they make coffee on ISS. How do you do it, Don?
Don Pettit here.
Bro, I sell coffee.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee, and that's exactly what you are thinking it is. What?
Yep.
Bro.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, they ain't messing around. You're eating shit.
Now on store shelves in your local areas, ISS Coffee Special Blend. Buy one, get one.
The space blend.
So what happens if you get a leak on that? Today, Junior.
You have a leak. I think they have duct tape on board. You know, that's not really a lot of pressure if you think about it.
they're only going 17,500 miles an hour. No big deal.
Just try to hold beach ball just underwater. See what happens. See if you float up over it. Not a lot of pressure at all. You would look like that train, they show the tank that they pull the vacuum on and it just goes whoomp like that. That's what it would look like. The tanker car. You guys seen that one?
Oh yeah, I'm just picturing SpaceX and their new slim, skin-fitting, spacesuits that apparently are withholding all that pressure.
Well, just maybe Google one and post it for us in the live stream. Those are pretty sweet. Do they got numbers on them, or any sponsors yet?
I'm surprised they don't mark them up with all the sponsors like UFC fighters back in the day.
Coca-Cola or Pepsi be fighting to be on there for sure,
money.
right? You can bring that back again, the Pepsi-Cola fight. See? I'm like a marketing
Get some
genius.
Adidas on one of the wings. What does the government need all that money for? Why would they lie?
They want us off their land. I know that.
They would never lie. The government's always looking out for us. Y'all know that.
Well, they are. They're looking out for your best interest. Like 29%, if possible.
We love you.
29% interest.
No money down.
51% stakeholder. Right?
Isn't that debate starting now?
What debate?
There's some evolution debate going on here soon.
Where? Here?
Apparently, yeah.
Oh, this is
evolution.
Great.
What is that?
It's like when you take an envelope. You ever have a record player? If you take an envelope and you push it down over the peg and you turn it on and you draw with a pencil, you make an evolution on an envelope, an evolution.
Wait, so Beerman, tell us more. Who's debating? Do you know who is debating?
Yeah, Boblio. Boblio's father.
Dad?
Or something? Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding me? I said yesterday, make sure he doesn't present sci-fi links to Sci-Fi Channel. He was presenting that as proof yesterday.
Oh my god! But so I heard it's happening now, more or less this time. So not too sure.
In here, right?
Yeah, that's what I heard. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Interesting.
I'm glad I took the rest of the day off. Now I can waste my day here instead of get things done that I wanted to get done.
There we go.
Because you can't miss a debate.
Nah. Especially in evolution versus ID.
I love that.
Nonsense.
I love it. Just start right off with boom from nothing. And then let's go from there. Okay, first there's nothing. There's nothing at all. Okay, imagine that there's nothing. And then, boom, there's a whole bunch of shit from nothing.
Oh, yeah. And then everything that proves how we
Oh, shit,
gain
the Big
stuff.
Bang Theory.
Yeah, but everything that proves to them that we gain stuff is their evidence is that everything's lost. Like you lose your appendix, you lose your tail, and you lose this, but nothing gained.
Stop asking questions. The movie's still going.
I wondered why they were taking appendix out of people.
Dude, it's so necessary, that damn thing.
Destroy them.
That was crazy. Be little here. One of my friends had their appendix taken out. I'm like, well, okay. Well, they say you don't need it. I'm like, oh. Even when I
Yeah,
was
well,
little, I'm like, yeah, I'm not going. I don't even. I did at that point. I was like, yeah, hospitals are not for me, and I've always been that way. I've had to be taken there by ambulance, and that's the only way I usually get there.
yeah, well, I can cut off 2 of your fingers. You don't need them to survive. You'll still be fine. So take off your fingers then.
So what?
Two.
That mark on my finger means I should probably have it cut off.
Yeah, definitely.
So to cut it off to make for safety reasons, so it doesn't get in the rest of my hand.
Yeah.
Good. Let's do that.
No need for a middle toe either. Might as well get rid of those.
Yeah. Take them off as well.
Okay, yeah, that one's not really needed, I guess. But then I can't grab things like I use my feet all the time.
Take your kidneys out.
Well, you have 2. You only need 1, right?
Your liver.
That they can cut that in half. It just grows back.
I'm looking forward to the day that we evolve not to need to eat, because then it'll save a lot of money as well. It'll solve Ethiopia's problems.
We're gonna just breathe the air in, and that's how we're
Yeah.
gonna survive. They're gonna put enough chemical. They're gonna say that'll help you. If you want extra chemical, you got to pay extra for your neighborhood. We got some the other day.
By the way, we might be getting some globies over here. They gone total retard on. I'm about to try to use the link. So check out.
Love it.
So what else is new?
I love when they just go the crazy.
They're trying to strawman saying that water doesn't curve. That we don't have bendy water. Like okay, like we don't know the Earth bends. I mean, Earth has waves or whatever. But they're trying to say this is how we can have bendy water. Check this out. I'm posting the link now. Like they've gone to like I don't even know. It's like Nobel Prize globetardness.
Oh dear.
Okay, I'm getting anxious for this. I'm gonna.
Literally the opposite of what they're claiming. Special needs.
Can I ask just a question on because for the Globers, since we live in a universe, since it's ever expanding, and balls should never have formed because nothing would have ever went towards each other ever from the very beginning. And thank you. I think that ended the debate.
Oh man, I watched a thing with David Weiss the other day, and there was some dude he was chatting to, and the guy was like, "No, but everything's a ball. Nature just naturally makes everything to a ball. Look at apples, oranges, and all this." And he's giving all these fruit, and then he's like, "Okay, what about a banana?" And he's like, "No, but oranges and apples and planets, everything's round. Everything is a ball. It's just nature. The Earth cannot be flat." And he's like, "Okay, but what about a banana?" Bananas on round. Oh man, this guy was so adamant that everything's round, and that's why everything must be round. It's ridiculous.
Well, they think like looking at the atoms, like at the human anatomy, like at the atoms, right? Because atoms they look like spheres, right? So they figured the whole world is a sphere.
Uh huh. I'll see if I can find it.
Because your body is made up of atoms.
There's no Eves? They're just atoms?
That's funny because I thought that same thing the other day again. That's exactly why that's called that.
ATOM. Atom. when we say when we end with a prayer, amen. 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 I don't know, they sound funny to me. I feel like everything's an oxymoron. Everything looks like an ox, and it's just a moron. No? No? Okay.
Bobby, are you there?
Hey guys, if there's a break in the chat, we have Stylix. We just checked in the VC check-in. Stylix, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Excellent.
welcome.
Excellent.
Hello.
Yes, we've got the whole crew here. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask us right off the bat? Well, we've got some questions to ask you, if not.
Back or bat?
Yeah, I was just gonna listen for a little bit. I don't have any questions yet.
You mind if we ask you a couple questions?
Could you give me a minute? I've got to go use the restroom and stuff.
No problem. Take your time.
I'm gonna get another beer. I'll be right back.
Did you
Needed to hear that today, beer man. Perfect.
did you guys know that Rosalind Franklin was the one who X-rayed the photographs of DNA graph vital clues to its structure? He's from British. I mean, he's a British scientist.
Nice. What can we take away from that?
I don't know. It was just he discovered the DNA strand and the helix structure of the DNA strand. Yeah, just put that out there.
Imaginary.
Some gravy. Nice.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
So yeah, we've got a couple questions. We'd love to ask you if you want to step up to the plate.
Oh no, that's beer man that's back, not the other dude.
Oh, Beerman, welcome back.
Yeah,
Welcome back.
Yeah, I've aced that
Let's
test
hear
long
that
time
crack.
ago.
You haven't cracked it yet, have you? Crack that thing.
No, so the one is caught away, but I can crack this one. Hold up. I'm on push to talk, so I'm going to try this with one hand. Hold up. Maybe you guys can hear this. Come on. There we go. And then here's the lid.
Nice. Look at that. Gas pressure and second law of thermodynamics.
No, that was gravity that held that down, dude.
Holy smokes, the gravity.
Uh-huh. Kept that lid down there.
I actually just watched a movie recently, Disney movie, Pixar, right? Pixar, in my opinion, I think they know something. They had a small short film they did back in I believe it was '89, called Knick Knack. Check that out if you haven't seen that. I'm sure if you're about my age, you might have seen this in early Disney movies. Before they start the movie, they'll play it. But essentially, they show a little snowman in a snow globe, and it sort of represents, in my opinion, the idea of the flat Earth with a container. They try to blow up the container. He tries to get out of it and all this stuff. So I think Pixar knows. And this latest movie is called Luca. It's about this like underwater creature who ends up being able to go to the surface. There's a lot of programming in the movie about the globe. Like they show this guy on a globe and they talk about gravity a lot. But every time they show the surface, every single time they show the actual surface of the water, it's always flat. So I found that interesting. They did like a double whammy, lots of flat, but also lots of programming. So yeah, found that interesting. Check it out. Worth a watch if anyone was curious.
Yeah, I'm actually checking all my childhood shit out now on YouTube. I'm just thinking
I
this is
watched
like
Lion
aliens
King
and
when I was a
robots.
kid.
Aliens and robots.
Globe proof.
Oh yeah, this is from the 80s. I'm an 80s baby, so even the stuff that they showed on.
Does anybody remember the Iron Giant?
Yeah, yeah.
What about E.T.?
How dare you?
Home.
I'm sorry, man. I had to just bring it up. What about 007?
Boring.
Has anybody seen The Cable Guy with Jim Carrey? Or The Pet Detective?
Dude, I grew up on that stuff.
I think Jim Carrey was onto something. Hello, puppy.
Pet Detective is hilarious.
Uh-oh. It's like one of my most favorite movies. If Jim Carrey, Johnny Depp, and Bruce Lee had a
What is
baby, they
that
would have came up with
whistle?
me.
Enoch, what's that whistle? Because every time you start talking, that whistle just pops out.
Oh, it's a tick, bro. It's involuntary.
Oh,
Along with the
okay.
songs.
I kind of like how it colors the stream. I enjoy it.
You might want to
Me too.
watch out though. Your animals might go off. Your birds, your cats,
All
your
the time,
dogs.
all the time, man. I'm like, bruh.
I posted in
Yeah,
the
it's like
text
they're
chat.
talking to me.
So that's shit that we used to watch as kids, and I'm just looking at it now. You guys made me think of looking at what we grew up with, and it reminded me. This was called Mina Moo and Key. It's an Afrikaans show, but yeah, it's ridiculous. You'll see a little spaceship coming down. It's actually better
Oh
than
my
the moon
gosh! In the
landings.
first seconds, it's like in your face.
Oh yeah,
Terrible.
dude.
So,
It's the name of it sounds funny.
Oh yeah.
It's about as good as the
So like,
moon
is
landing,
it
bro.
supposed to be like a comedy show?
No. So that was saying Mina Moo in gevaar. That means Mina Moo in danger.
Oh wait, damn. Oh shit.
But yeah, from 9 minutes you'll see the little spaceship coming down and the planets in the background. I fucking think that's actually better than the moon landings footage. But yeah.
That reminds me of like the Planet of the Apes, and also like and then my mind goes like to Godzilla and the Power Rangers. Oh man, I love the Power Rangers.
Oh yeah.
Go go Power Rangers! Mighty movie. Okay, never mind. Also like Ninja Turtles too, man. I grew up watching that shit. I'm like the American Ninja. Have you guys seen that movie with? Oh no, wait. Is it Beverly's Ninja? The
Beverly
one
Hills
with
Ninja. Isn't it the same
yeah,
one?
you know who I'm talking about.
Isn't the same actor? Is it?
That dude is hilarious. I forgot his name. It
Or he
started
was.
what? Ooh, what? Damn, what's his name?
Chris Farley.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Thanks, bro. You got me all excited. Ooh.
So I haven't watched that documentary on Netflix with the flat Earth thing yet. But is Mark Sargent not a Poe, or is he for real?
Actually, I hear that he's somewhat genuine. Like he has talked to someone that I sort of listen to. Like he's had conversations with just regular people, and so I'm not saying he's like the best representative for the flat Earth, because I definitely don't think that's the case. Sort of a, I don't know. I don't know. I don't enjoy him that
Right.
much, but I hear he's somewhat genuine. At least that's what I'm
Right.
trying to say.
I didn't finish it though. I was busy. I had to get shipments and shit out today. But yeah, I started watching that. But I just thought he was a Poe.
So is Sphinx or Stylux here?
I think he said he's
Yeah,
going to the
Yeah, he
bathroom.
Stylux
went
is
out to go.
gonna come back
Yeah, I think he's
later.
taking a shit.
Ah.
Yeah, he was our most recent check-in, so we are just currently awaiting globe proof.
I'm still on that VC check-in thingy. I don't know what that's all about.
If he comes back, make sure you guys do not ask him about our measurements of our. Don't scare him off, man.
Oh, Beer Man. You're a flat
Yo.
earther, Beer Man, right?
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
I'm gonna send this paper that this one kid gave me in.
I'll give you the flat earth roll. Where are we at?
I'm going to put this paper that this one kid gave to me in TikTok about how the Earth is about because water levels change in a well.
Wow, dude, I was like muted double times by my mic just to make sure that I wasn't laughing so hard.
Like tides.
The water is supposed to be level, curving around the outside of the well, not in the well. The heck?
Well.
Well, oh, well, oh, well.
What? How much
Hey,
did I miss?
Blob. Where's your dad? Where's your dad?
We're well.
Yeah, where's your dad, man?
Yeah, that's the why is that the first thing we ask the guy or the kid?
Supposed to debate the
Where's your
EXO.
dad?
Flavio,
Where is he?
Need
Flavio.
Ixa to come on. He's the guy that my dad was going to debate.
Is anyone
Flavio,
friends with
when is
EXO?
this happening, Flavio? Because I want
Yeah,
Right now.
Yeah, but
Right now,
he's
dog. We just if someone can
Ixa?
reach out to the EXO and drag him over here, this should
I got
go
it.
down.
I'll ping
More
him
than
right
likely,
now.
he's listening in the live stream, but I got it. Let me go get him right.
Okay, Blobby, is your dad around?
Hmm?
Is your dad around? Can he debate if the EXO comes
Yeah.
online?
Let me ask him real quick.
Okay, cool.
It's pretty cool to hear a few more South Africans in this chat. To be honest, I thought I was the only South African that was into the whole flat Earth.
It is definitely
Truth.
cool for sure, man. I thought you were Australian.
No.
I know it. You told me last night.
I think I got a hold of him. Let's see.
All right.
It's funny. My team that I play squad with, I'm part of a US team. They also thought I was bloody Australian. It's like, come on, guys. I don't sound like this, mate.
Close enough.
I mean, we all don't sound like that.
Okay, my dad said he can't right now because he's watching a movie with my mom, but he said he could do it tomorrow.
Oh, that's so cute.
Come on, the EXO. He came in too.
I promise. I promised y'all tomorrow.
Okay.
Womp, womp,
I promise.
That
I'll
is fair enough.
Thank you
Not
for
a
promising
problem.
that.
That's fine.
Not a problem. I really appreciate you actually letting us know and giving us that rain check because that is 1,000 times more than what we usually get for people that aren't able to come through. So good on you.
Really?
Yeah, I fell asleep by my computer. Okay. I was
That's
waiting for a
normal.
long time.
Yeah, but maybe the Stylax guy can give us some sort of information tonight. Let's have a look. Where's he at?
Stylux? Stylux?
He's
Hello?
not here at the moment.
Okay.
Stylix.
You could say that
Stylix?
about most ballers. It's like the little hamster wheel is running, but there's no hamster.
He wanted to be VC verified. He said he will come later. He will get back.
Who, Ixa?
Stylux.
He is VC verified.
Oh, am I VC
Yeah, that's
verified
what
yet?
I
Good.
just
I'm
said.
sorry. I'm new. Thanks.
No, I was talking about Stylux.
Mhm.
So, EXO, what preparation work have you been doing? I know that you were really stressed about engaging with Blobio's dad. What topics have you been researching now for the last couple of hours to make sure that you're on top of your game?
Pretty much my eyelids until about 15 minutes ago when I got up. And now I've got my cup of coffee, and I checked on the tortoises outside. They're chomping and stomping on the grass. So good. If I have any questions, I'll ask the tortoises. And my cats said that they won't be able to help me, but I can speak to their litter box, which is also going to be a better source than anything that the evolutionists can ever come up with. So I'm good to go.
And your cats haven't changed into
I feel like
dolphins or
secretly
anything like
he's
that?
making fun of me. What?
Why does this have to be about you? I just talked
I'm
about
just
cats and
joking.
tortoises. Okay, relax. Okay, relax. Okay, it's okay. No, and this has nothing to do with Blobio. This has nothing to do. Blobio has a clean slate, and his father has a 100% clean slate. As far as I'm concerned, all of the, I guess, preparations would have to be compared to the last 15 years of experience of dealing with this topic. That's all.
Excellent. When you
I was
last
just
checked
making a joke because talking to the animals kind of thing.
Exo, when you last checked, your
Yes, sir.
cats didn't turn into dolphins or anything, right? They're still cats, right?
No, that's true. They are still
That's
cats,
what I wanted to ask.
Right, but the problem is that the litter box has changed, so that could be an argument.
That's evidence. That's evidence. Yeah,
Right, so I don't
they
want them to know. Don't tell them.
videos.
Don't tell
And
them
then you
because they'll
said
use it.
tortoises. You said something about
Correct. Yep,
tortoises.
there are 2 tortoises outside.
Now we can just edit
Do they
that
make
out,
other
guys.
tortoises?
Wait, say again,
Do they
Fuzzy?
make other tortoises?
They actually do. They actually came. I had the mother and father tortoise. This might be complicated if you're an atheist. In Phoenix 7 years ago. They're actually turning 7 next month because they were babies from the other 2 tortoises. Yes, thank you.
Oh,
What?
that's
Oh,
crazy.
I thought they came from dragons. Shit. Okay.
Well, actually, you know what? If you can get a tortoise big enough, trust me, it will be a dragon. That
It will
size
turn
is
it.
the only
Yeah.
thing. That's correct.
That's,
Only
that's
size
what I read
matters.
about them. I read that once they get pretty large, they grow wings and they
Well,
turn
no.
into dragons.
Remember, no. I'm
Well,
talking. No, listen. Let me explain. Let me explain this seriously, because actually, most dragons do not have wings. If you look at anything in history, which of course we don't believe history now. However, there are some sources that I do like. But if you do look in history, just let's play the devil's advocate, which is a ridiculous word. Most dragons don't even have wings. They're all described as just very large reptiles. But here's the crazy part about reptiles. They're much worse than other animals because even the herbivore reptile is actually not an herbivore. There's no such thing. The herbivore reptile will eat anything, including, insects, other small
They call it
reptiles,
omnivore.
and even people.
Omnivore.
Right. So they're actually all omnivores. That's a little bit of a lag. So if there was a tortoise big enough and you had a village a few thousand years ago, right, and you didn't have radio and someone to warn you with an iPhone, and there was a 30,000 ton or 30,000 pound tortoise coming towards your village and your farm, you absolutely would be scared to death, and you would have to call the dragon busters to come stop the tortoise, because it's going to eat everything it's going to eat your livestock, it's going to destroy your crops, and they didn't even know it's supposed to be an herbivore, right? Because when it came to their village, it just destroyed everything, and they probably fantasized about it and said, "Oh my gosh, it was this giant shell dragon, and it breathed fire and it ate everything," but it didn't breathe fire. You see, so the story gets extrapolated and exaggerated because the experience was so big just by meeting a large reptile, and that's how we get these dragon stories. So most of them were not tortoises, obviously. However, imagine a triceratops, right? Let's just use this dinosaur that it is debated whether it existed or not. We'll have to ask Mark Artemage. However, if the Triceratops was real, it would not be friendly and it would destroy you and your family just as a meat eater. So just imagine that. Thanks.
Yeah, it would be like a present day rhinoceros.
Real quick before this starts.
30,000 ton tortoise.
Real quick before this
30,000
starts.
pound.
Yesterday I was watching the local city cable station, where they had the little people talking, they have their own channel. And the guy from here locally has Bigfoot somewhere in his woods, he said.
Dude, I have a video of a Sasquatch, bro.
Oh shit. Damn.
All right, then it's real.
Wow. I mean, I live where they
Just
live,
wanted to
so
say
they have
that
to be real.
because the questions they were asking, he said he thinks it's mostly animal, 60% animal, 40% man.
Man, he's
Just
in
wanted
live
to.
stream right now.
There we go, Sasquatch. There we go.
Oh, then you do have a picture. All right, well,
Well, I just wanted to challenge something that Exo said there about the dragons. I was reading a source where they described dragons that could both
I
breathe
sent.
cold or breathe
I sent it
fire,
to
and that
Breathe
there was
fire.
multiple references on the Chinese continent, on the South American continent, of fire-breathing reptiles. Now we know reptiles can spit, like we see with snakes and stuff. They have venom, and
Absolutely right.
some people had said effectively it might have been like an acid or something that combusted with once it came in contact with something, or the Komodo dragon excretes a venom in its saliva that just from a single bite kills the animal because there's too much bacteria. So reptiles have crazy shit going on in their mouths, and they have little pipes that can shoot, and so it's interesting when you start to think about, is that even a capability that there were animals on this place that could have, I'm not saying that I'm sold on the idea, but could they have breathed freaking fire? Like, what the hell?
1000%.
That's speculation. Let's get back to the
agree.
actual evidence. There's
Yes.
video. There's the video of Sasquatch. I accidentally sent it to Exo.
Yeah, I do see that. Well, we have evidence of Sasquatch. We are just what all we need is Loch Ness monster, and then the really tough case is going to be this heliocentric ball religion. That's going to be debatable. So, I would say that I'm going to
from space.
I am.
I
Well,
got
you have
videos
to.
of the
Well,
Loch Ness.
well, let me explain. You have to be in space to verify if Sasquatch is real. So if you're not seeing him from space, you really can't claim it. That's the problem.
I see.
You can only trust
the
your
Loch
eyes.
Ness monster from space.
Right. You can only trust your eyes when you're in space, because on Earth there's all these magical witchcraft refraction things going on that make everything look flat. So Sasquatch probably looks like the Easter Bunny. Actually, we're going to get it confused and tell people the Easter Bunny is real. But then when you get to space, oh, that's just Sasquatch. Never mind.
Does that mean Sasquatch actually lays eggs?
That proves evolution too. Yeah.
Yes.
But I just want to say this about the dragon.
Yeah,
I
you're
want
right.
to say
It does.
about the about the dragon thing, because Solar's right. When it comes down to the seriousness of this, I'm actually a hardcore dragon Nazi, probably is what you'd call me, because the Bible talks about a few of them. The one that breathes fire there's actually two that breathe fire. One is flying, and one is the aquatic water dragon, the Leviathan, both, described as having some sort of fire capability, more so in Leviathan, saying that the sparks and burning lamps and smokes from the nostrils. So that's extreme detail. And I absolutely believe that is my belief. That is my belief that that's 1,000% true, and I will die believing that. I can't prove it, but and it's for me to believe, and I guess for other people to speculate, whatever. However, just like if we found an eel, if you find an electric eel that's fossilized, could you tell that it was an electric eel? No, right? This is an eel. We don't know it's electric. So there are dragons or dinosaurs that we find bones. Some of them are real. I know most of them are fake. They're all fake in the museums. But again, back to Artemage for the real one. And that's the thing, is that we can't tell what their extra capabilities are. Not saying that they were all fire breathing, but clearly some of them had to be, because the Bible talks about it. Was it the large, predatory reptile that did it? Well, maybe it was a different type. Well, we have an aquatic one, but again, in history, these animals are just described as large reptiles, right? So when you look at the Chinese and the Japanese history, their terminology carried forward for thousands of years. So in their terminology and the writings of these Eastern philosophies, for lack of a better term, their history has the word dragon is absolutely synonymous with dinosaur. So they weren't confused. It was only here in this Western culture where everybody came up with this magical idea that these dinosaurs existed, but for some reason these dragons didn't, even though they're described identically. So that's the big gap in culture.
Identically, except separated from man.
Y'all back?
Yeah, it's with the rhino. The unicorn is
Hold
actually the
on. Trying to
rhinoceros.
figure out if our globers are back. Stylist, Sphinx. I mean, damn, you can't be taking a turd that big.
Yeah. Yeah, but remember, he's about 1,000
after
miles away already.
after
He's
listening
spun
to
around.
that, maybe.
It's got to go through the coffee maker first.
Chug, chug, chug. And that's exactly what you think it is.
It's the only type of coffee I drink. It's the chugga 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 coffee, man.
That
The
is the
good stuff.
technical advanced. That's the $2 million.
If I came up with a machine and released the drawings, you think somebody would make it?
I would assume so, yeah. I would assume so.
Actually,
if I
hold
put like
on.
a NASA logo on it and stuff, and you actually use their documents.
Well, let me explain. It's actually much harder to fake making that coffee machine than it is to actually make it.
Well, I was just thinking of you just chugga chugga chugga, shakes the water out, you pour it into a coffee filter, hit the on button, and you put your coffee cup underneath.
Exo's picture there, that unicorn image is perfect. I think that's how they depicted the unicorn in the Bible, something like that.
That's a unicorn for sure.
Yeah.
100%.
Right, but listen, if you
single
don't believe
horn, yeah.
if you don't believe in the $1 trillion coffee machine, how do you explain Don Pettit saying chugga chugga chugga? I mean, you're gonna have to explain it.
The only way to explain that is if there's a leak, then the leak on the spaceship. That's how you explain it.
How could he fake that? How could he fake that? How could he fake that? Stop hiding from the questions, flat earthers.
He can't. He dropped the screw in the ISS, man, and he had to plug the hole with his thumb. Or that's
Yeah,
another
you can't
guy.
fake that. The point is you can't fake that. Did you
Russian
not hear Don
dropped it.
Pettit?
Yeah, well, no, you can't. According to him.
So if it's too hard to fake, then it has to be true.
Of course.
Oh, it's way harder to
what's
fake
wrong
the
with
moon
you?
landing. It's way easier to go to the moon than to fake it. I mean, there's just come on.
Yep.
The question is, why would they lie?
Yeah, I don't see a reason why anyone would lie.
News alert. Yesterday in the park in the forest, I think I saw an insect that I've never seen before in my life. I'm going to go back and investigate, but it looked like it was a freaking fluorescent blue millipede.
A pick?
Wait a
I
minute,
thought
you've
it was,
never seen it?
I thought it was,
Well,
I thought it was
yep, go ahead.
hallucinating at first, but I
Well,
wasn't
because it's never-
hallucinating
yeah.
anything else.
Well, because it's never been seen before. That's evolution. That's considered a new
Exactly.
species.
That used to be a human. Or no, wait.
No.
No, it's becoming a human. I'm so sorry. No,
It's
no.
evolution no matter what. No matter what, it's evolution. Doesn't matter.
It is,
Yeah, I think-
exactly. It is. 100%.
I think it's actually a bearded dragon. It just shrunk.
Oh, in its
I don't
baby
know.
form. Yeah.
But yeah, it's got to be evolution. Exo's right.
How do you explain the fact that some of these insects, like the leaf beetle and the leaf, what is it? It's like a praying mantis leaf creature, and it looks identical to a leaf. I mean, right there, it was being eaten for millions of years, and then it knew to turn into a leaf. I mean, I don't understand how you guys don't understand that.
Bro, you guys are having me crack up, right? It's
call it-
so bad right now.
Spontaneous cognition that's what they call it. Spontaneous cognition is when
right
material objects just boom, I am alive. I can do things now. Yep.
Right. If you kill the parents, the evolution knows. You see, it's not the DNA. The evolution knows what to tell the DNA what to do. So if you kill the parents, like I'm going to kill this rhinoceros for its horn, and then the next family that gives birth, that rhino is not going to be born with a horn. As we found out, the evolution tells the genetics, hey, you guys keep losing your babies because you're getting killed for your horns. Stop making horns anymore. I was informed last month that rhinos are no longer born with horns so that they can survive. Yeah.
That's why we got elephants.
Don't call me fucking crazy. Look at that. There it is.
Actually,
There's a
they
freaking
actually
real one.
grow
man.
an extra horn because
that is
the
cool.
horn was
Yes,
being
true, yeah.
taken away for the first
Yeah, so
time.
Correct.
So they
got
had to grow a
another one
second one.
or backup. It's a backup horn.
Right. And then the fact that we keep on doing it to them again, they decided to grow 3 horns. Therefore, the
Yeah,
Triceratops.
Triceratops.
I don't
Yeah.
have to explain anything. How do you? No, I don't have to explain anything.
Oh,
How do you
God.
explain this picture that Cut the Shite just showed us? How do you explain this? It shows right there. There's the monkey, and then it goes up to the person. There. How do you explain that, creationists?
Blobio. Blobio. Oh, come on, man. Blobio.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
that's just
my
me in the
game,
Do not be
mornings.
mean to
my
Blobio. Do
game's
not
quite
harass him.
No,
brother.
not him. Not him. I'm never mean to him.
Yeah, what's up?
See that last pic Cut the Shite posted?
Let me look.
I've never seen this little, whatever you want to call this, meme or whatever.
Uh,
Infographic. So what does your dad say about that? Because that is
I
an
don't know. I've never seen that ever. Also, I've seen glowworms at like the
Oh
top of
no,
a roof before, but not that.
not the worms. I
Dude,
was
that's
talking
a
about the monkey.
blue
I'm sorry. I was
glowing.
talking about how we have millions of monkeys and we have millions of humans and the transitional species in between. Like where are they? That's here.
Oh,
See what I'm looking
I,
at, or you want me to repost it?
yeah, I see the monkey thing.
Yeah,
I
yeah. That
don't
was.
know.
Yeah, can you ask your dad that whenever he finishes up his movie, um,
Yeah,
if you could just be like, my friend Cyrus wants to know, where are the species in between?
That's
yeah.
just the time lapse of me in the mornings.
Maybe. Nah, I don't know.
Oh, go ahead, take a guess. I mean, go for it, man.
I mean, maybe the things that turned into that, they didn't spread out everywhere and they kept going forward. I don't know. But there should be those.
Why did
You
they
should,
stop
yeah,
there though?
should be. You're right.
There should be those. Neanderthals, Ardipithecus ramidus. Yeah, there should be more of them. Oh, but that's really yo.
It's interesting to think about, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically saying what happened to the in between.
There is something called the missing link in evolution
Yeah, yeah.
that they never found. The problem is the link was missing neurons in their head. That's the link. No, I'm sorry. I had to be mean. I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. It was a joke once I heard it
Yeah.
from someone else. So I thought it was pretty funny.
hmm
He was like, "No, the missing link is missing neurons," and I was like, "It was hilarious."
Yeah, because ironically, I actually have a monkey game that's all about evolution from the very first hominid to early caveman. And I've
How
been playing that quite often.
What's that game called?
It's called Ancestors of the Humankind Odyssey. I'm currently halfway through it. 5 million years in.
Wow.
Wow.
You know what? Cavemen still exist. There's cavemen that still exist. They're right here in the Gem Panda server.
Uh-oh, looks like somebody's in chat biting on the hook. Someone's upset. Let me just read this comment. Did you see that from somebody? Somebody says, let me read this. Let me read this. Evolution isn't true because some Christians in a chat said sod. It isn't. Room sod. It isn't. I'm convinced. Well, I can tell the sentence is evolving because it's losing some characters. That means it's gaining, actually. So yeah, Snake 85. Yeah, so yeah, if you have any example of evolution, I would be more than happy to look at the evidence and discuss it with the panel. And if they don't agree with me, I'll allow them to decide if it's evolution evidence. Thanks.
I'm gonna wait for the book. If it loses enough characters, it'll then be a novel or
I'm not.
encyclopedia.
I don't identify as Christian, so I'm not sure who you think the Christians are in here.
I think there's one. I can count one.
Oh yeah, well, I know he's talking about you, but I want him to speak up.
The
Sphinx.
The human evolution thing. Michael posted in Japan.
Which one, Miguel? Let me see.
Yeah, Miguel Salsa. If you scroll up a bit, he posted a human evolution thing. There's Korea, Philippines, Japan, America, and Europe.
Yeah, are you guys saying that all these governments are lying? Are you guys saying that all these governments combined are lying about evolution? How could you explain that?
No, I honestly believe that they believe evolution is real.
Most people, like,
well, the chart right
people
there
that are
shows it is, obviously.
No.
I'm looking for that image now, man. Where is it?
Why would anybody make a
Ooh.
chart like that if it wasn't true? I mean, there's a bunch of charts around now, and of course they're true because they're charts.
Oh yeah,
Haven't
yeah.
you ever seen them draw the line from the tree to the animal? I don't. You guys understand science? That's evolution evidence right there. They show you the tree, and then there's the line. It's in the page. I got it on. I think it's on page
The line,
365
yeah.
of my Futayama 2009. Yeah, I can go dig it up.
It's already defined. It's defined.
Oh,
Curve.
I'm gonna send that the 3 theories. I'm gonna send that to my dad right now.
Please do, man. Your dad needs to hop in here. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let me actually read it. I haven't read that one, the last one.
Africa is pretty accurate. I must admit. I found the picture now. Yeah, Africa is pretty accurate. Japan is pretty accurate.
Africa's the best, bro. That's what's up.
Well, maybe the not that monkey, the second one after that, or the first one after that one seems
Yeah.
accurate.
Europe is, I think, the rest of the world after COVID or after the beer. Oh man, that's actually a brilliant picture. I'm saving it. Thanks. Who sent that? Miguel. Thanks, Miguel. I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
I'm downloading that and I'm sending it to my dad.
Miguel bringing that heat, man.
Wee. Controversial stuff that is.
Yep, that's how it works. You discuss the evolution with any atheist, and everybody's all of a sudden a Christian, and you guys believe in the Bible, and that's ridiculous. That's the normal argument. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Not telling or anything.
Jeez, I finally found it. What I was talking about earlier, how some guy in TikTok gave me this information about how whales were measured, and that's how it shows that the Earth is a ball because water levels change in the whale.
Whales, correct. Whales is the
Yeah.
answer for a lot of these claims about relativity and evolution, and
Whales.
globe Earth. Yeah, it's whales proves all of it. Yeah.
Ah.
Actually, I've
God,
also been told
you guys
whales
have
is
solved the mystery for 6 years. I've been looking for the answer. It was whales.
Right.
Yeah,
No, not only that.
you
Watch
have
this.
to make sure
Hold
that
on,
you
watch
follow
this.
them.
Watch
You have
this.
to
Hold on,
follow
watch
them.
this. Not only that, gas pressure without a container, whales. I've heard that. Yep.
Whales, bro. What? I mean, I'm
Yep.
gonna go celebrate now. I'm
Yeah.
so
You know,
glad
it's
I
got
just
to do
came
with the
in
way
to
you cook
find
your
out.
spaghetti.
The whale. Haven't you
What
ever seen a
the?
whale breathe when it comes out of the water? That's gas pressure without a container. I've seriously heard this. Yep.
Man,
Damn.
And I heard that whales evolved to elephants to be
Not
on land.
whales, but whale like a
How-
whale.
How's that gas without a container? Because the blowhole can be opened, can it not?
You just don't understand.
therefore-
That's not a container. Yeah.
what is it? A hole to?
No, that's a leak. It's an asteroid that hit.
Don't confuse the kid.
What were you saying, Blavio? I'm sorry. You were asking actually a serious question, right?
Yeah.
What was your question?
My question was that so the lungs in the whales, right? Isn't the lungs a barrier between the gas and the water?
Your
Bingo.
lungs. I'm
Yeah,
not sure how
because
I'm not
let's
sure
say-
how whale
luck.
lungs work, but like just take a human. Your container is your lungs. That's the volume, specified volume, your lungs. And I don't know if you've heard this before, but I always hammer people into the ground how pressure, volume, and temperature, they're always
y'all?
interconnected. You can't talk about one without talk about the other. So in case of like your lungs, when you expand your volume, you use your muscles to expand the volume of your lung. So what happens when the volume expands and it's a closed system, the pressure drops. Okay, the pressure goes down because you're increasing the volume, so you're increasing the distance between the molecules, so you have less molecules, in the occupied space, you have less pressure, you see? So thus, air now, when you open up your mouth, air tries to rush in to create an equilibrium. That's the
But I can stop
container.
the air from coming in.
Correct, with muscles.
Yeah.
It's like It's closed, but you can open it. It's like like a piston in a car and a cylinder. It has valves, so you can say your mouth is the valve, I guess. So I'm not sure the whales. I'm sure they have a valve of some sort. That way, water doesn't rush down the whatever spout, whatever it's called. Keep the air in, or otherwise it's going to be displaced with water.
Mm.
Like if you
Yeah,
have
that
a
makes
ball
logical
and if you have a ball like
Yeah.
and you push it, if you're in a swimming pool and you push the ball underwater, and obviously you can feel the force, trying to the buoyant force pushing it back up. But if you poke a hole in it, well, water is going to rush in and displace the air, and there we go. Here goes your
Yeah.
ball. Yeah. I hope that
Then you just
answers
have a leak.
volume.
By the way, it was
If you have a leak on the space station, you use your thumb.
it
No,
wasn't
Always use
wouldn't
your
work.
thumb. Yes.
That would
Hello? Y'all went off
because
on a
just
tangent.
the
Yes.
gravity.
Hello? Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry.
You're a little low, brother.
Boricua, yeah, you're pretty low. You're pretty low. Blobio, can
Y'all
you
give me a
repeat that?
chance and let me.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Let him
Can you hear me?
talk. Let him talk.
Oh, you
Go,
try?
go.
Yeah, go now. Run, Boricua. You ran away.
I think he's got a delay.
I think
Am I
so. I
right to
think
ask
so.
a question, please?
Oh my gosh. Go ahead. Since I can.
It's actually about evolution.
What's that?
Can I proceed with the question? Is that all right,
What
guys?
the fuck is it?
Oh,
First,
Blobio was saying something, but okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah,
the question, but
I didn't. That's why I was asking if it's okay. I didn't want to interrupt, but it was just on the topic of evolution.
yeah, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, well, that's my question actually. I don't advocate for evolution. I believe it's completely false. Well, definitely in the way that it's told to us, I don't believe evolution exists in any matter, so to speak. Anyways, but I do have a question that I'm kind of struggling to understand. Where do different races come from? Someone mentioned the other day that
Sun.
it came from the Tower of Babel and God's spread. I personally believe in God.
Let me help you out with this. Please,
Different
real
what?
quick.
I didn't hear it.
Let
Different
me
what?
help you out. Let me help you out with this real quick. We're talking. He said the Tower of Babel is where races came from. Well, honestly, there's no such thing as a race. So we're talking about the differences in the cultures or the different looking groups of people, right? Like we have
Different
Chinese, we have
phenotypes, the different genetic
right.
variations that we
Sure.
have within mankind.
Exactly right. So it's just like the dog, how the dog kingdom works. From a wolf, you can get a pug, a bulldog, a Great Dane, a Dalmatian, a Rottweiler, and a Chihuahua, all from the original wolf breed, and that's how the genetic that's how the genetic system works. The gene pool allows for those changes that already exist, and as entropy increases, as we know that happens, the genes decrease and their ability, they lose abilities, and they start looking for the filler genetics to make sure the organism can still survive, and that's how we get these wonderful creatures like pugs and chihuahuas. Yeah.
So if I don't know if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying two contrasting things. At one point, you're saying that all different variations of a species comes from one common breed.
That's what we observe. Yeah, we observe that.
Wouldn't that be evolution? Is that not what we refer to as evolution?
That's devolution. That's the opposite. It's losing the abilities. That's why the Chihuahua has to be put in a lady's purse, and that's where it lives. It cannot live in the forest anymore.
Yes.
Yeah, the opposite.
If it's devolution, then why would we get many different species? Well, many different kinds from the same species if it's a devolution. Surely it would go from many different.
Like hold on. Okay, that's the point. Is that's what we witness. That's the thing. When genetics break down, the genetic gene pool already has the ability to fill the problems, and it makes these new breeds from a single kind. They are called breeds, right? And that's how the genetics work. That's in every single creature that we witness. If there's a problem, right? And that's why these creatures don't even live in the wild. This is actually not even in nature. This is all done obviously by what's called selective breeding. But humans are different, obviously, right? So when compared to humans, it's a little bit different because we didn't witness those different groups of people break away from these other sources, right? That was 3,500 or 4,000 years ago. However, it's very similar now, as we can go anywhere in the world and see that people have children that have issues in America, Africa, all over the world. There's children that need to be taken care of, that stay children till they die. That's why we have rehabilitation centers for the developmentally disabled people, right?
I don't quite see how that's answering the question though. Any couple can give birth to offspring which has issues, but that doesn't give rise to the answer as to why we have different races.
Do they give birth to humans?
I'm not disputing that.
Right,
I'm not
different
disputing that.
races. There's no such. Okay, real quick, Chocolate. There's no such thing as
Yeah,
races.
go
That's
ahead.
like saying there's different races of dogs. No, they're all the same kind. Just like there's all humans or humankind or mankind. There are no different races. But in that gene pool, there are variations within that one kind. That's how we get the variations already exist in the gene pool. That's why it's called a gene pool. Thanks.
Well, this is the thing though. I haven't observed and just for argument's sake, I know there's no such thing as a different race. We are all the human race. I completely understand and agree with that. But just for, I don't know, let's just say an ethnicity. I've never seen one ethnicity transfer into another. I don't think that's ever been observed, and I don't think it ever will be. So
It has.
It has.
It has.
Can you give me an example, please?
Yeah. So
So Blake, okay, so real quick, so you don't believe in Blake Griffin, the basketball star? Yeah, because he's obviously what would be called mixed in culture. He had white parents and black parents, and now he is what's considered mixed. So even his culture calls him a mix or an Oreo. You can ask Chocolate or Elijah about this. So I mean, this is how normal genetics work.
You're conflating two different ideas. So there's
So
it still doesn't answer the fact of the matter, which is that we have more than one ethnicity. Yes, I know that we can mix breeds.
I got a perfect example. So in school with me, in my primary school, we had a big race issue in this country. Anyways, long story short, a school kid of mine, he was a black dude, and both his parents were white. His mother and his father were white. However, they had a black kid. And his grandparents, his grandparents had a he's from his father's side was sorry, I might have this the wrong way around, but was black white and black white, both sides on his grandparents' side, on his mother and father's side. And when the mother and father, they were both white, they had a kid was black, pitch black. Causa black,
and
but
both parents were
he
white.
was black. Both parents were white, but the grandparents from both his mother and father's side were mixed, black and white. And that's a perfect example. I was in school with a kid. He was a friend of mine. His name was Nicholas Katikati. I will not forget him.
The
He
reason
was
why
very
that
special in
happens
that
is
school.
because
I've never seen that myself. I suppose I can only leave that to anecdotal evidence, but as opposed to anything being certified, I can't really verify that for my own logic, for my own knowing.
Fair enough.
In Puerto Rico, a family can have really black kids and really white kids. I mean, they come in all shades and colors. One family.
Yes, I've seen white Boricuas and like black Boricuas for sure.
I think you guys are mixing it up. There can definitely be a variation.
Listen, are you guys really trying to argue whether there's brown cows and white cows?
Yes, we are.
I know.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
No, I don't think maybe you're not understanding my question properly. Let me phrase it again. There's definitely variations within an ethnicity. So within the white ethnic group, you can get very pale white people. You can get a bit more tanned white people.
And
within
brown cows can produce milk better. Brown cows can produce milk better than a white cow.
Yeah, it's called dominant genes. Within the black ethnicity.
So there's your answer.
Within the
So then, what do you call if my dad's a white cow?
Hold on, just let him
and my mom's
finish
a
because there's a
brown
bunch
cow?
of us and one of him. Just let the guy finish because there's a bunch of us. Go ahead.
Thank you guys. I'm just trying to make sure that we're both on the same page when
Take it easy.
within the black ethnicity, I'm black myself. So I've seen the many different variations that we can get from two black parents. You can have a black child, or you can also have what the type of complexion that you refer to as a mixed race child, or very light complexion, from two black parents. I know that there's variations within an ethnicity, but my question is, where do the different ethnicities come from? Not the variations within one ethnicity itself.
Okay, define ethnicity.
So, for ease of use, for argumentative purposes, I'd want to say race, because
Which is, so give me an example of two different ethnicities.
Okay, because despite the variations within one ethnicity, whether it's the black race or the white race, there are
Basically nothing to do with race, man.
Yeah, give me an example of two different ethnicities.
Is about race.
You got to give me the example.
No, it is not. Ethnicity is it's
hold
people.
On, Get. Let's get the example. Hold on. I go right to reality. Let's get the two different examples of ethnicity and reality, or I can give you some examples, but please give us one.
Okay, maybe I'm not using the right word with ethnicity, then. It's just because you said that I shouldn't use the word race.
Let's find the right word. No problem. Not a problem. Let's find the right words and let's get those examples of those two different things.
Okay, why do you keep using ethnicity, Exo, instead of ethnicity?
He's ethnicity. Yeah. So we have ethnicity. That's what you're saying, right? That's the word.
No, I don't know what ethnicity is. Ethnicity. I don't know.
However you want to say it. I'm not going to be a word Nazi. All right. So whatever word you want to use, give us the word, then give us the separate examples of this word, please.
Okay. So bog standard. As far as I know, we have black, white, Asian, and I believe all different ethnicities fall into those three categories. Even white itself is actually Caucasian. So maybe there's only two races. There's black and Asian. Maybe there's but
I'm an Israelite.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him talk, guys. But just let him talk, because we have to figure out first the claim, guys. So let him give us the claim.
Thank you. Yeah, exactly. What
mixing ethnicity and race all the time?
What is clear to
you
me?
cannot say black, white, and Asians, because in Asia you
let
have
him get
black
the claim.
and
We
white
don't even
people.
have. I gotta find out what the claim is first, guys. We got to get the claim first. So far we have what again? Just tell me again, Elijah. We have ethnicities, which could be what?
I think that we should all really commonly understand what I'm referring to here. I wouldn't think that I'd have to specify it to this measure, but
we have to.
I'm simply referring to the stark differences in race. Okay, I know you don't want me to use that word. I'm just going to have to use that word just to really make it real clear.
Okay, I got you. Okay, you ready? Okay, I got you now. No, I understand now. But the point is, the reason I understand
just so I can specify my claim. If we are God believers, and I believe in God, just so I can specify my claim, because you're saying that the devolution of different kinds come from one common kind. So there is only one type of dog to begin with, and now all the different dogs that we've got is all from one common dog.
Correct.
So was there only one common? I don't want to use a word again, but was it only one common race to begin with that God created?
Yes, absolutely.
And now,
let me explain.
Somehow.
Okay, you got to let me explain, man. You got to let me explain this. Okay, so here's the deal: is that we're going to go back to 7 minutes ago when I first gave you the answer of dogs, and a lot of other people gave you many other examples of the cows, the variations in the cows. It's all the same, and that's the point. That's why we were already giving the correct answer from the very get-go of this conversation. You see, so we already gave the answer. That's how the genes work. Yes, in the beginning there was Adam and Eve. Everybody came from them. The world was wiped out. It started over about 4,500 years ago. Now it was the Noah's family, a family of 8. Then that family of 8 that survived they procreated and then made all the people of this plane of existence from 8 people, and they're all still humans, and they all still have the genetic diversity of the original 8 people off the boat.
I have one question.
It's funny that we don't observe that nowadays in reality, though. I respect your answer.
Well, nothing's changed, right? Has anything changed? The humans make humans based off the original gene pool. That's never going to change.
No, of course humans would make humans. I'm not expecting a human to make a dog. Every kind reproduces after its own kind.
Right, so then what's
I understand that. Maybe you're misunderstanding my claim again.
No, I think you're trying to make an issue out of nothing. That's the issue.
No, no,
This
no,
is
no, no. I'm really trying to
biblical.
understand something here. I'm really,
This
really,
is
honestly, I'm really
biblical
trying to
point of
understand
view.
something here.
Okay,
Because
but
up
you
until
believe
now,
Rick,
all the races come from an
my
amoeba?
opinion, up until now, I would have
check.
thought it was a Tower of Babel that caused it. But then when I looked at it, if it was a Tower of Babel that caused it, and it was people spreading to all different parts of the world, and then we came into different races,
There
black,
we go.
white,
Go ahead.
Asian, Chinese, whatever type of Asian you want to call it, just the different
One
Let him
races.
finish.
moment.
Go ahead.
Can
Yep. Let him
I
finish.
can I
Let him
give
finish.
you a
Let him finish.
okay,
Let him
okay.
finish because he's alone. Let him
Go
finish
ahead.
because trust me, I know where
Yeah.
this is going. Go ahead.
Thank
Go
you,
on.
thank you. I used to think that's where the different races came from our spreading, and obviously the pigmentation of melanin was in response to how much sunlight we received, how much UV light we received, and therefore when we
That is
when we all,
incorrect. Incorrect. That's not true. Right. That's where you
that's
just
something I
went
heard.
right.
That
You
that, that,
just
that was
right.
actually something
That's
I
the
heard.
problem. That's
Okay,
the
that was
problem. Yes. That's the
that
problem.
was
There's
something
no
I
such
heard.
thing. Right. That's
That
the
was something I
problem.
heard
Right.
on this server here and on this
Somebody
voice
was
chat.
wrong. That's fine. That we're not all the same. But the point is that if I go somewhere, let's say I moved to Africa right now and I'm very pale skin. Well,
Mhm.
I'm not going to all of a sudden develop a new ability to turn black. Okay,
Thank
so I
you.
will develop
Because
new
that'll be
abilities.
evolution.
Hold on, I know. So listen, that's the point. Is that these people, when they left, they moved to the areas where they could already have the ability to survive. Let me give you an example. Let's say these people moved to the there's an Appalachian group or these cultures that live in these very cold and high climates, right, of high altitudes. Well, the people migrated there, right? Let's say 300 people migrated to the Appalachian region, and they had to live at whatever 10,000 feet. Well, when they moved there, some of their people out of that group of 300 died off, and the only ones that survived were the ones that already had the ability to survive. Therefore, when they gave offspring, the ones that survived already had the ability, so their offspring were the offspring of those who already had the ability to survive, and then they lived there because they already had the ability. That's how it
Okay.
works.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that there was one common, sorry for lack of a better word, there was one common race to begin with, and that race was whatever it was. Let's just say it was
This
a
is
black race.
Nope, that
Because
was
that's
Adam and
what
Eve, remember? Then we restarted, then we went to Noah's flood, then we went to the Tower of Babel. So there's already dozens of different people and cultures in the Tower of Babel, as God even describes it as separating them with their language. Yeah.
But
I
can I just
don't see
add
where
one
you've
point
understood
here?
that there was different races there.
There's something called the mitochondrial Eve, and it proves that all females trace back to a common female ancestor at about 6,000 years ago. So research mitochondrial Eve and then scratch your head, because I also thought it's impossible that the African native could have originated from the same stock that produced the Nordic, or the ones that produced the Asian, or produced, you think that they're completely different, but it just means that it's in our gene pool and it's either turned on or off.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's
And
in
this
your
is why,
genetic code.
and this is why I say look at a Puerto Rican family, meaning a one father, one mother could produce a really, really white complected male, female, whatever, and a really dark complected Hispanic, meaning from the same father and mother, I mean, in that same generation of kids. That's why I was saying it's just now. Let's say in Adam and Eve, that's exactly what happened, and then what happens? Like how they did the dog breeds. Dog breeds, like let's say the bulldog, it's an inbreed. It's just they finally got to a spot and they liked that dog, and that dog is has so many issues because it's inbreeded. Now, if it was to mix with another dog, that the issues that it will have, it will go away.
In my head, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to visualize at what point, because it had to be at one specific given birth. So at one point there was all one single type, and I once again I appreciate the variations between a single race. I observed that within my own race. However, I've never seen it jump across the border into another race. So at one
I'm not
point,
saying race. I'm not saying in different. I'm not saying different race in a whole culture of a group. I'm saying in one family. I meaning in a father, mother, and their kids. In Puerto Rico, they could be white, Asian, chocolate, anything. one family.
Yeah,
We need that.
that's
That's what I
true.
mean.
In
I've
Africa
never
too.
observed. I've
Yes.
never observed that.
Yeah,
Like,
I've never
there
getting
observed
are.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
This is
I
The
don't know
mainstream
anyone
media
who's
will
observed
not
that.
show you that. The mainstream media will not show you that. Neither the schools will not
let
tell
me
you
get let
about
me get
this.
to my
Yeah.
house. Let me get to my house picture.
Because
Yep,
another
One
yeah,
family.
you're
gentleman.
Father,
roboting.
mother, and kids.
Listen, it's the difference between dominant genes and recessive genes. And
Yeah,
recessive genes tend to come out when two recessive genes meet later
yeah,
on. And
yeah.
those recessive genes can be pretty much anything. That's why you get red-headed children, you get albinism, you get the types of anomalies that occur because of genetics. You can take a white
We're not
mouse,
talking about
and a
anomalies
white
here.
mouse can produce brown, black, white. It can produce some mottled. It can produce solid color out of a
But
single mouse. That's a single solid color, and it's the
we're
same with
not
us.
talking about
It's
anomalies
either
here. We're
no,
not talking.
it's all in the same code. This is what I'm trying to explain. It's whether you're white or brown or black or anything, your subcode has all of those things in it, and then those are either toggled on or off.
Okay, that's a plausible answer, I suppose. So you're saying that every different race that exists right now all has the same gene code. It's just that the expression of those genes, the alleles, are 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 being turned on to say we're black, or being turned on to say we're white, and
Spot
that,
on. Spot on.
right. Fantastic. Well, I agree with that. I completely agree with that. That's the science I believe in. So I don't see
Doesn't
how
mean
that
you're right.
science can produce, because we're not just talking about an albino here. We're not. That's completely different. Okay, we're talking about a specific difference and a group of differences.
No,
For
we're
that matter.
talking about gene expressions, and you're trying to call it racial difference or species
Yeah.
difference, but it's actually just gene expression.
Let's
So,
take that
and
for
then
example with Germany. Why did Germany wanted to take away all the different colors? They wanted to always breed with the same color because they were supposedly the specific race or whatever.
But that wouldn't have resulted in a different race. It wouldn't have resulted in a. For example, why don't we have a different skin color by now? After all these years, how come there isn't a different skin color that's popped up now? Why don't we have green?
Because your parents stayed within the gene pool.
Sorry?
Because your parents stayed within the specific gene pool. You already had parents that were like you, just like I already have parents that are liker to me. You
Right.
see how it
So
works? They are more like me. Yeah.
if that's the case, then how do we get different races to begin with?
We already explained this 1,000 times. Dobermans and
Because
Rottweilers.
you're
Yeah.
saying you're assuming. I wouldn't want to say that you've got proof, but you're assuming that there was different races in the Bible. Well,
You're a creationist, though,
and that's
right?
what your answer to a different gene pool is, and that's how we know
No.
we've got different races. Oh, am I
But then
wrong? Did you not say that?
do you believe
Actually,
everything
there's
comes
the
from an
human
amoeba then?
race.
yeah.
There's
Sorry,
just the human race.
an amoeba. What's that? Like
Like
a primordial
this.
ooze or
No,
something?
amoebas
Single cell.
don't have anything in regards to this subject.
It does got
Amoebas
a lot
are
to do with
not.
this, actually.
They
It's got
don't have.
actually a
They
ton to
have
do with this.
nothing to do.
Oh,
They
okay,
have
so
nothing to do with
okay.
human reasoning. Amoebas are not reasoning.
No,
What's
so
that?
okay, so it's got nothing to do with it then. Okay, no, 100%. I'll
What's
have
So
that
to
get?
agree to
I know.
disagree.
yeah,
I missed that.
they have nothing to do with the humankind. Amoebas.
Okay, so where did the
So
humans come from in the evolution theory?
we have a
Theory.
biblical text which is
From the rocks.
explaining
which
one
turned
version.
into
Then we have the book of Enoch. I'm not finished. And then we also have many cultures, ancient writings, yeah, like Greek mythology and
evolutionists don't believe that.
Egyptian mythology. Nowhere in these cultures evolution has ever been mentioned.
I know, that's what I'm trying to get at.
500 years ago, evolution did not exist.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. So
What I would have
and
expected one of you to have said by now is that
people had very precise explanations for who they are and where they come from.
Exactly. So I don't know why you're arguing
Yeah.
with me.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that amoebas have nothing to do with this.
No, it has nothing to do with it. Yes, but it has got a lot to do with the evolution theory. I'm not evolutionist, so I don't know
Right.
why you're
Me
arguing
neither.
with me.
No,
called
one
language
second.
barrier.
Let's not get okay. Real
Evolution,
quick, guys.
we
We're
That'd
way
be a
off.
we
scientific
cannot
theory.
even take it into account, into discussion.
Okay, we're way off into the
And
weeds.
according to Greek mythology, yeah,
Phil
we
Boss,
have
we've been in the
Hercules,
weeds, bro.
who has
I found a
taken
seashell.
the dragon's teeth, and he germinated the teeth. Well, he threw them on the ground, and they germinated into an army of soldiers, which were looking like men inside and outside, but they were not men. Later, these
Jesus, I don't know what you're
beings,
smoking.
they have
Are you
been
talking about gene
cursed by
grafting?
God to die just like man does. So, yes, we do have different kind of beings, and in the Greek mythology, these people are known as the Kaigani, Kaigans.
I think we've kind of segued off
They
into
are
a different.
Right, Elijah,
they are
Mr.
human
Elijah, real
beings.
quick.
They are
Hold on, get me.
no.
Real
Let
quick.
me finish.
I need to speak to Elijah real quick because you're not wrong, Get, but to Elijah, I have to speak to
Yeah.
you about this topic. Do
Sure.
you have any suggestions to why we have the different groups or cultures of people that have
Yes.
many different variations and colors? So I'd like to know your thesis on that, or your hypothesis. Could you please explain that?
Yes, sure. To begin with, I thought it was the Tower of Babel, and I thought that because God came down and confounded, he said, "Look at the people; they are one. We all had one language. We all had one ethnicity. I believe. I'm assuming that we all
Nope,
had
doesn't
one
say
language.
it says one language. One language.
Yeah, yeah. We all had one language, one ethnicity. I believe. I'm assuming that. And then he saw what we had set our minds to do, and he said, "This is what they set." Long story short, he spread us around the whole world. And then I'm guessing that each selective group that went to their selective place in the world remained there for quite some time and developed the gene pools there. Okay, so and obviously because of the different climates in each of these places, and obviously the concentrated gene pools in each of these places, whilst we're still reproducing with each other in their own selective areas. It's my understanding that because of the pigment of melanin that was concentrated within them in those climates, that their skin gradually over time
Incorrect. That's
changed.
where you're wrong. That's the problem. Right.
I believe
No,
I believe
the
that's
problem.
wrong.
I know,
Just let me finish. Sorry,
that's
just let me
evolution.
finish. Sorry,
But that is evolution. That's evolution.
Thank you, thank you. That's my point
That's
exactly.
right. So let me explain. Right. That's not what happened. Therefore, you believe in a fairy
That's
tale.
what that's what I believe
I'm
at
trying
first.
to explain this. That's the point. Is that the people already had the skin colors, or they wouldn't be able to have them at all. The necessary antecedent of people is people that already have those features. That's the point. They don't gain new features. That's the whole point of genetics. It's absolutely impossible. It never has happened, not even in nature, not even in the laboratory. The gene pool only brings forth after the gene pool that already exists. It is possible. Listen, here's the catch. It is possible that some of them did not have the ability to survive. That means those ones that did not have the ability died off, leaving the ones that already had the skin tone, the different features, the abilities to survive. That left the ones that already had the abilities and features. And as you call,
agree that you are assuming.
you got to let me finish, bro. I interrupted so many times just to let you speak. So let me finish. That proves without a shadow of a doubt that, as you call them, the races already had to exist by necessary antecedent. There's no way around it. Period. End of story.
Well, unfortunately, we just don't have any proof of that.
I already proved it.
and that
It's called a
would bring
necessary
me to what I was
antecedent.
going.
No. Here's the point: is that I get to teach this. You get to say I don't know. That's the difference. I get to teach reality. You get to say I don't know. There's not a problem for me. I count on people that don't know. That's why I can teach this stuff. The point is the necessary antecedent is that the creatures or people or plants already have the abilities, features, or races, as you call them.
No, I agree with that.
Listen. Here's the point. Before they go to different environments, they have to already have the ability to survive in those environments. Thanks.
Okay, I agree with that. Maybe I've understood two different things there. I thought you were saying that the antecedent. Well, I thought you were saying that before they went to those different environments, the differences in the features of the race had already existed. So to say that
Yes,
they were
they
already
have to already exist. Yes, they don't pop into magic. I don't die and then my kids become stronger now. I died because I'm white. Now my kids are black. That doesn't happen. That's the point. I already have the ability. Therefore, my kids are going to have the ability. Now, if they don't have the ability, they die. There's no gaining new abilities. That's the point,
Exo,
brother.
I believe you're misunderstanding me, sir.
No, you're
I
not.
believe
Everything I'm
just listen to
listen,
me
the
for a
entire
moment,
room
please,
right now is
sir.
going to admit that everything I'm saying is going right over your head, bro. You're just not
No,
getting it.
I think if you just listen for a minute and let me get to the end of my point, you'll
We've been
understand where
doing
I'm
this
coming
for 30
from.
minutes now, bro. That's the point.
I'm trying to see whoever
Elijah.
you're
Okay,
talking
stop.
about.
Okay, stop. Elijah, I'm going to let you take over 1 second. I'm going to let you take over. I'm going to shut up. Does anybody else in the room not understand what I'm saying?
I understand
I
what you're
understand
saying.
very well,
Anybody
and
else?
I
I'm going to
would
talk to
like
the
to
other room.
point.
Not you, Elijah. Let me speak to the other room. Chocolate
Yeah,
saying, Creation Bear. Anybody not getting what I'm saying?
I get you, Ixo.
For me, this conversation is dead when he said one kind just comes from another kind. That's
Right,
it.
that's wrong. Right, and let me
That's
ask
it.
you this, Chocolate. Chocolate, if something doesn't have the abilities to survive someplace, what happens to that creature, person, or organism?
You
Dies.
said this. I agree.
That was easy. It dies. It's over, guys. There it is. So no matter what, no matter what, by absolute necessity, that's why it's called the necessary antecedent. I'm trying to get done. I'm done. The other guys are going to talk. Absolute necessity means that any living organism already has the abilities, features, or differences in which it is living. Period. End of
I
story.
agree with that. I agree with that, Exo, entirely. So now I just want to understand when you're saying that they already had the ability to have a different race, okay? Are you saying that before they were spread at the Tower of Babel, they already had the different races? Or are you saying that